Hello, everybody. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope everyone is doing well and had a nice week. RW, good to see you. What's up, Last Dance? East Wind Farms, thanks for being here, man. Right on. Evening indeed. Yeah, I hope everyone's good, like I said. So definitely some interesting things happening this week. I'd love to cover. If you guys have anything you want to add to it, we can definitely cover whatever you'd like. StreamYards is not letting you switch your mic source. That is odd. Try again. Yeah, StreamYards, usually the mic source should have nothing to do with StreamYard, right? Well, anywho, yeah, got some torrential rain here, second half of the day, but still eked a little bit of beach time out. It's pretty good. Just had dinner. Didn't even look in a mirror before I came here, so this is what you get. I have my hat, trusty old hat, if needed. But I literally just ran downstairs here to get this thing started, so sometimes I have a little more planning involved, sometimes I don't. So just one of those things, you know, just jumped in, pressed go live. I often eat dinner and then I like to relax and like flip through whatever social media while my food's digesting. So I kind of did that for a little too long and then just came running down here. So that worked though. We're in all right shape here. Last Dance, you in a good place to come on here? All right, buddy. So much nicer having short hair, I gotta say. Long hair was good, but I'm glad I made the change. And here we go.
Hey.
So, how you doing?
All right. Happy Saturday to you.
Same to you.
Hope you had a good week.
It was good. It was busy, so therefore it went by quickly. I had a lot going on, so yeah. How was yours?
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm starting to do something I've put off for almost 6 years now, which is throw away all the junk that my late wife had collected that has migrated to, fill up the basement and
Sure.
everywhere else. It's a painful process, but it has to be done. I don't want to leave it for my kids when I die because they don't want all that shit. So it's put me in a bad mood for the whole week because I'm doing a little bit every day.
It's a little bit of a tough gig, right? Like,
yeah,
pulling off the Band-Aid sort of thing. You just got to get it done.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
I hear you.
It's got to be done, and I'm finally getting around to doing it. So it's, in some sense, it's good news because it's just junk taking up space.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good luck with that. You open up your house. Clear house is, I think, kind of a good way to have a clear mind. You know, it's hard to exist in clutter.
Yeah. So I'm going to start a new trend for myself that I should have done a long time ago, which is whenever I go from one bottle of whiskey and finish it to the next, I should save a little bit from the old bottle and then take the new bottle, which I have here.
What is it? 14?
Alexander Murray and Company Highland Scotch Whiskey, blah, blah, blah. I'll do a little taste test from one to the other.
Cool. Good idea. No, Cheese Vault. I don't do that. This is just a little bit of legal smoke here. Yeah, taste test. This is exciting.
I've missed many opportunities to do this because I don't, I don't remember tastes that well. So this is my only chance to really compare one to the other.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is the monkey shoulder. This is the Alexander Murray. This one's got a little more color to it.
Looks a little darker. Yeah.
It's really quite good.
Better?
Yeah, I like it better.
What's the difference?
This one's just, I don't know, it's got more depth.
Oh, nice. Similar price point?
This is a little more.
The 50 range?
Yeah, maybe a little more than that.
And it's Scotch?
Yes,
Single malt?
single malt.
And was the previous one a blend or a single malt?
It was a blend.
I thought so. So I think you're going to get a better quality and a more consistent flavor with the single
Although-
malt.
The monkey shoulder was fine. It wasn't,
Mhm.
it was pretty good, but this is a little better.
There he is. What's going on? How are you? RW. Is he frozen?
Hey, I'm trying to figure out why my mic settings are. My
Sound
internet's
good.
I got some problems going on. I'm probably just gonna hang out in the back chat.
You sound
Figure
nice and
it out.
clear.
I'll be back
You
in a
sound-
little bit.
You sound just fine. Maybe, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you guys fine. It's just I'm frustrated that it's forcing it through my laptop mic instead of the expensive mic that's sitting right next to me. Like,
Well,
all
you
right,
sound
we're
fine.
good. I'll figure it.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out later.
I wouldn't think that
Congratulations on starting the process, Last Dance.
Yeah.
I haven't had to do anything like that. I guess the closest I can relate is like if you break up with somebody and they have stuff, but that can't even equate at all, really. I'm guessing.
Well, pain is pain.
What do you do with it? What do you do with it?
Yeah, it was a long debate. The other, one of the hard things is it's not garbage really. It's
Right.
a lot of this. She has like lots of Christmas ornaments that have never been unwrapped and opened in boxes. But in the end, I just took them to the dump and threw it all out.
Really?
And that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Interesting.
I
Not
think
even
I'm-
like Goodwill, or what's the debate
well,
on that?
Some of the
What is
some
it?
of the stuff I took, like books, I've provided to Goodwill, and clothing that looks like girls' old clothing. If I take the stuff that looks to be in good shape and donate that.
Sure.
Mhm.
Well, that's good. That's good for sure. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Brandon's here early. I might as well let him in because if you guys don't mind, he doesn't usually stick around very late. So,
No, I don't mind.
I don't mind.
hello, Brandon.
Good evening.
Is he loading in for you guys? I see him.
He's there.
He was messing around with a bunch of settings for his Twitch stream earlier.
He seems to not be aware he's on.
Just Steve-O working the Narragansett and Jägermeister.
Yeah.
I've not heard the first one before.
Danny from Rhode Island, I
Yeah,
believe.
not. Is what is it taste like? Jägermeister? You if you know it, you know it. But like Gansey or whatever you call it. what
Okay,
is
so you
that
can't
for?
hear me?
Straight.
Loud
No,
and
you're
clear.
good, man.
Narragansett is just beer. It's like a Budweiser. Nothing special.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What's going on, Brandon?
Okay, so it's just latent.
Yeah, I think he got bad,
Yeah.
bad latency or
He's
lagging.
probably got 1.5 second to 2 second delay.
Huh. Damn.
When's the last time you restarted your computer, my
Okay.
man?
I'm doing all right, guys.
Yo, he's got a long delay.
Sounds like 1.5 minutes.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
no, it wasn't that long. It wasn't that long. Like everybody was kind of saying stuff, and I was looking at things, and now my mind's just working on latency too.
My mind is 1 minute behind, but the latency on the computer is just fine.
yeah. No, you're
Okay, that froze. What?
Did you guys see that the National Guard's getting deployed tonight? I know we haven't talked
Better.
about politics at all yet, but that's spicy.
Yeah, I saw that, or I saw that somebody said that.
some poor bastards like LA. You kidding me? We're getting deployed to LA? God damn. I mean,
Well,
it is.
Get your
They
nails
do have
did on
nice. They have
Hollywood
nice
Boulevard,
beaches.
man.
I mean, these guys end up having to sleep on like the ground,
Yeah.
you know. So they'll have company because there's going to be homeless everywhere. So,
Well, I mean the ones that are in DC for Trump's birthday parade, they're having to sleep in offices or on the ground or in tanks or wherever they can find a place to sleep.
I mean,
I don't
it's
even
part
know
of the
why they're
deal.
there so early.
Homeless people should be able to give them some comfort.
Well, no, actually, like doing a propaganda parade for a president really isn't part of the military deal.
Right. So, like,
You think it's a propaganda parade? What about the parade that's already out there?
How many times in our country's history have we paraded tanks and soldiers down the streets in a North Korean style fashion?
Where are you getting tanks from? Where are you getting that from?
I didn't know this was even happening.
Like that's like
Oh,
the,
drop
I'm
the force.
pretty certain that every story that I've seen says that the parade is supposed to include like tanks and armored vehicles, like it's supposed to be a big North Korea style fucking propaganda parade.
You're
Well,
talking about the deployment of the National Guard for the rioting
No,
that's
he's
happening in LA?
talking
Or are you
about
talking
Trump's
something else?
Trump's birthday.
No,
bash.
I'm talking about Trump's.
Yeah, I would be surprised about
I'm-
tanks.
I'm just comparing the two things, okay? At the same time that he is sending deploying the military out into a democratic state, that I don't know that they've asked for the military. While he's got like military people like sitting around in Washington D.C. practicing for a propaganda parade for his birthday that they're trying to disguise as like, oh, it's just the military's 209th birthday, and it just so happens that it's also Donald Trump's 79th birthday, so we're just gonna do it North Korea style. From the same president that always said that he would love if his people were the same as North Korea's people. When Kim Jong-un like says something, those motherfuckers snap to attention and they listen.
I'd never heard that quote attributed to him, of him,
Me neither.
to tell you the truth. But
I'll find that next. Hold on.
the military parade for his birthday is outrageous, though. I agree with that 100%.
Tom Homan is the individual that's saying they're going out.
Right.
Well, he's definitely in the know.
Tom Homan is the one who deployed the National Guard to LA. See, we have two things going on here.
I think it is happening. I haven't seen video of the riots that are happening out there. Oh, sorry. I'll back out.
It's okay. I've seen some of the video. They definitely were attacking a U.S. Marshal bus, and a van, a nice van or something like that, spray painting, and they destroyed a Fox News reporter's car.
Okay.
But yeah, pretty wild.
Okay, so I know that they've been kicked out of Trump's press gaggle in the White House, but the AP has a story. I am trying to get into chat now so that I can link it.
Hmm.
And it specifically says they are currently loading up tanks that will be part of Trump's birthday parade.
The AP doesn't know what a tank is, and they don't know what guns
God
are
damn it.
either. So
Yeah, if it's 100, a fucking Abrams tank is 53 tons or
Okay,
something
so we
crazy.
so we
Yeah,
don't so we
it'll
don't
tear
we
the
don't we don't
streets up.
trust the AP's reporting. Okay, so because
no,
because
that's not what
Donald
I
Trump
said.
doesn't like the AP, that we're gonna we're
No,
not trusting the AP. Okay, I'll find something.
That's,
I mean, they
not
could
what
be.
that's
they
not
could
what
be-
I said.
It might not be a battle tank because that would be extreme for a city street.
Yeah, to the progressive
Even if
reporters
the
at
tanks
AP,
themselves are
an
not
armored
rolling down
personnel
the road,
carrier is the
even if the
same
tanks
thing as a tank.
hold
Mhm.
on a second. Even if the tanks themselves are not rolling down the streets, if they are on the back of a truck and they are in the midst of the parade, what does that look like to you?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to deny it's a Russia or North Korea type thing all the way. It's not a good look.
Well, we'll see if there's like huge murals of the president being marched down the street. That would be
Now
that
this
would make
one
it look
this
more
one
like that.
seems a little this one seems a little crazy even to me. It's from Axios. I don't really read Axios. But the headline says rocket launchers and missiles to be featured in Trump's army parade.
Interesting.
And the fact that we can't right here say that without any reservations that is not a true headline, that is a problem.
When is it supposed to be happening? I haven't seen anything about a parade. Just the writing. That's all I've seen lately.
June 14th.
Okay, so a week from today. So we'll be able to maybe stream it live on the pub next week, or show video of it at least.
Hoorah!
But
I'm planning on trying to stream it while I watch it or whatever and like poke fun at it.
Sounds wild for sure.
Find old North Korean parades and put them side by side.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Yeah, there's a post from Eric Doherty saying that it's gonna the 250th anniversary will feature rocket launchers and missiles on top of military aircraft and vehicles, including a flyover of F-22 fighters, 7,000 military personnel.
Well, that are you talking about the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution?
Now,
that would be
military
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the 250th anniversary. It's supposed to be the anniversary of the military. That is the code that they're using, but it's all happening because Trump wants it done on his birthday.
But isn't that going to be 2026? Because it was 1776.
It's June 14th.
They're doing it this year.
Well, I guess the Continental Army started on 1775.
Well, yeah, Lexington and Concord
the
was in
country started on
1775.
1776, but Donald Trump was not born to coincide with 1776. So that's why I'm saying it's a propaganda parade. It's got to fall on Donald Trump's birthday, and it's got to be there had to be some reason for the military to be involved. So they made up this whole thing about celebrating the military's birthday, which we never
but
did.
I mean, he'll have a birthday next year too, so that's a strange reasoning.
And he'll be president next year, so obviously,
Will he?
Well,
I don't
there's
think so.
always a chance. I mean,
It sounds like these are just assertions with no no sort of substance to them. You call it a propaganda
At the
parade,
rate,
but what's the
at the
propaganda?
rate Trump,
And
at the rate that Trump and Elon
you say
feud
it,
is going,
There's
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Go ahead.
It's okay. The delay makes the conversation a little bit challenging.
yeah.
Well, military assets are already starting to roll in DC. So
All right, let's get a gauge. Brandon, tell me when you hear me say one.
Yeah.
You heard one?
Uh-huh.
All right, so it's only like a second and a half, maybe. Yeah, I mean that's about right. So, okay, we're not doing that bad here. Ashley Styles,
hello, Ashley.
do you know this person?
I am not familiar with that username, but as for the content they're asking about, I am aware of. I don't know about the UK side of that, but as for Plantair starting
I think it's,
go ahead.
I'll tell you, it's very disturbing. Not because it's going to start out disturbing, because it's going to end up disturbing.
Can you?
What the hell is Hey, Plastic African's back. Can you explain what the Mossad, CIA, Palantir AI digital prison system is? What is that?
I'm not
So,
going to
Peter
address
Thiel-
them. What?
I don't know what
Let
they're
me
doing
just
in the UK, but
Let
what
me put
I
in a quick. Let me
understand-
put in a quick spin.
Okay.
Let me put a quick spin on it.
All right.
So Peter Thiel has been asked by the Trump administration to use Plantair to create a database system using AI integration to basically bag and tag all of Americans and have it accessible to every government letter agency collectively to be able to pull from. There's a lot of speculation going into that. You have Christians that are saying this is being set up for the Mark of the Beast integration, and you have secular people saying that this has to do with social credit systems and preparing for a control of some sort. So that's my angle on this, what's happening with that.
Yeah, I hadn't really heard about this. Had you, Last Dance?
I had seen something about it. Yeah. Civil libertarians are concerned.
So it is a real thing that is happening?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, and we've seen.
I mean, I was always told that the Democrats were the ones that wanted to like collect like all the information on people and to be able to like go into their homes and steal their guns, so we couldn't have a national gun registry to know like how many crazy people had guns. So
That's exactly what the Democrats were trying to do.
okay, so now you're saying that the Republicans are okay as well with creating a system that is run by AI that identifies every American. That all the next step has to be is for one of them to make a contract with one of these AI systems for a military, and it gets plugged into the military, and bam, we've got a fucking Terminator apocalypse on our hands.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't think that right now we have the technology for if an AI got control of the military that it would be able to reproduce itself and to be able to fucking mow down any human that opposed it using our military drones.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't think that at all.
You wouldn't think that at all. Okay,
Not at all.
I would.
Yeah,
So something that's interesting for me is that the our data points being algorithmically bagged and tagged, us having tags on us for our points of data is already something that's happening. The government mainstreaming it and making it a common tool for the government is the kind of the in your face thing that's happening in all this.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we were
I,
also told that we couldn't regulate companies either because they had to be bastions of freedom to be able to push their foot down on the working man's neck. So there's that.
So
I
you're
mean, what do you
saying
mean?
they're tracking digitally what everybody does? Like there was a room back years and years ago, you know, when the internet started, and for a while there, where I think it was the NSA. I don't know if you know about this. Last Dance was basically
It still happens.
tracking every single thing that everybody did. Most of it was just dumped, but you know, if you were searching,
Basically, what we're talking about is right now they're going to allow Palantir to plug in an AI device into that same system that was keeping track on Americans because of the fucking 9/11 Patriot Act.
the Patriot Act,
Which again, the crazy leftists said was going to turn into a fascist takeover of the country. And I'll be damned if we're not in the middle of a fascist takeover of the country.
Yeah, that's stupid. There's no fascist takeover of the country.
There's not.
Only an infant would call it fascist. I mean, that's
Okay.
You repeat
Okay,
what
so
you're told.
Okay,
the word
so
has no
let's-
meaning the way you use it.
I repeat what I'm told. Okay. Well, I was also told that Abrego Garcia was recently brought back to America.
Yeah,
The funny thing is, every time I see like Tim Pool or Fox News report on it, they say this really weird thing. Well, yeah, he's been brought back to America, but now he's being brought up on charges. He's in jail, so the left got what they want. Does anybody not feel that that's a very weird thing for people that are not fascist to say?
You're
I'm confused.
it has
by the
nothing to
question.
do with fascism.
Okay.
You should
So
be
let me
embarrassed
do this. Okay. We are deporting hundreds of thousands of people without them going through the court system and being legally determined that they need to be put out of the country. So there's no due process, which
You know
is
for a
what
fact
this
that there's no
country is
process?
supposed to be farmed on.
Do you know for a fact that
we are
there's no
not
process
deporting
for these
hundreds of
individuals?
thousands of people.
Okay. What is the process that's being? What's the due process that they're being given?
Are they convicted of being here illegally in some way, shape, or form?
not convicted.
No,
They're
not all of them.
They're not convicted.
so-
No, there's records of them being here illegal. There's no. If ICE has record that somebody's on an overstay and they catch the person, that's the record. That's the process. They are being sent. There's no oversight of a authority, a judge, or somebody looking at it and saying, okay, yeah, he's overstayed, he should go. That part is being skipped over. And Tom Homan did say, you know, that it's ridiculous. I can't quote him exactly, but more or less that it would be impossible or ridiculous to try to give every single person who's here illegally due process.
But
Meaning
is that
like-
skipping due process or is that the process?
Well, it's not due process. If the arresting or the officer who gets the person is then facilitating them to be removed from the country, that there is no process in my mind.
I think almost all people who are being deported are getting due process. They're getting immigration hearings before an immigration judge.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Why was that one plane ordered to turn back while it was over international waters? And before it even took off, it was ordered to not leave. And then it took off because they said, oh, well, he didn't write his orders down yet, so that doesn't count. And then once it took off and his orders were wrote down, they said, oh, well, they're already over in international waters. We can't do anything. Why wasn't that judge?
Yeah. So let's look at what you've said. You've said that hundreds of thousands of people are being deported. Then you said that one plane went out without, against.
Well, yeah,
court orders.
because
So,
Trump refused to stop
So
the other.
that alone
Trump just
shows
ignored.
that
Trump
you
just
don't-
ignored that,
you
Trump just
contradicted
ignored that.
yourself.
and then no, I'm not.
Of course you are. If hundreds of
No,
thousands
I'm
of people,
not.
you would have to have thousands
Okay.
of planes, not one
Okay,
plane.
so let's stop. Let's stop. Okay, so
Great
No, I
point.
why
want you
is
to
there?
acknowledge.
What?
I want
What?
you to acknowledge the contradiction first.
There's not a contradiction.
Okay, so how do you get hundreds of thousands, but only one, without due process, but only one plane load? That's your only example, is one plane load.
Because
How
that
many
one was the
people were
one
on
that the judge ordered. That was the one that the judge ordered not to leave. The Trump administration ignored it, and then they went on TV and said, "Yeah, we're just going to ignore him. We're going to keep deporting people."
So how many planes do you think actually went with or people without?
I don't know, but
Yeah.
every time I see a story from Fox News talking about the mass deportations, they're saying Donald Trump is deporting hundreds of thousands of illegals out of our country.
Yeah, you say that, but the deportation process includes a hearing in front of an
That's what it's
immigration judge.
supposed to, but doing it in the middle of the night with no hearing.
Says who?
Forgetting traces when these people are already in another country, locked in a fucking slave prison that they'll never get out of.
Bro,
I
you're
can't
so loud,
understand
man.
you. I cannot understand a word you're saying. You should control yourself and speak clearly.
We're chilling.
I'm sorry. It kind of boils my blood when you give somebody an example of somebody just ignoring the law and doing what they want to anyway, and they're like, "Well, I mean, what proof do you have that they're still ignoring the law?" They're saying they're ignoring the law on TV. They're actively ignoring the law on the streets. Why is there a protest? Why is there protest right now in California?
Are you joking? Leftists protest everything. That's what their job is.
No, right now they're protesting mass deportations, and they're
They're
trying to
protesting the deportation of illegal aliens.
God, shut the fuck up! They are trying to block. They are trying to block the buses from leaving the ICE facility to deport people that have not had any due process, meaning they have not gotten.
That. You don't know that. That's you don't have any idea what they're protesting. They're protesting deportations of illegal aliens. That's what they're protesting.
Now, let me read you some information about this. So basically, under Obama, roughly 313,000 of 419,000 deportations happened without a judge's review. So it's very common. Trump's deportation.
Those are people who are captured right by the border. They don't need.
Do you want to know the difference? Do you want to know the difference there? The left, the people that voted for Obama, we despised him for that. And we actively talk shit about him for that.
Do you
in
remember
2019, 64% of deportations were non-judicial.
Yes, Obama was known as the deporter in chief. Yes. Yeah. So far, I'm showing in 2025. So over 135,000 people were deported in the first 100 days of 2025. These figures indicate a significant number of deportations occurring early in the year. 5,693 people were deported in the 2 weeks following Inauguration Day until February 3rd, 2025.
Yeah, I guarantee that almost all of those received hearings prior to deportation.
Okay, so
it's true.
What you're telling me
that
is
there were
that
some deportees who were deported under the Alien Enemies Act, which is probably unconstitutional. But the vast majority of deportees were given hearings. They were captured, given hearings, and deported.
I mean, you can't deny that there are people being deported without hearings, and there are people
Yes,
with hearings.
that is unacceptable.
So
That's
Okay.
what all the
Okay.
that's what all the court issues are about. These court cases, the Alien
Okay,
Enemies
but wait a
Act,
minute, wait a 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 minute, because we've all just agreed that Tom Homan is going on news saying that we cannot afford to put all of these people through court processes and then deport them. Did we not just agree on that?
I don't know what Tom Homan said.
I heard him say something to that effect. Yes.
I'd have to get more details on what he meant by that.
Yeah, I think he was just implying that if we have the paperwork that says they're here illegally, then we can just send them out.
Well, an immigration hearing is not like a trial. It's not a particularly long process.
Mhm.
So but it is required before you deport somebody in if they're captured far from the border or they've been here for a while.
Okay, so has Donald Trump gotten any new money to get new like a ton of immigration judges at the border areas where they would be able to go ahead and quickly process these claims?
People who are captured near the border don't have to receive due process. They can just be deported. That's what Obama did. That's what Trump did in his first term. That's what Biden did. That's what.
Okay, so have they hired any new or have they appointed any new immigration judges at all?
I don't know.
I don't
Probably.
know. I feel like I've heard that
No, they haven't.
Okay.
Let's find out.
While you're looking that up, I just want to do a croc summary of what's happening in LA right now. The unrest in Los Angeles stems from protests against large-scale immigration and customs enforcement raids targeting undocumented immigrants. These raids, part of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration enforcement policies, began on June 6 and resulted in the arrest of at least 118 people across the city, including 44 in a single day at 3 locations. The operations involved federal agents in riot gear armed with military-style rifles conducting sweeps in areas like the Fashion District and at a Home Depot in Paramount, where laborers gather.
The claim that these protests have something to do with due process is false. They are protesting the deportation of illegal aliens.
I agree completely.
The rounding up of them, at least.
Well, I don't think they have any concept of due process. I think they're just pissed off that the party's coming to an end. And sorry, but I've often wanted to cover this. It just kind of floats by without it. There is a paradox in these deportations, particularly in construction, new home construction. The money is, people can't afford it. There's no, entry-level home buying now is ridiculous. New homes are going $1 million plus, $2 million, who knows? It's insane. And all of that labor is, a lot of that labor is done by migrants. Whether they're legal or not, I don't know. But traditionally in the industry, these people have gotten paid less. So you're going to tell me getting rid of them? And so if you have to pay people who are going to do it more, like legal labor, isn't that just going to raise the home prices and raise cost of, purchasing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is, I've had this discussion online with liberals. They argue that importing that illegal immigration doesn't lower wages for everybody, and I've said it has to. That's the effect of, that's how the laws of supply and demand work. Mm-hmm. So deporting them will have to cause wages to rise, and that will result in the cost of housing rising. So it absolutely will cause things, particularly cost things like housing and
Service.
service industries like restaurants, that all that stuff will become more expensive. And,
Painters, carpentry, tile.
yeah,
Try,
yeah,
try
Right.
running a legal housekeeping business where you pay all your employees taxes and
right.
actually provide insurance for them if you have more than whatever 11, whatever the law is.
Right.
Try to do that and go up against people who are doing it illegally. You will fucking fail 9 out of 10 times. It's
And
almost impossible to win.
That's just talking about industries that are relatively clean. You know, there's all kinds of workers that are employers that are pretty dishonest and have no integrity, and will employ illegals at almost incredibly low wages by threatening them to deport them or get them deported if they complain. So
Okay, so
yeah.
let me ask you a question. Do you think it is a sound economic plan to tariff the entire world, which is going to raise prices on all goods, at the same time that you're mass deporting all of the low-wage workers that are keeping prices low because wages are low?
Well, I certainly don't support these tariffs, so that's the end of the story. I have no problem with deporting illegal.
Well, that's
aliens.
but that's not the end of the story. My question was, do you think it's a sound economic plan to completely blow up a system by raising the prices of goods with mass tariff on the planet, and then at the same time that you're raising the prices that way, you're also raising the prices or completely clearing shelves because there's not going to be Americans wanting to take those jobs for those that pay. You're like also blowing up the prices of everything by mass deportations. How is that a sound economic plan that's going to make everybody in the country richer?
The deportations are one thing and the tariffs are another. I wouldn't necessarily link them together.
But Donald Trump did.
Well, I'm not Donald Trump, so I don't have to defend that.
But that's his vision of the country that we're currently under.
Dank, I wish you
Okay,
had
so-
a little.
so
I wish
look,
you had a little more.
Under Democrats, I have to defend
You
that
don't have to defend anybody.
every
We-
crazy
we
Democrat
don't represent
that says
parties here.
something stupid. But
Yeah.
under Republicans, nobody wants to defend anything.
Right.
Are we just
Wow.
speaking generically all about everything right now?
I don't
general?
know. Dank always has this agenda, and it's kind of wearying.
All right, I have 2 questions. I don't know how to answer your question, Dank. When it comes to what's happening in LA,
God.
why are people upset that we're enforcing law? Like, I don't understand how people are just like, it's okay for us to go and break shit because people are enforcing law. If they disagree with that, isn't the whole purpose democracy?
I could give
Okay.
you maybe some understanding to that, RW. Like,
Go ahead.
there was a kid here in Massachusetts. I want to say the town was Milford. He's a Brazilian young lad, and ICE came to pick up his father, but they ended up grabbing him. And he was an 18-year-old senior in high school, just about to graduate here illegally, sort of a member of the town, sports friends, the whole 9 yards. So to everybody who's there in that town, he's just whatever the kid's name is, a kid, nice kid, and never did anything wrong, good kid, positive energy, high schooler, yada, yada. And then, yeah, there you go, cup of tea, MILF.
I was going to say something, but
Yeah, so
good.
to the people there, he's not a criminal per se. He's just the kid, the this guy, the member of the community. So the people around him might be like, this is bullshit. We're going to maybe protest or whatever. And there was a judge, he was released with bail, and he's awaiting his time to go in front of a judge to essentially get deported. So, I mean, I don't know, you know, if he's here illegally, I don't think there's going to be some magic way for them to say, oh, well, okay, boom, now you're okay. You're going to slide. We're not going to let you slide. So in a way, yeah. Do I have pity for him? Yes. Do I have empathy? Yeah. The kid was probably working towards the American dream. Maybe he was going to go to college or whatever, get a job. But he's here illegally. So the bottom line is gonzo, you know. But if you see what I'm saying, RW, how
I mean, if people have
might...
sympathy for the 144 people that were arrested because they were an integral part of the community, or they were just a Maryland father or whatever, okay. So let's go break shit.
Oh, I hear you. Equating one to the other is definitely a stretch. You know, break stuff never the right answer. But it's not like people are going to be like lifelong friends with him. Oh my God, you're illegal. I hate you now. You know, no, they're still the same person that they were. And yeah, a criminal is a criminal who's actually committing crimes. I guess, how do you see a criminal? Is everybody a criminal who just breaks the law? Then everybody.
But like, if we have a system, we should uphold the system. It's that simple to me. If we're not going to do it, at least get rid of the law.
Yeah.
I don't have sympathy.
No,
it's like it either is or isn't. I'm not going to be like, I hate Trump, so I'm going to uphold it. But I don't hate Trump, so I don't care. It's like, it's either a law or it's not a law. Let's get rid of it if it's a stupid law.
We've gone over this before. There was the painter from 3 months ago who had a family here in Mass who's got the boot. Yeah, I hear you. And Topple says bye-bye. You know, that's the home and type right there. That's it. No, just go bye. And I'm not in disagreement with you guys, but that doesn't mean I don't see the bigger picture, that there are real pieces of shit that need to go. And the people who are here illegally, who are contributing members to society, who've been paying taxes, all of that sort of stuff. Maybe there's a probationary thing or something, but that doesn't exist, as you just stated, RW. So if we're going to have it a law, then right, the law is the law, and that's fine. If you start getting cute with the law, then it's going to fuck everything up. So you kind of have to stick to it in a situation like this. That being said, as Brandon pointed out, we're not giving the process or the due process to all of them, which is defeating the law. The same law that we're all trying to maintain is being defeated by lack of due process in the same sense.
And it's wasting time and resources fighting court cases that they can't win.
Okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Should California hang anyone that steals a horse?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
They should lift them off the ground with the horse that they stole.
What relevance does that have?
Well, it's an old blue law. We have some of those here in Massachusetts.
Yeah, that law is still on the books. It's not enforceable. But in California, the punishment for stealing a horse is hanging. Should we do that?
Why is it not enforceable?
Because it's unconstitutional.
Oh, so why not get rid of it?
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Do you think it is okay that if you're drunk in New Orleans during Mardi Gras and you buy a hot dog from a hot dog vendor and you specifically tell him you don't want any relish on your hot dog, but he puts relish on it anyway, if you scrape that off, should you get a ticket for molesting a hot dog?
I'm not even going to engage with your stupid.
Like,
I don't know. It's not. It's kind of pedantic, but it's.
Whoever created the law should be put in prison.
What? These are laws that are currently on the books.
Okay, so let's equate the hot
It's
dog
not like your little
molestation
example
to
has any
illegal
relevance.
aliens.
The illegal immigration thing.
Plastic African points out something too. State laws. And
But okay, but this is my point. Okay,
Okay.
those laws were enacted in different times.
Okay.
When in
Right.
California, there actually was a problem with cattle rustlers coming up and stealing horse and stealing cattle, and they would kill people while they were trying to steal that shit. So yes, the law was that if you came onto my farm and you stole my shit and you killed my son, I was gonna hunt your ass down and I was gonna hang you from the same cattle that you fucking stole.
Right, so it was relevant back then, right? It was a relevant law.
But we civilized.
What? The
We
difference now is we have a problem with illegal immigrants that are in different states, right? We're not shooting them. We're not shooting them for being illegal. We're
Not yet.
moving them somewhere else.
Okay, where are we moving them to?
I don't know, somewhere else.
well, let me
But
say
we do know. We as Americans are paying El Salvador to lock these people up in a prison that the El Salvadorian president brags that once you go in, you'll never come out.
A very small number. People who are suspected to be MS-13.
I'm sorry. Wait. Suspected or convicted?
Come on.
You know, you're going to argue over an
that means they didn't
incredible
have any due
small number.
process. So that means that they didn't have any due process because they were just suspected and not convicted, right?
What due process do you think they need to be deported?
The due process that ensures that none of that small number was an actual fucking blood American that got caught up in the goddamn deportation.
Okay, what do you think that is?
I'd say like 3 minutes of a judge going, okay, yeah,
It's a little bit more than that, but it's not much more. It's not a trial. It's definitely not a trial.
Look, I have been told for years. I have been told for years by the right that we cannot make a master list of everybody that has guns in this country so that we can cross-reference that with any crimes that may have been committed, because the government would use that to go after patriotic Americans that didn't do anything wrong. But what you're saying is that if a patriotic American that didn't do anything wrong gets swept up in these mass deportations and sent to a prison labor camp where the president that runs that camp says that once you get in, you'll never leave, that's just okay.
I didn't say that. If you would stop talking and listen a little better, you might have heard that I didn't say that.
Okay. Why do we have a court system in this country?
I don't think you even understand what a typical immigration hearing is. I don't think you have the slightest idea of what constitutes due process in an immigration setting.
Okay.
There is not.
I don't think you have any idea of what it takes to make a master list of everybody that has guns in the country.
What the fuck is that?
I have a great idea of what it takes. I've asked you if you understand what due process is in an immigration setting, and I don't think you do. But if you do, go ahead and explain. What it constitutes.
Is it something that can be done to hundreds of people in a matter of hours in the middle of the night before anybody wakes up?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so if that is happening, then that should be wrong, right?
Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
African.
Give me just a
Hey,
second.
Plastic African. Good to see you.
Hey.
T215.
Welcome to the party. Still bitching, always bitching.
What we do?
Well, that's the way it is, isn't it? That's how America became America, because it was always bitching. And to get away from the bitching. Isn't it true, though? Right? I mean, the expansion of it, wasn't it? Because of what was it? Do you reckon it was actually the Knight Templars? To be that? To come into America? even ancient. What was it? The Romans did not like them. The what was it? Those Druids. That's the one. The Druids. The Druids were in America before. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it was it the tax on various different things that set them all off back in the day?
You might be talking about way like prehistory.
Yeah.
Oh no, not necessarily. I mean, I'm looking at the way that the Western Foundation has actually subsequently become America, and the Anglosphere, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it becomes all of that. What you guys are always subsequently fighting about, or we all fighting about, but not going, oh yeah, should we access this? Because that's the liberal idea, not libertarianism, but the liberal fucking yeah, I'm too good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fat and fucking greedy and all that shit. Downfall of the society that we think we have.
America, baby.
Capitalism is going to be based in greed, essentially. That's capitalism, right?
Absolutely.
I prefer not to.
Not necessarily, but it did grow the idea that we can expand. It doesn't mean it's greedy per se there. Because you can't actually, as anything, if we try and sort of negate these things with law as well, and all those other aspects that we have here, that's why, society is in this mess. Because we look at, these people have it rich. Oh, yeah. Not rich. If you had to give it to people, they don't know what to do. They fuck it up. Fucking idiots.
You could call it greed. I don't choose to. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I prefer to say that capitalism is when a buyer and a seller agree between themselves what the price of a transaction will be. That's capitalism.
Of course, conglomerates come together, right? That's how things like Shell, BP, Intel, all these other conglomerates, oligarchies.
Right. Well, when you get monopolies or close to it, that's a perversion of trade. It's no longer what I would consider capitalism. It's people removing competition so that the buyer doesn't have a choice.
So look at like what is it? Macintosh became, where it was and what it is today.
I got one right here.
MacBook.
Oh, there you go. And you know how much money they have in terms of cash rich.
They have a lot of cash.
It's amazing. In terms of that, how can one say, what are you doing with it, globally and as well ethically with that money? Like,
it's their money. That's what I say.
And that's, again, not just from people that actually invest in it, because that's what we think we do. Right.
I mean, the idea of a monopoly, well, you can't force other businesses to spontaneously appear to compete against great businesses. Right. So is it the great business that's being accused of being a monopoly's fault? Now, I suppose if they buy up all of the competition, that is clearly a monopoly. But in the sense where it's something that started from the ground up, how can it be a monopoly if it's just extremely popular?
Right, but it can be a monopoly if it even as you say, if it's if they're a monopoly because they're just better than everybody else. It's in some sense it's still a monopoly, and the government may force the company to break up into pieces,
like antitrust violations.
Exactly. Yeah. But what you suggest is definitely a controversy about antitrust enforcement. Is that some companies didn't get their monopoly or their dominance by anti-competitive measures. They just were better than their competitors, like Google
or Amazon.
Google didn't cheat Alta Vista. I don't know if you remember that search engine.
Jeeves as well.
Jeeves, right? They didn't cheat. at least back then, they just were better and stole all the users basically because they were better. Now that doesn't mean that what they do now isn't.
Okay, so there's many things that become like natural monopolies: railways, waterways, electricity, especially the way it's transferred that we have today.
Right. Things with extremely high capital startup costs are
of course
tend to be monopolies.
These are infrastructure to a country, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and these infrastructures that we've expanded to have taken a huge amount of effort from many countries and many engineers over decades, and now they're filling their money, right? That's how some of the contracts I work with. They're 200 years into the future,
right?
Literally, and then people forget that, and I think in modern terms, especially with warfare. Right now, the way we're playing this R&D with the proxies that we're seeing is where's that going to go? That's what I'm kind of looking at. That like how that aspect of not just the LLMs or the machine learning aspect is influencing this for the youth to not understand that they're no longer analog characters.
Right.
I don't know how this works. It's just going with it, man.
Can you believe, speaking of Google, they bought YouTube for 1.6 billion in 2006.
Wow.
What's it worth now?
They probably make that in a month.
I think they make like 50 billion a quarter.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, so yeah, that was a missed opportunity for a lot of people. I can't believe in 2006 YouTube was so undervalued or
How many people here are Googling for information still as opposed to AI search?
I mostly use Grok. I sometimes use Open AI, and maybe third I'll use Google. I'll use Google if I want to get links to the original sources.
Okay, but that's not what AI is supposed to be. Like AI is supposed to like search the internet, compile all that shit, and like give you like an overview and like things that you can like bounce off of. Maybe make a program, something like that you can fucking play with. That's what AI is for. Google is for just finding the information and researching.
Well, I mean, when I need information on something, I'll use AI to tell me, like, they'll search that information instead of me looking up a link and then going into the link and then finding where it is in this website so I can find it. The AI just grabs that information and spits it right in front of me. I think that's more convenient.
Okay, so how do you know that the AI is not hallucinating?
If I want to dig into it more, I can find out. Most of the time, I don't care.
Okay, so that is a current problem in the AI build. They call it LLM. I forget what the abbreviation means, but basically,
language model.
The AI wants to please. The AI wants to please you, and so it's even if it can't find something that you're asking for, it'll create it. That's why there were so many like crazy things in the tariffs, because they just run all the tariff. They ask AI, how do I tariff the planet? And that's what the AI.
Some of it creates itself to create itself.
They actually asked it. They actually asked it to come up with a tariff plan to balance against budget deficit. That was the wording. But yeah. It was stupid. But yeah, like they currently know that their AI models have this problem. So if you're using AI to search, you don't know whether or not you're getting information. That's why you're supposed to use search to search and learn things, and then you use AI to compile things and to view and to kind of bounce things off of. Because if you already know something that you've researched, when AI gives you a wrong answer, you can be like, oh, well, that's just a wrong answer. That's stupid. And then you can tell it like, well, what you just told me was wrong.
Right? The information you're looking up in Google and reading through, that's all correct.
Doesn't AI just do that for you and then compile it?
Not Not exactly.
That is the problem. Sometimes it just makes things up. It will even give you a citation for the shit that it made up.
And it can be a made-up citation too. This has been
Yes.
a problem in court cases.
Yeah, that's why you should only trust new technology as far as you can throw it and just play with it initially. You don't ever try and use it to learn things. The only thing I'm using AI to do is to teach me how to code. I'll tell that motherfucker to make a program, and then I'll sit there and show me the code, and I'll look through the code and see what it looks like. I've copied some lines of code out of it and dropped it down into a notebook for later, so that I can put it into other models and shit.
That's a good use of it.
That's what it's supposed to be used for.
Did you see Cup of Tea's joke?
Yes, I did.
It's like the internet. The internet wasn't supposed to be made for you to just sit in front of with your dick in your hand all day. It was made for you to actually improve your life.
Who's to say those are two different things?
No shit. That is actually, I don't know if he meant that as part of the joke or if that was him, but either way, it's funny. Good one, Art, by Cup of Tea up there. What do we got here? Interesting.
That's a long time for a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure what he's referring to there. A subject expert?
Maybe in a court case.
May have been, or may have been somebody that the news brought in. There's been fucking experts that have been brought on the news, and the news just put like a bookcase like thing behind them, and be like, yeah, okay, so he looks like a professor. We'll just say he's a professor.
What happens when you, like for Grok or whatever? So I did like the why is LA rioting, and it gave a quick summary of what it grabbed. And then you can click deep search, and right now it's like spent 1 minute and 32 seconds, and it's just combing through sources and grabbing more information. Like at that point, is it hallucinating, or is there a certain point where you're like, oh, okay, I can trust this information? Because if it's reading through a shit ton of articles, which I'm not going to do, why can't I be like, that makes sense?
Okay, so imagine a sentient 3D printer. Okay, so you have told this 3D printer that you want this model to be spit out 105 million times. Okay, well, sometimes this intelligent, sentient 3D printer will spit out something that looks completely different from what your model is. That is a problem that we as humans have never been able to like program out of computers through
What is percent chance of it? What is percent chance of it spitting out a million? If you say I want 1 million donkeys and it spits out a unicorn, is it like 0.001% of the time?
I wouldn't be able to give you a chance like that. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go.
I don't know shit about AI. I don't know shit about AI except for what I look up and learn and then play with an AI.
You're probably telling us something AI told you. So the whole thing is AI generated in the first place.
No.
I'm kidding.
Because like most of my information that I like take in and I regurgitate is from things that I'm viewing multiple times, either on YouTube or listening to, or things that I'm reading. I'll put old debates on. This morning I just started listening to a bunch of
James and the Giant Peach.
No. God damn it.
Fucking God.
He debated William F. Buckley a bunch of times. Black author. God damn it. Let me look through my YouTube history. James Baldwin. That's what it was. I just started watching a bunch of James Baldwin, like old interviews, debates, shit like that. Just Occasionally, I'll just do that. And that I know is AI.
You're a fucking privileged motherfucker.
I'm a privileged motherfucker.
Yeah, definitely, man. 100%.
Well,
right? To think like
I mean,
you do,
I'm no,
to
I'm no,
argue
I'm,
like
I
you
am.
do,
Hold
to sit
on a
there
second.
and
I am no more
come
privileged.
on, man. You know, that's half the problem.
I'm no
with
more
it, the
privileged
guilt,
than
right? So
anybody
you
else in
got the guilt,
2025.
right? Yeah, but no, this. I would say for myself,
I mean,
yeah, I'm fucking privileged because of what I've gone through, but in my
I'll,
life, I'm not privileged because of the hell I've gone through in my life. You know, seriously. And some of that is chosen forth, I give you that. Others, I think, like what I had to experience, Jesus, man, it was because of the apartheid in South Africa that was bad, man. When that broke, bro, oh, fucking hell, man. Those guys, they came out of nowhere. It was nasty. I saw some shit, man, when I was a kid. Huh? Tell you, bud. You know, yeah,
okay.
who gives a
So
fuck about America?
I will agree with you that I am privileged in the fact that my current job is that I work from home. However, I am not privileged because I've had to work my ass off for 6 years to try and find a valid work from home fucking job where I can be on my property with my kids, with my fucking family, and raise them. So yeah, I'm privileged in that way, but I had to work my ass off in order to find something that I can do, that I enjoy.
Selecting.
So we just lost 105 viewers.
You had 105 viewers?
I had
There's a
120.
There's a glitch.
RW, ever the realist.
Sorry, bro. I
Oh.
was watching. Last night I was trying to figure out what was going on another stream. I'm like 95.
95 ain't shit. I had 123, bro.
Yeah, but that
You're
was
like
up
men.
from 1.
I know. I hear you. It's fun. Well, this is where we live. We live in the teens. We thrive in the teens. It was fun while it lasted. Well, that extra 100 non-viewers.
I mean, because you're not even clickbaiting the title. Your title is this. It's the same title all the time. You're not like Elon versus Trump. Live
never do
action.
This happened and you won't believe it.
Yeah, exactly. I bet you I will.
Shows you how
Look,
much
man,
we all care.
People scroll through YouTube, they see a video with like 6 white people's face on the screen. They're gonna click it, try and find out what the fuck they're talking about.
What happens
What
if
if
it's
they were-
six black
We
people?
were talking about white privilege, so it would have been on point.
They would more than likely click on it.
Last
Because
Dance
it's
wants,
white people?
he wants a link, Last Dance.
What's a link? Oh, it's.
Yeah,
I had one at. Oh, you
when
didn't.
I was a kid,
you didn't.
when I was a
pin
kid, it was a joke
I'm gonna-
that cops in Memphis would like their job was to find any smiling group of white children above 5 people and harass them.
Oh.
That
Memphis?
that was just a joke when I was a kid. Yeah.
Walking in Memphis.
I don't know. I don't really understand the joke. Here you go for
The joke is I was a juvenile delinquent and me and my friends was always being fucked with by the cops.
interesting.
I'm sure they had no reason.
No reason one bit.
Look, dude, I got hit by a car on Martin Luther King Day, jaywalking from a Blockbuster to try and get home to watch my niece and nephew because I was going to be grounded if I didn't get home in time. And I got grounded anyway because cops called my mom.
Was it a valid excuse? You got hit by a car?
He got grounded in more
Yeah.
ways than one.
Well, no, it like
Well,
I was
what kind of
almost
car
I was
was it?
almost out of the lane. I was
Damn,
almost out of the lane.
You
The
were
car hit
grounded
me.
because of the car,
And the
and
car-
you were grounded because you were grounded.
and the
you
car hit-
motherfucker. Fucked up.
The car hit my foot, as it was lifting up out of the lane that the car was in, and so it hit my foot, spun me up, and I hit the ground, and then got up and kept walking. It was just my luck. There was a cop. No. It was just my luck. There was a cop turning at the light right then, and he stopped. And like, as soon as that shit happened, my nerves got shot. So I fucking like asked the people with me. I was like, "Somebody give me a fucking cigarette." And so I'm smoking a cigarette at like 14 years old. Just got hit by a car walking down the street, and the cop pulls up at a Subway and stops us. And he's like, "Hey, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude, I'm fine." He's like, "Do I need to call anybody? Are you okay? Well, how old are you?" I was like, "No, you don't need to do you don't need to do anything, man. I just need to go." He stopped us, called my mom. Mom come down there. I got grounded. Yeah.
Interesting.
But see, I got lucky. Some years later, me and a buddy of mine was crossing the street, jaywalking. I told this fool that we needed to walk down to the street light because I learned my lesson. But I told him we needed to cross down the street light so we didn't get hit. And he was like, no, we're just going to cross over here. I want to get a cigarette from Brian. And we get over into the street, and this motherfucker gets smacked right full by a fucking car. Smacks his head into the windshield, gets rubber banded off the fucking car, hits the fucking ground. I thought this motherfucking kid was dead, dude.
Damn.
Do you not have crosswalks in Memphis?
Yeah.
Hey, Philip.
Not in enough places.
Evening, gentlemen.
How
Gentlemen,
Do
buddy.
you not have
Very
crosswalks in Memphis?
We do have crosswalks in Memphis.
Why is there
When you're a
one
kid, you just
He
when
doesn't
you're a kid, you just
understand.
don't use them.
Yeah, I don't think I ever used a crosswalk.
Back then, he didn't have AI, so
AI.
Crosswalk, you have to. It's just a waste of time. Why would you use a crosswalk?
yeah,
Depends
the
on-
AI
depends
told
on
him
the
to.
pro.
You gotta- look, man, look.
He hesitated. That's what run over. Yeah.
Hold on. Look,
Yeah.
the place that you're walking to is directly across from you. You have to walk like 10 feet down to the crosswalk, or you just wait till traffic is stopped and you just run straight through them some bitches.
Well, the other thing is, if you're going all the way to the crosswalk, you kind of committed to wait for the light to change. And who wants to wait for the light to change?
Yeah.
What is this?
I got stopped by a cop once for jaywalking.
Okay. Look, we also in Memphis we have like these overpasses that go over these flood ducts. So when it rains real bad, the streets flood out. They all go into covert things that go underground sewers and shit. They all dump out in this big ravine thing that catches it and pushes it off down into the Mississippi. Huh?
You guys have never been like cops, like life and death situations, no? For real?
Well, yeah. I mean, right now I'm just like describing stupid shit that I did as a kid.
In one's life, in one's aspect of what they've done. Have you ever been in that position?
Me
Of what?
personally, I haven't.
Or of life and death, as in you get to choose, like you're gonna die or you'll live, sort of aspect, yeah. Or actually, I'm dead, you dead, I'm living. Have you ever been in that?
Okay, well, no, I'm not. I'm not stupid enough to let any corporations in America send me to war for their own like bidding. So I've never joined the military because that's
You're
just
not
all we do.
stupid? Is that what you're saying? People that
Yeah.
do join are stupid.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
fucking
saying.
right.
I mean, my first experience
idiotic.
wasn't
Piece of
because of my
shit.
military career.
I mean, seriously, what
You're a real
dumb thing
piece
to
of
say.
shit.
I'm sorry. If you live in a country where you're constantly saying that the politicians are corrupt and
When you're
morally
fucking
bankrupt,
18-year-old,
and
when you're
they send
18 years
people to-
old, you don't know
and
that
they send
shit.
people to die, for no reason, like why would you?
This comes from
Why
a dude
why
that
would you
fucking gets hit
join?
by a car walking in the street. We're talking about fucking
Okay.
17-year-olds picking a never mind. I'm not.
I don't know. I like the passion.
Me too.
No,
I think you're a fucking
agree
piece of
with you.
shit, though. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. For some 17-year-olds, their only option is to join the military and to be put into a meat
Exactly.
grinder. Yes, absolutely. But that wasn't my choice. That wasn't something that I was going to choose. I was a
Because
poor
you're
kid.
privileged.
No, I was a poor fucking kid. I've been homeless. I've been locked up. I've dude. I've lived. Okay. I hitchhiked up and down the coast of California for like 3 months. But
Well,
just because I wasn't stupid enough to let some politician send my ass to go die for something that I didn't believe in, no.
Well, that's fine. I mean, if it ain't for you, it ain't for you. I wouldn't disparage people who would choose to do that, though. I mean,
my point is, if you are somebody that believes that your politicians are corrupt and that they don't have your best interest at heart, why would you join their military?
Oh man.
Because it's not their military; it's everyone's military. The reason they're there to keep us safe. It has nothing to do with politicians.
Okay, so in the last 50 years, what has the military done to keep us safe?
Are you
If it wasn't for the military, how do you know we would be safe?
Are you fucking? You're a fucking idiot.
Okay, so was the Iraq War like something that we needed to do?
No, that wasn't something we needed to do. But without a military, you think you'd be safe? You think you'd be safe right now?
So we agree that the Iraq War wasn't right.
No.
Okay.
No.
So
Right. Do you think we'll be safe without the army? Do you think you'd be safe without the army is the question. Yes or no?
No, I'm not saying we don't need a military. I am saying that I was never going to join the military.
Good for you.
Because I
We're
do not believe
you were smarter than everyone else. Yes, we understand that.
because I do not believe that our politicians have our best interest at heart.
Because at 17, you knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, other kids did not grow up the same way, political or anything like you. Like you said, some people did grow up fucking homeless. There was people that fucking grew up that had there was no way in college they're going to go nowhere. They had no hope. The only hope was bringing.
I was a goth kid, dude. I like my entire teenage life was like nihilism. I didn't fucking care about shit.
Oh, good. Well, I'm surprised you didn't.
But the one thing I did care about was my own safety enough to not join the military. Because if I had, I would have been sent to Iraq.
I don't care if you didn't
I would
join
have
the
been sent to Iraq.
military,
So do you believe I should have joined the military to go fight in Iraq?
No, no one's saying
I don't
that.
care.
Guilty
You didn't join the military. What I care is that you're belittling those who did.
Right.
That's the part I care about.
Yeah, you said they were
No,
stupid.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Yes, you are.
Said
You
they were
fucking
stupid.
moron.
If that's not
They were
belittling somebody, I don't know what is.
I mean, if you don't want it for yourself, fine. More power to you. No
Yeah,
big.
you can say, yeah.
I mean, you can
good for
back out
you.
and correct yourself now.
You
but
lived a
don't
great
sit here and
life.
say you didn't say what you said.
I'll go further and say that I know for a fact that it is honorable to join the military, even in the presence of corrupt politicians,
Exactly.
because they're joining the military not because they're stupid and they don't know there's corrupt politicians, or because they want to serve corrupt politicians. They know that in spite of corrupt politicians, their service is to the country as a whole, and not for some corrupt politician who's there for 4 years.
Okay, and what happens when a president decides that he wants to use the military on his own people?
He needs Congress.
Does he?
It's not a.
What are you
How
talking about?
How much stuff has Donald Trump done? How much stuff has Donald Trump done so far that he needed Congress to do before he did it?
What are you talking about? National Guard? Are you talking about the National Guard?
Please.
No. Look. Listen. Stop for a second. Stop for a second, because you stop.
Help.
Listen.
Stop,
Listen.
and get help.
Shut the fuck up.
The TDS is
Shut the
strong
fuck
in
up,
this
you
one.
English guy. Shut the fuck up.
You're a typical American, dumb as well. Fucking dumb. Look at the name. Wow. I'm from Wales. Fucking retard.
Right when Colombian presidential candidate shot in the head at rally.
Yeah, you don't even know what Wales is, do you?
Wait,
you might have heard of Scotland, but I think you think Scotland's part of England, don't you? Is Scotland part of England?
You're a screen to me. I don't give a fuck. Okay,
anyway. It just shows how ignorant you are. Just shows how ignorant you are.
What I am trying to say is that if a president was to do what Donald Trump is currently doing, and he was to demand the military go into the country and start rooting out people that, let's say, didn't vote for him, how many generals do you think would disobey that order?
I'd like to apologise to Aphid and other members of the panel.
So you think? Hold on! Shut up! Okay. So you think you think that all of our generals would be traitors to their commander-in-chief and not follow his order?
They all know that they took an oath to defend the Constitution and not the president. So I expect them all to disobey an illegal order.
Okay. Was Donald Trump's first administration wrong to contact China to let them know that
this is not going to be a referendum? No, shut up. This is not going to be every little topic. You're not going to twist it into a referendum on Donald Trump. That's just a waste of time.
Orange man.
Last Stand doesn't like Donald Trump. You understand this, don't you? He understands what you're doing. He doesn't even like Donald Trump, and he understands exactly what you're doing.
I am testing your consistency.
I don't need my consistency tested by you.
Nobody
else does either.
Smooth like gravy. It's his consistency.
Is it my pure consistency? Which one?
He's consistent.
There's a shooting video in the back chat just happened
to have some company.
Who is? I don't know if the live leakers want that information, but
yes,
somebody's going to get them a grande treatment.
I'd like to apologise to Aphid, especially because I do believe Aphid's quite good at geography. So
if somebody believes that people that join the military are foolish and chumps, should they be president?
Oh, fucking hell! I'm not answering your questions. Love somebody else.
Where's the shooting?
I can't do this.
Columbia.
It's funny the amount of hate that Joe Biden got on a daily basis. His brain was mush. He was the most evil president ever. He was going to prosecute all Republicans and put Donald Trump under the jail and fucking all of it.
He tried. What's wrong with you?
I didn't even hear anybody say that here, though.
Suddenly, none of that heat is for Donald Trump.
What do you mean none of that heat's for Donald Trump? You got some serious issues you have. You really have. Just on reality alone. I mean, are you still saying that Joe Biden wasn't confused the majority of the time he was in office? You know,
I'm saying that Donald Trump has been from his first administration.
It's always Donald Trump, isn't it? Regardless, whatever happens, it's Donald Trump's fault. Whatever happens anywhere, it'll be it's Donald Trump.
Look, I'm not the one that put an idiot with mushroom brains in the office.
Is he worried ICE is coming for him?
You don't even defend your position. You said that the Republicans accused Joe of his brain being mashed up and mushed up and stuff, right? That was your first point. Well, that was the case. We've now proven that. Or are you going to tell me that he wasn't in the first signs of dementia and losing his plot quite often?
Are you going to tell me the same thing about Trump?
Are you going to answer the fucking question, you mong? Are you going to answer the question, you flip? Answer the question, you flip, and then you can pose your question. Then you can pose your question. Are you just really slow? Just answer the question.
Are you just fucking retarded? I'm not going to give you anything until you tell me whether or not you think Donald Trump has much of a brain too.
Choose Mong or something or Flynn.
Because if I say that,
no, just answer the question. Do you believe Joe Biden
Donald Trump is the smartest person in the
quite
world?
Severely?
What the fuck are we doing here?
Health when it comes to his brain and his memory.
I am the only one honestly
have you
critiquing myself.
Have you noticed, panel? This is a pointless conversation. As soon as I've come on, it's just been this chap. And then I pose just one question to him. I've got to repeat it 3 times. And he still won't answer the question.
Brandon, do you think that Trump and Biden have the same level of cognitive decline?
No, Trump is much worse.
Okay, there we go.
That says it all. Literally says it all. We've gone from someone that answered more questions by the press in 1 month than Joe did in 1 year. I think it was always 3 years.
The problem is,
honest to God.
Okay,
you were so dishonest. You're so deluded in this TDS fucking thing. Like, everyone agrees that Trump talks shit sometimes. And so I agree. Like people know on this panel, he should wind his fucking neck in. But he's not like Joe. He's nothing like Joe. No one's there. Joe is clearly suffering from old age, like, and he shouldn't really be in the position he's in, because it's clear to everyone for the last 4 years, especially for the last 3 years, 2 years, that he's been on a decline that is not healthy for the country or himself. But no, you think Donald talking shit qualifies him as a much crazier case, and Joe's fine. Hey, he's sharp as a tack, is he? He's sharp as a tack. Hey, Dank, is he sharp as a tack? Dank, is Joe sharp as a tack?
He is sharper than Donald Trump. Yes.
He's sharper than corn pop. Razor blades.
Can I speak now? Can I speak now?
No. We've heard enough of you. Speak to someone
when
else.
did you stop?
Okay, so the problem is that you can't tell Donald Trump's brain as much because he's a fucking idiot and has been for years.
This is worse than McGrath.
When your whole life and in front of the cameras is you being a fucking moron, then who can tell when your brain is fucking much?
But a successful moron, I'd say it's 7 billion. Oh, that's right. He had 5 million to start. Well, if he had 10 million or 5 million to start, he's turned 5 to 10 million into 7 fucking billion. So he's done all right.
Okay, but wait a minute. How many bankruptcies?
He's done all right for a crazy man, isn't he? Done all right for a crazy man.
How many bankruptcies has he had?
I think it's 9. But when you run 100 businesses, you're going to get some failures, and you put them through bankruptcy, because that's what you do when businesses fail. You don't just back into your savings and pay out a losing company all the time. You go into bankruptcy. That's business. That's what happens. You've never run a business, so I suppose you wouldn't know.
Are you cutting yourself in the eye? What are you doing?
I am. It's a code.
Don't do it.
Yes, no hair to comb.
Get help. Just get help.
Get some help, bro. Look, I've got hair. Do you want to comb my hair from there? Go on, dude.
Stop it. Get some help.
Get some help.
Stop
it. Get some help.
There's a good online business, Plastic African. Have people command you to comb your hair when they have an urge.
Yeah, I should be like.
There's a fetish for everything.
So lads, Ice Ice Baby in Los Angeles today.
Huh? What?
Ice Ice Baby in Los Angeles today.
You guys remember that? Was it?
Whoa! Did Dank leave?
He just got scolded. He got scolded.
It wasn't me, man.
Oh, well, I like to say goodbye to guests when they leave.
I'm like Shaggy. It wasn't me.
If you can't leave on a good note,
you're not
then
listening
why
to
join?
reggae, are you, Steve?
Maybe you just lost the internet.
Well,
yeah, good point.
No.
Internet privileges. That's
He was
all.
told.
I'll go easier
told
next
to be
time.
quiet.
But I waited for about 10 minutes. And
Do you guys know Father Ted?
Father Ted.
Yes.
No.
No, you don't know who that is. What that is about Father Ted?
it's a British
Father
comedy.
Ted.
Oh, wait. I do know that. It's that
The Irish.
The Irish thing. Yeah, it's very funny.
I think I saw one skit with him being racist, supposedly.
My father. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a
That
classic.
was hilarious.
It's a classic skit. It really is a good skit.
But it's like far away. So there's a bull and a cow far away. So joking about that. Yeah. Hilarious.
African
Have a cup of tea there, father.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to describe when the majority of the panel are Americans and they don't really know about it. That's the problem we got.
Yeah.
So what do you think about Los Angeles today, then, chaps? It seems to be getting a bit spicy over there.
My deep
Is there riots?
finished.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Is there riots?
Yeah,
I don't like to see violence.
Is it
and I don't like to see it tolerated.
Is it like Black Lives Matter protests?
Oh,
Kind
shit.
of.
Well, we got the Democrats.
It's ice, isn't it?
Yeah, but is it the same vibes as those?
Yeah,
The escalation that's being noted is that the protests have turned violent, with reports of over 1,000 rioters surrounding federal buildings and engaging in vandalism.
So pallets of brick, I was told. Now, this was on a panel, so I don't know how to take this at the moment, but they said that there was bricks, pallets of bricks lying around.
I saw that, but I'd put a grain of salt on that. That sounds very reused.
But they done it before, didn't they? So it is
right. I just wait for that one.
I haven't seen it, and like I said, that's why it's qualified. It was, I've just heard it on a panel.
It was an AI picture too. That's not legit.
Well, I still haven't seen it.
I don't understand, Mr. E.
But someone got arrested, like the councilman has just got arrested, or the mayor.
That was in Massachusetts.
What's it?
There was an ICE arrest going on. No, this was last week. The person's getting charged. Like this Friday, I think they got charged, and they grabbed an officer and this and that. Any and all of it amounts to some level of assault. And then the city councilor said that she or he felt like they were being targeted because they assaulted an officer and now they're arrested. Yeah, you're targeted because you committed assault, you dumbass. That's what they do, But was there another case of something like this, Welshman?
Today, I believe that this chap was blocking a driveway to an ICE facility. And it didn't work out too well for him because they picked him up. Like,
was that the guy standing in front of the van?
I'm gonna try and get it up for you now.
Oh, the guy that I saw that video.
Comically running backwards in front of the van. It seemed like the driver was probably cracking up. Like, all right, how long's he gonna stay there without jumping to the side?
So the X post I saw says ICE runs over a protester, and then I watched the video, and they didn't actually run him over. He ran in front of the van, was running backwards with his hands on the front of the van, which kept going, but really slowly, and then he just kind of lost his balance and fell over backwards, and the van stopped, and then backed up and went around him.
Right?
They didn't run him over.
So once again, we got legacy media lying.
There's a new statement from Gavin Newsom. Federal government is moving to take over the California National Guard and deploy 2,000 soldiers. And he says that that move is purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions.
Okay,
so he's staying back on the federal.
Stephen Last Dance. I've seen these 4 videos in the back chat. They're good videos. So do you want to put they're Twitter videos? So they're of the riot.
Hang on. I want to ask Americans here personally.
You're a little soft, David.
Hang on, please.
What
would
take your shirt off?
Generic soldiers and Vanguard? Hang on. same as the British, yeah, the vanguard of society. Do you know what that is?
Is that better?
What you guys really truly believe, what you have access to, what you know. Yeah, this is when you called up. You called up. You know, it's like they say, it's like, oh my God, there's Jason Bourne. It's not just Jason Bourne. It's you have a duty in society that you have to abide by. If things go wrong in front of you, you're gonna, if motherfuckers fucking around, you're gonna save a life. You're gonna kill the cunt. You know. Many people don't understand that. No, seriously, man. Again, as a soldier and hard, I've seen this. And people now are like, oh, yeah, we're all hard. But we're not. And we're becoming so aggressive because of it. Disgusting.
Steve, that video I just sent you, the second one, it shows this guy throwing rocks at ICE vehicles or federal vehicles. Literally 10 vehicles as they're driving past him. I would have aimed for him. I'd have fucking aimed for him. Said he's trying to attempt a life on me. You know, you throw a brick at a window screen of a car, you can kill people.
What was your question?
Yeah, show it. Yeah, can you show it, Steve? It's the last link I sent to you.
Yeah, it's 4 videos bunched together, right? Or is there something?
Yeah, not. There's another link I just sent you. You can play either one, but like I said, there's one with this guy just throwing rocks at police that driving past, like big rocks. And then
if your question, if it was what is happening, what's happening is ICE agents are raiding Los Angeles locations, and they're getting pushback from civilians, and the mayor is supporting civilians and not having the local police get involved. So the National Guard is being deployed on the federal level, and they're heading there now. That's basically what's happening.
Okay.
I
didn't know anything about it.
I also think that why don't they do what they did with the old flights in a similar way, where they used to fly people around Democrat areas? Why don't they just turn around and say, okay, if you want them, if you want this, then you can have it. California can burn. Let California burn. It'll soon change. Their opinion will change when all the criminals in all the other states, democratic states, are safekeeping. The Republican states will stay safe.
Jeez, that guy needs to be taken out.
Yeah, I wouldn't take him out.
In civil
I would
law
take him clean out.
and order.
He'd be flying over the bonnet.
No, but this means civil law and order. This is the problem.
Wait, watch this one. I think it bounces back and hits the guy with the black hoodie in the back. I swear, one back. Here. No, it didn't hit him. Yeah, all right. Wow.
He's just throwing rocks.
Oh yeah, just at moving
Those are
cars
big
at 60
rocks.
miles an hour.
It's just a couple of rocks, bro. It's
Rocks.
Yeah, whatever, man.
I didn't see any glass. We'd have to slow it down, but I'm sure they got at least one.
The problem is, it's a breakdown in civil order. Because people don't respect what they have, what they believe they can have, because of the aspect, again, of their wealth, freedom of their autonomy with their wealth, especially with, what they call the AI. You don't have to pay the man anymore. Stuff comes to you like this, right? Like you think about 80 years ago, bro. When you used to go to Google, was that Google 80 years ago? No. Yeah. When was Google arrive?
What's happening here? Is my mic okay? Is my mic okay?
Yeah,
Can everybody hear me?
Your mic's okay.
Yeah, loud and clear. Why? Were you off for a minute or something?
Apparently, it was low. So I cranked it up so you guys could hear every breath I took.
Oh, great.
What are you drinking, plastic? The fuck is that pink stuff?
It's a glass of Kool-Aid.
Kind of. I've made a cocktail tonight.
What do you got, man? Tell me the cocktail. I'm a bartender. This is a pub. Oh, is it like a pre-made cocktail?
Stay away from bright colors like in nature.
Well, what is it?
Yeah, you know it, man.
What's it?
Jones special.
Passion fruit liqueur with champagne.
Wow.
Wow.
Fancy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I love it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, no, come on. I've suffered as well. I was one of those fuckers that caught up with the Afghan war because of 9/11. So I got to, see and meet so many troops from around the world during those ages.
Are you saying you were there?
Yeah, yeah. I was. I did a few tours. Yeah,
You served. Okay.
yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay,
Again, where I'm from and how I got into it is beautiful.
Steve, in the back chat, you've got a chap called Unique McGee, or whatever Ulick it could be. That's Crankle.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. He's trying to get on cam.
How can you tell?
Because he uses that name, that McGee one, or the what's the,
Okay.
He's
you got it. You said it enough.
Yeah, I went to. He's got a YouTube channel. He's got a bunch of videos and subscribers.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I checked him out.
I might be wrong.
Yeah, he says he wanted to come on, and then I went and checked him out. He seems all right.
He is based. So he got a channel connected to that name, is he?
Does he want to come on your stream?
He's in the.
Hey now.
He's in the green room, Smoke Steve. Right. You got to scroll down.
I see him. I'm looking at it, bro.
Aphid, in his content, does he show himself on his videos?
Yeah, if you just show yourself,
I didn't watch all the videos, but he's got a bunch of videos.
Okay, he's
under that
showing
name.
his video, but he's not showing his face.
I mean, it might be. I don't know.
He's not showing his face.
I'm shy here. I'm trigger shy. I don't know. I feel it could be a porn bomb. So
yeah, you got to show your face. You don't have to show your face when you're. You have to show your face to us before you get on screen.
Right.
I don't care if you don't go on screen when you're actually. I don't care if you have your cam stopped when we put you on screen, but when you're in the green room, I have to see who you are. Okay.
Oh, Farm's got a valid question for Aphid.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
He hasn't got a channel.
All right. I'll take my chance.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll get
all back. All right, Based, pay attention. I'm bringing him on.
Eastwood in a second.
Right. Hey there, Ulick.
Hey, guys. Good to see you. I think I've been on a panel with you, Based, before.
Yeah, you have then. Okay, that's cool. I think it's cool.
Okay. Oh, no problem. I know what all that matches are on about the porn thing. I never show my face anyway, so no biggie.
Yes, I don't know if you know, but I get I get this guy following me around, so I'm already but it's fine, mate. You know what it's like with the porn bombing, so just keep an eye on it, Steve, just in case.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Steve, you know Joni Rotten, yeah?
He's not. I think he went to go pee.
Yeah, well, no, I'm here with Joni Rotten. I think she knows who Steve is. I think he might know who she is, and I stay with her here. And just see, your chats do be interesting there. I like Based. Based is cool. Just listening. Yeah, you just have some decent conversations going on at times.
Based sure is cool.
Based is cool. He's cool.
But I'd like to qualify my Americans dumb as fuck. I don't think I said that all Americans dumb as fuck. Typical
yeah, you
American.
did.
I said typical American.
You said typical.
I was offended.
Yeah, you said that's the typical.
I was very
typical American.
I'm Irish, I might be able to tell, yeah. And like that, we're fucking going through a crazy time, so it's just upside down.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah. Sorry, lads. I heard Aphid. He was like, "What do you mean? I'm good at geography. I passed in geography."
What do you think about global warming, Ulick?
Well, funny enough, global warming. There's an Irishman there amongst us. I was just checking him out. He is in Illinois. I can't think of his name at the second. I'd have to go and look, actually.
We don't get any Irish people in Illinois. What are you talking about?
Well, this lad, he was born in Dublin. He's not from there. He's okay. Just looking at his background, global warming. That's how he's what his connection is. And I just say, what's going on in Ireland is fucking crazy. And there's an Irishman in the Senate or Congress, wherever he is, and not a peep out of them, not saying what's going on, just saying, what the fuck? It's, what you'd expect, you think, but the world is just crazy.
Yeah.
Like Ireland is being genocided at the moment in a very, very peculiar way. It's just gone completely mad. What's like, for example, yesterday, do you know where Croke Park is? No. Any of you? What it means?
No.
Yeah. Croke Park is a place in
what happened?
Dublin.
Here?
Is that correct?
It was me.
Yes, it's in the capital. They have the GAA, the Gaelic Games. It's their what would you call their Wembley? What would you call it?
Old Trafford.
Yeah, but it's the biggest. It's theirs. But in the British went into that at one time, drove into the ground, this football stadium, and opened fire on the Irish in it, just indiscriminately, right?
Really?
Yeah. And if you look at the ground now,
British, the British.
If you go to get a picture, if you pull it up, you'll see where part of the ground hasn't been built on even, right? You'll see it's very modern, but there's one part of it where there's no cover over it or anything, where they put the remains of that and they buried all the people in it, and it's sacred ground, that, right? Well, yesterday, and this has been going on for the last 5 years, they've been letting Muslims in there, pray in the place. Is that not in your face?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Okay, so let me fill all the gaps in for the American people.
Yeah.
So obviously, I think most of you are aware that Ireland has imported 20% of its population, another 20% of the population basically in the last 5 years, and it's migration, of course. And there was trouble in Ireland yesterday as well, where the Gardaí was just trying to pick up people for protesting. So it's Ireland's, looks like it's going to get spicy for the summer.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Well, people are trying to keep their heads. You're being put names on. It's not like we seen it. Someone says UKIP should have done it in Britain 20, 30 years ago. And we're seeing it now, what should have happened in England or Britain 20 years ago, we should be doing it now. And it's an opportunity, but our government and Europe and all these billions that are coming in from wherever is stopping all this in your face. They're trying to do, and it's everything, trying to do everything against taking women out of your constitution, taking the word God out of it. It's just insane what they're doing. But you're made to be putting names on you, tags on you, making you like you're right wing.
Yeah. But the more they say it, the less power it has. I mean, I literally had Irish Catholics. There's that religious guy that he's an Irish guy in London. Basically, he's an idiot. He was calling farmers not long ago far right racist and Nazis, and I thought we got it all now. We've got it all now. You protest about your industry, and now we've got people screaming that you're a Nazi because you're a farmer and you're not happy with where your industry's going. That makes you a Nazi. So it dilutes it.
Isn't there this whole faction of Europeans that if you even converse about this subject as we are, you're automatically ultra right wing? Like you can't even fucking bring it up. Like some people are just
Germany's infested with this guilt complex. Germany is completely infested with it. So basically, the Germans, like this guilt complex the Germans have is through the roof, and yeah, it runs through Europe for some reason somehow, and it says, oh, you're acting against your grandfather who fought the Nazis. No, I'm not a Nazi, and there's a completely different scenario. But
that and on that point, throwing that term around so loosely really is insulting to people like my ancestors that actually killed Nazis to in a world war. But when throwing it out there like everyone's a fucking Nazi who doesn't agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. But when they're screaming at like 50, 60, 70-year-old ladies that they're a Nazi because she's flying a Union flag at a protest, and she's just a working woman that is either in part-time, retired, or still in full-time employment. And she loves her country. She doesn't like where her country's going. So because she protested, she is a Nazi. It's just ridiculous.
Somebody's calling you a Nazi in the chat there, Based.
Oh, yeah. Standard.
His name's McGrande.
McGrande X. I never heard of that.
We've seen in Ireland also that Tim Payne, who we always thought
I miss you, McGrande. Come back.
Hi, Art. Good to see you.
Stu.
We've seen this Palestinian thing being used now as well, being brought up. With 30 years of so-called peace in Ireland, we had them troubles before all that. And when you look back and you see that just moved on down to the Middle East, and they just had an agreement called the Good Friday Agreement or whatever. Maybe they changed the name of it after, but back to Bill Clinton in them days. That was around when they were planning 9/11, actually, and all that. If you look into it, when he was staying up at nights, when they were planning whatever they were doing. But on a world stage, if you look at the global politics of it all moving on perfect time with it. 30 years, we've seen a whole change, and we've seen exactly. Do you know what? I'll ask you, Base Canova. Have you ever read the Canova report?
No.
No, that's a very interesting one. It goes all into the Kenora Boys Home and Jimmy Savile and all these, and how all this intelligence is being used. And it's so it's when you see it, and you see it, Ukraine, Bono, all these, Sean Penn, all these actors, all make sense. And you aren't even on top of it.
Did you say Ukraine, Bono?
Yep. Yes. When you see Chernobyl and these things all happening, and these people popping up, and
interesting. Yeah, I mean, good one I heard was
and all that, and you hear all these things about. You see it all now. It's great. That young chap there earlier, there's, one thing he hasn't got is time. He hasn't lived. You know what I mean? He can talk but I see a lot of older faces on it there. You will understand you can only look back on things and say, Jesus, I wish I knew then what I know now. And I've lived it. I've lived through the troubles in Ireland, put it that way. Growing up as a child, not being able to have a toy gun in your hand even. You used to talk about if your guns being taken. We never, like, offences against the state, just the police pulling you in off the street, and they don't have to tell you where you're going for 24 hours. They don't have to charge you or nothing. Like that's the type of place I grew up in. Sounds horrible, but that's just, you take it for granted. It's offences against the state. I do nothing.
Yeah, but if they can hold you for 24 hours, yeah, so he said. Yeah. Well, they can do that in England. They do that in England and Wales. I've been held for 23 and a half hours.
There you go.
Further action.
Yeah.
So what do they say if they release you, Welshman? What do they say?
No further action.
So they can steal your freedom, take your freedom for 23 and a half hours, and you have no means of recourse.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, that's
They can get you for another 24 hours.
That's what they did to me. That's what they did to me with that BS charges from the hotel. They turned around and they
Can you sue for false arrest?
No, because they had enough, like sort of even because I was at location and when they investigated and they interviewed me at 4 a.m. They woke me up at 4 a.m. to do an interview, of course.
Okay.
They then said, obviously, I was released like 8 in the morning, and the reason why they released me early is because they needed to clear the cells. They had made so many arrests, and they were expecting to make more arrests because the protests just got heightened by the arrests. Because they arrested about 7 in one day, and they haven't got that many cells down there for a start. You know what I mean? So it was, if, for example, they didn't release us, they could have held me until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, like. But they needed to keep the cells clear. I think they needed to get us out of there because that's what they would have done to us. That's the standard sort of thing. Hold them for as long as they can, and then no further action.
I mean, the police using arrests and detaining of their own citizens as some sort of a de facto punishment is so fucking absurd that they're just going to arrest you, steal your freedom, and then just let you go.
Yeah. So Steve, my bail conditions was 3 months, right? I couldn't post on social media. I couldn't go to a protest. I couldn't talk about it publicly. I couldn't do anything, and and that was against my human rights. In fact, when other people challenged it, their bail conditions were quashed. Well, not all of them, but some of them were. I couldn't go within like 100 yards of the hotel. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't go to protests.
I remember because whenever it even came close to it here, you would say next subject or whatever. You couldn't even address it. Which is wild to think that somehow it will get back to them. But now that we know the trail that you have, that if it ain't them, it's maybe somebody else. You just never know,
Yeah.
And
at the end, like I said, on that particular case, they charged me and then just held me for 3 months. And they, they charged me, bailed me for 3 months with all these conditions, and then when I answered bail in 3 months' time, they said no further action. So it's the same result.
That's crazy, man. Unreal. Shitty stuff. So wife said there's some like shit blowing up on TikTok, like LA is popping off as the kids say.
So if you go on Twitter and put Los Angeles ICE in, you'll see multiple. I think I just pushed another one to you. It shows them in a federal vehicle. They take a turn in, obviously not in the right street, and they're getting pelted with rocks from both sides. And the screen grows through at the end. You can see all the shattered glass.
I mean, if there was a live, I think I could put it on.
I'm looking for it.
Have
Smoke and Scan, I think is his name, had it on last night that I was watching him. Do you know him?
Yes.
What's that?
Let me get it for you now.
Guard? Is the National Guard going to have live rounds?
No, I highly doubt that. There might be some.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in the back chat. It's the last one I sent you, I think.
Are they going to have rifles, but with what, just fixed bayonets for stabbing only? I mean, what are they going to do? They have rifles. They have pistols.
Well, I mean, basically, you go less lethal, yeah? So you would go for tear gas, you would go for pepper, and
but
bear.
They're soldiers.
I'd go for the bear spray, innit? Go for the bear spray.
I mean,
I'm sure there will be some.
Honestly, Marines don't. If you told Marines less lethal, they'd be like, what are you talking about? You know, like, I don't know, maybe the National Guard trains for this scenario.
Those pepper things with the old pear spray in it, the ones with like that the sprayer attachment with it. It's like they're really powerful. They are. I've seen them fire those orange, like an orange spray, and it's quite. You get the guy who has one in his pocket and he sprays and it's like a little piss, the last part of a piss. No, this bear spray thing, they press it. I've seen it before. Things like fucking a shower of fucking spray goes over him.
Is SA not a good thing to call him?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, so
legit live, Steve.
My question is it all like essays throwing the rocks, or what's up out there?
What do you mean by essay?
It's like Latino slang for dude. Hey, essay, what's up, Holmes? Like
it's a Spanish word.
Essay, like it's a Spanglish kind of halfway word.
Is it? Okay.
Did you watch Colors
live stream? Is anybody else looking?
Colors?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Colors.
Is it all vatos out there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I want to know.
I mean, yeah. Do you want to play some of the videos in the back? Do you want to see?
There's a lot. He's always so excited about the back chat insertions.
There's a lot of Modelo empties. There's a lot of Coronas. I'm not saying that means anything, but it
who did we lose?
There's a lot of foreign flags. I noticed.
We lost
flags.
African.
The drunk champagne.
Have nothing to do with America. That seems to be a common theme.
Champagne and Kool-Aid.
Champagne and passion fruit, even odder.
Dude, this beer, like what's a normal beer have % alcohol wise?
4 to 5.5.
Yeah.
This one's got 8. I can tell. Like I'm not even done with it. My first beer of the day.
Those are hard to drink.
I don't know.
What is it? Read the label.
I know. I'm fucking get my readers on. You expect me to be
able
to read
something? You don't even know what the hell it is.
It says Bira Folina, Belgian dark strong ale.
Wow.
It says Guyana down here at the bottom.
French Guiana? Wow. Is this something somebody left at your place and now you?
No, I remember I don't know. It's been a year ago. I cleaned out the liquor store that I had to do some work at.
You mentioned this.
Yeah, and I was gonna drink a beer a week, and these were all sitting over there, and I didn't know if we had enough beers for me to be piling them down tonight. So I was like, well, I'll go get some of those old ones and put them in the fridge. So it tastes good though. I like it.
All right, monitor your gastrointestinal issues for the next day because you never know.
What do you mean? What's that mean?
I lived in London for a while, and I worked for a market research company for a bit. And we got Belgian beer was to go out to these people to test. And we got all the into the place. They were all 11% and 12% beers. Belgian beer is fucking lethal, some of it.
What did the market test show? Positive, negative?
Well, we weren't allowed to do it again, put it that way. Negative.
They got shit-faced. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I have a possible live feed. I'll back chat it. I'm waiting to see if it loops.
Just a quick one. So I just thought about this now, and I don't really like foreign flags in any country. So I just thought about it, and I just thought this is amusing. So I see Israeli flags, but I'm always guaranteed to see an American flag, either flown by the same person or close by. So I regularly see Israeli and American flags together. Now that's one thing. Now if we switch to the other side, what do I see with the Palestinian flags? Say what I see with the Palestinian flag: a fucking trans flag. That's what I see next to a Pali flag. I don't see an American flag or a Union flag next to a Pali flag. What I see next to a Pali flag is a trans or a fucking rainbow flag.
What's a trans flag?
Well, it's
a rainbow flag with the extra
triangle.
The extra triangle.
Sorry, that didn't work. trans flag is like iridescent. You can't tell the color. You're like, is it purple? Is it red? The white?
What does it identify as? That's
but isn't it true? You always see an Israeli and an American flag, or an Israeli and the Union flag together, but you see pally flags and trans.
That doesn't make any sense.
A trans flag is a skirt, but it's real stiff.
Yeah, but
I know it makes no sense
over there if you brought one of those types of people through like an average town, you know, maybe blown to hell.
Steve, have you not noticed the protests and who attends them? Especially in the UK, this is a big thing. They'll always have trans flags at a Palestinian meeting. It's always quite amusing because obviously there's no trans group in Palestine,
especially not in an area that Hamas controls.
Well, that would be Gaza, wouldn't it? Full stop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Antifa. They're just Antifa, the same type of gang, aren't they? They just go around and what is it today? Who are we today? Share of actors just.
Yeah, it's probably the same people.
Yeah, it's the same. It's weird. Ireland never had it. Ireland had an Antifa. There's no blacks in Ireland. There was no blacks. We didn't need. You know what I mean? Go and check Ireland out, man. How obvious it is. You know what I mean? What they tried to pin on you, and you just say, "Well, you can't blame us for that. Can't blame us for that." It's completely fucking mad. Excuse my French, but it's crazy.
No problem. Yeah.
You're in Northern Ireland, right?
No. So
you're in the Republic.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you were
you have that crowd Sinn Féin in there bringing them all fucking in. This is the craziness of it.
Yeah. So for our American friends again, Sinn Féin is the nationalist party of Ireland.
No, wait a second. I was always told
the Republican Party of Ireland. Excuse me.
I was always told when we were younger that Sinn Féin was the political wing of the IRA.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. But there's no such thing as the IRA. There's no such thing as the IRA now. So they're their own thing. But yeah, basically they're supposed to be a nationalist organization, yeah. But what they're actually doing, they're supporting the invasion of unskilled labor into the country from third world countries into Ireland. They're actually with it. And what's crazy is that Sinn Féin candidates now were going out, have been going out. And when they get seen on the streets now, they get chased out the streets. They're literally
can I just go on further?
Filming them, and they're traitors. They're traitors.
Can I just go on further? With that Canova report I was saying to you there, they go on and use these guys who were loyalist killers. They were using this guy in that Canova. They reckon Martin McGuinness was turned over, right? He was the leader of the IRA. And they'd infiltrated them and they had turned him. Okay? And it all makes sense. When you see it 30 years later, you see him and Dean Paisley marching up and down the fucking road and you say, sworn fucking enemies. Right?
Yeah, but
and you see them dancing up and down the fucking road and you're wondering, what the fuck have the two of them done that they're doing that? And it all makes sense now.
But like I said, once again, you've got a nationalist. You've got a nationalist party, like Steve correctly said, was the political wing of the IRA. Mm-hmm. Now it is, its own political group. It won power. It won power in the elections, and they are actually promoting this. So we've now got a nationalist group, right, promoting this fucking carnage into the country, and it's not for the betterment of the people.
What time is it? Just let me check time, Cali.
It's 3 hours earlier.
6:46.
This woman's got the tear gas in her.
Well, that's what
her lovely eyes.
Or she's just really sad.
Yeah, crocodile.
She's obviously she's a reporter, I assume.
What's hilarious is if someone gives her water, it'll just increase the damage. She's going to try and record now, isn't she? Look, there she is.
So
is this live?
Yeah, the boys are kind of with their backs against the wall. They look uneasy. They all have gas masks.
Oh, look at the little one. Look, there's a little one in the middle right there.
I make fun of the little people.
What the fuck is that?
What the hell is that?
That's a little one.
Is that what they call on the cars or something? I don't know. What would that one be used for?
That is awesome.
It's
It's
got
the same size helmet as everyone else.
He's to get the ones that are under the cars.
Yeah,
That's most likely a female, dude.
What?
No, it's that kid. Who's
it's
the
so
kid
much
that Trump,
Yeah, but-
Trump brought up on stage?
but that's when equality ends. Like in the UK, when he was kicking off last year, you didn't see equality on the front line. You see no equality on the front line. What you've seen on the front line was
Look at this.
6'4" men.
Look at this guy over here.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well,
The height. He's further back than this guy.
He's for
I mean,
slam
he's-
dunking the
He's
smoke
literally 2.5
He might
feet
be
taller.
6'8".
Yeah, then what's this guy? 4'8"?
I think that's less than 5 feet.
I think you're assuming
not-
it's a male.
I think
I
he's
could
he's too small to go on the good rides at Disney.
What is this bionic arm?
He should not be in the front, though.
Is it a robot?
So that's
Well, they
state
can
enforcement, right?
get the guns over the top of them.
They use his helmet to mount
Yeah,
it. Steady the gun.
Rest it.
I don't like
The
to give.
GoPro.
I don't like to give the police advice, but they should do what the French police to do. They get on motorbikes.
Retreat?
They go two up on motorbikes. They go two up on motorbikes and they
You're
snatch
out
them.
tonight, eh, Philip?
They snatch them. They snatch them on motorbikes. That's what the police do in Paris.
Fuck
Yeah,
is
that
that?
is-
extra cent
snatch
beer's
him
got your fucking
Oh, look, there's a USA flag. Wow.
Fat ass.
These are the wrong
If
protest.
it's nearing 7 p.m., what time would we assume the National Guard would rock up? Like, where would they be pushing in from?
Is the National Guard there?
Is that
Is
the
that
LA
what that
police?
is?
That's not the National Guard, is it?
Talking about.
No, that's not the National Guard.
I
That's
can't tell.
that's police.
That looks state. The colors look
these are
state.
just police, riot
Yeah.
cops. But the National Guard's going to show up eating some Vienna sausages with some AR-15 slung over their back, ready to
Nice baby.
set up camp.
The field ration is Vienna sausage can.
I don't know.
What is
Let me
that?
see.
Flag.
Is that Jesus? Was that a Jesus picture? I couldn't tell.
No, it was
His name may be Jesus, but that was not the Savior Jesus Christ.
it was some guy in basketball shorts.
Was that woman selling art like by
I
the
think so.
roadside?
You gotta make money
$50
somehow.
each. Dudes over there selling bouquets of flowers and protesting at the same time.
Is that a human body right there? No.
Now that's a plant.
That's a plant.
No,
Yucca
to the
plant.
right of that. There's a jacket on something.
It's a yucca plant. Yuck, 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 yuck.
It's a fire extinguisher. Or
Actually, in LA, they
I
grow
tried-
aloe plants because so many people get burned by crowd control. They just the aloe's right
Ah,
Smart.
very
smart.
smart.
And they
there.
say they don't
Horrible
care.
camera work.
This cameraman's horrible.
Lads, I've got a link for you. I've got a 6-way link.
oh,
A
it's
six-way
in the
link.
back chat.
6 ways to the
Six-way.
back chat.
I've
Oh
never
man,
done one.
McGrandy's here trying to sidle up to the bar.
Yeah, McGrande.
honestly,
He's got some
it's-
Nazi
it's-
talk
it's-
he wants to get off his chest.
Oh, man,
It's kicking off. It's kicking off
he's-
on the 6-way.
He's writing
Kicking
like
off
he's
on the 6-way.
completely
All right,
drunk.
let's get the
so-
6-way here. What are you talking about? The last one, the new one here? Okay, yeah, he's got the 6-way. All right, out with the old, in with the new. All right, here we go. Yeah. All right, hold on, McGrand. You're coming in.
Portland
after me.
Andy. Big up to Portland Andy. He knows I nick his stuff. He's called me before.
Portland.
He's fine
Andy.
about it. He can't do anything because he nicks it anyway. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
Andy. is
Welsh?
Yeah, you use it. Use it. I always use it. You can see it on my streams.
Right there.
Honestly.
The media.
There's the 6-way.
Oh God.
The
Yemeni.
media
You can turn the volume
went
down.
to the
see?
car to film the car.
Wait, there's
Okay.
McGrand. Here
Can we
go.
shut
The
the guy up in the
media
bottom
filmed
right?
car,
He
they
is.
were
I
going
did shut
around
him
the
up. He's
car
he's
filming the
muted,
car,
right?
And
No,
that
the guy in the
brought
bottom
other
right.
people there.
I'm hearing him. I'm hearing someone.
The so-called media is the problem, man.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, man.
it's
It
just-
happens.
he's
It
a-
happens every time.
Sorry.
the
Did
media.
that
The
mute it?
media. The
Did that do
media.
it? Did that mute him?
I
Yeah.
agree with this guy 100%.
All he said was media.
Exactly. The media is the problem.
Right. Those people are just as bad as Orange Man bad people.
Bloody hell.
They're all bad for you.
Look, that's
Portland,
that famous donut spot, isn't it?
yeah, could you put Portland Andy's link in the chat? That's all he would require. He's a good lad, Portland Andy. He always has
Oh, stop sharing this. This isn't working either.
Yeah.
I'm
too busy.
McGrandy, thank you for
Hey, McGrande.
Oh, McGrande.
Hi, McGrande.
Fuck you, Biggs.
Okay.
Oh,
What a great
come on.
start.
Hey, it is, and you know what?
I'll go on mute.
I just felt a need to make so many corrections.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Arrogant McGrande coming out.
No, I'm not arrogant at all, dude.
No.
And I got to try and remember your names because I'm intoxicated. So it's going to be an opportunity for you guys. You can take advantage
I
of
had
me.
no idea you were.
We've never seen you intoxicated before.
I know that's
never
true.
a guest.
That's true. You all know me as an intoxicated creature. You wouldn't even recognize me if I was sober. That's the funny thing.
I've been around you sober before.
All right, that's true.
All
right.
So
Anyway.
what? You saw him when he was asleep?
Whoa.
Well, I was hoping he didn't know about that, Smoke Steve.
Call him an alcoholic.
No,
Just
me-
got a little
Hey,
soreness.
Yeah.
He woke up.
Hey, me and Aphid have a long history. He's a fucking talented individual, man.
Oh.
He is fucking. He's a fucking artist, fucking survivor, and he's a race
I
car
never
guy.
had cancer.
You've been to South Florida and you fucking had enough oil on your hands to get cancer. You're like me. I was exposed to asbestos. Never got me. Not yet, anyway.
I was about to say, not yet.
So yeah. So much respect there, and same for you there, air conditioner man. You're
Welshie. My name's Welshie.
not you. I'm talking about my American friend.
It's hard to believe he would be singing praises about somebody and not be you based. I know, but it was about top.
No, it's top.
Thank
you for feeding me that. You're a buddy.
Just to join the gang.
Love you, McGrande. Love you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I love you.
And we're opponents. That's the funny thing. Based, he's a MAGA idiot and Nazi, and he doesn't understand. I understand that because he's basically a good person. But about you, I have my doubts. You are consistently like. If you were alive during the Third Reich, you'd have been working for those guys. No, come on. It's my homecoming, right?
It's the All-Star Hour. Let's bring on Incarnation.
Who you talking
All right,
about?
I'll silence myself.
Last Dance.
No,
Yes.
silence yourself.
I'm here.
Ooh,
Anyway,
McGrande, what's
Yeah.
your first correction? What's your first correction?
Correction in my
Yeah.
life.
No. You said you had to come on here and correct people.
You got loads of corrections.
That
Thanks
was
for reminding.
well. You'll understand what's happened with when you hand the country over to a goddamn nut job, and you understand what happens and the chaos that it creates. And America is basically at war right now. But it's the beginning of the war, and you guys aren't even talking about it. You're not even talking about what's going on in Los Angeles.
Are
No,
we
it
talking
doesn't
about
exist.
civil war?
No,
Well-
the people who are fucking breaking the law in Los
Here's what's
Angeles.
interesting. It's an evolution. They're actually introducing FBI agents into the nonsense. They got ICE agents. ICE agents cannot arrest American citizens. ICE agents cannot arrest American citizens. You got local police they're bringing in. Certain states, like my state of Florida, has allowed them to utilize local police.
Well,
carry out their
Santos did that.
federal.
They do that in the UK. They do that in the UK all the time.
But nonetheless, I'm talking to him.
They move them
not
up and down the
you.
country all the time.
I'm explaining myself to him, not you.
McGrand, Massachusetts does not allow police to interfere
That's great.
positively or negatively with ICE. Now, I think that's bullshit, and I think they should be forced to assist in federal deportation cases.
Steve, I understand your bias, and that was based on my previous absences and your silences of me as versus a guy like
Steve's not a Republican. Steve's not a Republican.
No, wait.
Everyone knows
We're
Steve's
not
not a
talking about that. We're talking about what
are you talking about?
Topple asked me. And why do you have to keep interrupting?
Well, because
you
having
afraid
a
of
conversation
something?
with you having a conversation with Steve.
All right,
for 2
I'm gonna
minutes.
end it right here, Top. I answered your question, buddy.
Thank you. So you believe that the Orange Man Crazy is causing possibly a war in America right now?
I do, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there riots going on?
Yes.
He's not wrong in certain kind of ways, right?
Except that he's completely wrong, but
no. There's riots going on in LA. How about Portland? Is that kicking off yet?
Well,
They're not
yeah, of
riots
course
yet.
it's going to kick off in places like Portland, Berkeley.
They're
and fucking
not riots.
Los Angeles.
They're not riots yet?
It's the communist. It's the communist
an
hotspot
escalation.
of
It's a
America, isn't it?
process. Because
Portland,
these
Wasser,
dumb
it's all
fuckers have
Portland.
no idea what's going on, and they're testing it constantly. Our Secretary of Defense
So
is
currently,
actually dismantling our ability to
currently
go
in
to
Los
war.
Angeles, we got people doing donuts and driving past on quad bikes. These are the sort of people you got at your protest.
Anyway, I'm
Philadelphia
going to
every
hand this
day.
over to Base.
Doing burnouts, doing burnouts and stuff.
Base
No,
runs it.
I
right,
want to
I'm
hear what you
standing
were
back.
saying.
See you guys.
McGrand.
I'm standing by.
Hold on. I wanted to hear your finishing your statement about. You said the Secretary of Defense is dismantling and somebody started over talking you. So
Yes.
what were you going to say?
He is eliminating. Dude, you have to understand this. I'm going to tell you this, and you're not going to understand it, but you may if you look into it.
What is he
So
eliminating?
what happened was, just before World War II, Stalin got paranoid, and he got rid of all his top generals. He got rid of them all. He got paranoid. Stop your fucking mouth. And and then World War II happened. They had the agreement in Poland where Nazi Germany would take half of it and Russia would take the other half. And then
the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact.
he got rid of all of his fucking top generals and all of his top officers because he was paranoid. He called his fucking long-term generals and executives
Can you
in
break
the
that down
Defense
to about 20
Department.
seconds?
And what
instead of 20
happened
minutes?
is that the friggin' Nazis got all the way to Stalingrad, and
what's that got to do
and
with
then
us
they
now?
realized that the generals they brought out of the fucking
McGrande,
prisons, and they brought them back to fucking defeat the Nazis, and
All
that's
right,
what's going
now
on
cut
right
to the
now.
chase. Cut to the chase. How
Donald
does
Trump is dismantling our fucking defense. Our defense is at risk. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
It's dismantling. It's the strongest it's been for at least 5 years.
I wish he'd
Should be 8
dismantle some
years.
of it.
Your borders.
I'm sorry.
Your borders.
Last
never been
dance.
stronger.
You said something. I'm not listening to you. Last dance. You said something.
In fairness to the borders have always been a problem in the United States. I don't know why people are just like so up in arms about it. Like in the last couple of years,
It's nonsense.
border
It's a distraction.
problems have been an issue in the U.S. Well, if you want
It's a distraction. It's a distraction.
It's insane. It's just insane.
How long do you guys think it would take
Well,
for
here's the
National
thing.
Guard to
If
be
it was the-
activated? If
if you're-
the call goes out for
Oh,
National Guard, how
God.
long does it take for them to get to the base and deploy?
I would
Like-
say like 72 hours. They're pretty efficient.
72 hours.
What,
National
what are
Guard
they
for
being
what?
activated against?
Yeah, for
If
what
they're,
though? Like,
they're called in to deal with the riot, so like 72 hours.
No.
Aw,
The
they would kill
riots. Don't you
less, like,
understand? This is the
12
fucking
hours?
agenda.
Not
The
even 12
insanity.
hours? Like
This is
12
MAGA
hours.
insanity. You outrage the people. You create false fuck. Nobody Nobody is firing guns. Who's firing anything in these
anyways,
protests?
Yeah,
It's the flashbangs are coming from the imitation fucking ICE agents, and now they're bringing the FBI, and it's a bullshit fucking scenario. You guys don't see it. I don't understand.
RW, the National Guard could easily be like mobilized probably within like 4 or 5 hours to get 4 or 5 hours to get
the National Guard killed students in Kent State.
Okay.
They are fucking dumbass motherfucking young motherfuckers that will follow orders. Don't you understand what's happening in America?
Brand, shut up and don't be a dumbass.
Calm down, please. Telling you.
Learn history.
I don't see why the National Guard couldn't mobilize a first wave of response against violent protests or riots within a few hours of being commissioned. Like, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Yeah. Can I make the Can I make the point I was making before and like see what other people think? I was mentioning that if, for example, democratic states like hinder federal officers carrying out their duties and they actively work against this, why can't they just allow them allow the shithole states run by shithole Democrats to allow their states to just allow? So basically, there'll be a magnet to bad people.
Because there's a contention to be made between how much control a state actually has over jurisdiction for things that don't necessarily pertains to federal matters. So, that's the issue. So, like, does the state want 1,000 federal agents to come in and just swoop up a whole bunch of people off of their streets? No, the state does not want that. They don't want the federal.
They do.
They do not want the federal government. They do not.
I can answer that for you. I live in a state where they've actually codified cooperation with the federal government.
Of course,
codified that in the state of Florida.
But the state isn't just going to roll over for 1,000 federal agents just walking in and taking over their jurisdiction over things that they have some level of control over. Like police, like local police hate state police. State police hate local police. Local police hate feds. Feds hate everybody. Right, they don't like each other. They don't play well with each other.
No, you're absolutely right. That's an interesting perspective on what might happen.
Right.
But I can tell you what is happening. What's happening in the state of Florida? They have actually codified cooperation, meaning deputizing local fucking state troopers are fucking arresting.
Randy, that's nothing abnormal. That's nothing abnormal. If Florida needs to deal, it's not. Because if Florida has to deal with something that is strictly on a federal law standpoint, then the federal government would need to be able to deputize people within the state. Yes, that's not abnormal.
It's
not
new.
abnormal.
It's because we have a MAGA governor who is fucking kneeling and doing the thing to the orange man, and he's been doing that for a long time. Look who's in Washington. We got Pam Bondi. She was she was the Attorney General in the state of Florida. This is a position that was held by Janet Reno, the giant, that fucking a real American, a real Floridian.
Janet Reno,
Pam Bondi, and Marco Rubio, who has been little Marco
the Waco
until now, until he's kneeling before Donald Trump. You have to understand the politics, and you guys have no way to understand that, like I do. These people.
Well, how is it you're so able to understand it?
Yeah. Well, because
how can we become as smart as you are?
Well, maybe you can let me talk.
Oh yeah, you haven't been able to talk. I'm sorry.
Oh, this should be good. Let's hear him speak.
Well, I might scare you,
Riddle,
or the other guys. Well, you know what the funny thing is?
Good to see
you guys have muted me at least 4 times. We already had that discussion. We've already had that discussion.
Can I ask a question there? Did January 6th not sort all that out, which you're talking about all there, Ollie? Was that not all the inquiries after all that?
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up.
where all that comes in with all the
January 6th is something they don't want to talk about.
With the National Guard and all
that.
Here's the funny thing. Okay, let me speak. Let me just finish.
Here's the funny thing. They talk about the FBI and January 6th. They set it up, and Pelosi set it up, and they do all that nonsense. And now they got ICE agents with fucking FBI backup because ICE agents have no enforcement ability against American citizens. And that's what's going on in America right now. And I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, let someone else speak. Let someone else speak.
About government oppression in your own country and being false.
Let someone else speak without being interrupted.
Of crimes, and you're talking about overreaching government.
You're an adult now.
Right now, you ignore what's going on in America.
And
I think you should be embarrassed.
Dance party.
Anyway, I said enough. This will be good for the YouTube channel later.
Well, it will be good for the YouTube channel later. Yeah. I mean, just calm down and let other people speak, McGrandy.
Well, God damn it. That is like so facetious of you to say that. You are such.
Well, when I've got something to say, I want to say it.
You are such clutter and so helpless.
Dick. You're a dick, Welshman.
I know.
I don't understand the question about J6. What was that going to sort out?
Yeah.
Cause more chaos.
Yeah, but J6 was such a big thing. This is what I
that's what it was all about. Who takes responsibility for what and whose role?
Who cares about January the 6th? The American public did because they voted him back in. They voted him back in, so they cared about January the 6th.
I care about it.
Yeah, I know you did, but not enough for you. Not enough for you. So it means fuck all. Bring up January the 6th. No one gives a fuck. January the 6th, fucking, you can mention it in 10 years' time. It wouldn't mean fuck all. It would mean less.
No, I disagree with you, Welshman. I disagree.
Yeah, well, the American public don't. The American public agree with me. They don't care about that as much as the legacy media and the Democrats think. This talking point for the last 5 years means fuck all.
I think people do care about it. I think it was a.
Well, they voted differently.
No, I'm not.
That doesn't mean they don't care about it, though.
Yeah, but
well,
I mean,
they voted. They voted because they didn't have a better choice.
But it's just like abortion. It's just like abortion. They didn't care about it enough, did they?
I think it goes to the fact that when people got home from work or wherever they were on that day and they got to see the images, or it was similar to a 9/11 sort of thing in the images. Like when I had heard about what I was hearing on the news, then I went and turned on the TV. I found the videos. I was like, holy shit, these people are like scaling the walls. And
it's not just that, It's not just that, though. It's the timing of it. It's the whole surrounding, the whole delaying of the vote. Like that's what matters. Them scaling the stuff, that imagery is nothing. Who cares about that? It's the fact that they delayed the democratic process. That's what matters.
It was really bad. It was so bad.
It
was the worst thing since World War II, Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, exactly. And he pardoned them. He pardoned them. He pardoned every one of them. He pardoned every one.
Maybe I was
them.
desensitized from the Summer of Love. Sorry.
You're misunderstanding me. Just the visual aspect of seeing what was happening, what they were attempting to do. Now, after the fact, I learned a lot more about what I was seeing, what was occurring, and there was a lot of intricacies to the whole thing. But the fact of the matter stood, though, that I don't think this is something people are going to forget about. I think it was something
it's one way or another, like the rise of the Nazi Party.
It's
agree. Exactly
like
that.
I agree. I agree. It will never be forgotten. It will never be forgotten.
It's the same.
You don't care about. You don't care. You don't care about it. You don't care about it that much.
I'm going to overtalk you as long as you keep talking.
I'm going to talk too. I'm going to talk too.
I want to hear it.
What's going on in
It's a great thing.
I mean, the bottom line is my point is consistent and true. The American public didn't care about it that much enough to vote him in.
Well, if you keep repeating it, it doesn't necessarily make it true.
Well, it's
You've been
fucking
saying it for
true,
the
you
last
dumbass.
5 minutes.
I don't know.
It's true.
I
It's true, you dumbass.
I
I'm trying to
disagree,
have factual fucking points.
I disagree with
This
that,
is-
Welsh. And the main reason I disagree with that is because of COVID. Had COVID not happened, I don't think this would have gotten swept away like it did. But it just happened. Like the time that it happened was at a crazy time in our history, and shit happens, man.
Yeah.
Like literally. What happened.
Okay then. So the AB situation, abortion, right? Once again, we had all the talking points. It was the biggest point. It was big, one of the biggest things and all that. For the
Because of
Democrats.
the fucking church taking
and
control of our
once
government.
again, and once again,
Separation of state and
once
church.
again, they
That's
didn't
the
come out.
problem.
Last
They didn't
dance,
come
I
out
can't.
and
Last dance, I
vote
can't hear you.
accordingly.
Somebody's
I'm gonna
talking
talk.
about
I'm gonna talk.
abortion.
I'm gonna talk.
I just wanted to clarify. Incarnation, is your point
Thank you.
that COVID swept J6 off the headlines?
Wow.
Not that it swept
bullshit.
J6 off the headlines, but it swept it kind of knocked people off of their like.
That's all we ever hear about. That's all we ever hear about.
Can I say?
It kind of like knocked people. So like there's a huge shift that happened during COVID and how we absorb media and like just the whole way around how people are exposed to media. So I think like had January 6th happened in a different time where we weren't in this weird like blurt of our history with respects to how media gets
You believe the media?
I think it would have been much different. Like people, I don't think I think the crimes and the charges against Trump would have stuck, and it wouldn't like today we'd be talking about Trump in jail instead of Trump as president.
Okay. Incarnation. Let me counter that point. On the 14th of December, first rollout for injections went out. Obviously, I didn't take any of those.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, well, you brought up COVID. You brought up COVID.
I don't give a shit about your
No. Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
I'm not interested.
No. Incarnation. You can't. You're terrible. Why can't I make my point? Why can't I make my point? Why can't I respond? Are you afraid of me responding? Let me respond. Let me respond. Why are you spurging out? Why are you spurging out? Why are you spurging out? Why are you spurging out, Incarnation? Let me respond. Let me respond. Let me respond. Let me respond. Incarnation, let me respond. Okay. So you brought up COVID. So let's get some dates. Let's get some dates. Let me respond. Just let me respond. Okay.
You're not responding. You're
okay. Steve,
overwhelming
Sormo,
everybody.
he's just spoiling the conversation at this point.
Fuck you.
Okay, right. So on the 14th of December, the first injections went out. Okay, so that was when we were fully indoctrinated by legacy media and believing it. Everyone was. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I know you don't want to listen because I know you don't want to listen because it didn't fit your narrative. Right? No. Why can't I make my point? Why can't I make my point? Why can't I make my point?
Because it's bullshit.
Well, I can say that about you. Well, you're the one who's retarded because you won't let me make my point.
Talk to somebody else.
Let me make my point.
I'm not engaging with your anti-vax shit.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up then.
So you're talking.
All right, then I'll make my point without referring to you. Okay, so on mid-December the rollout came out. And obviously January the 6th was only three. Was only.
Well,
mute him.
So
mute. Only 3 months. Was only 3 weeks later. And in those 3 weeks, January the 6th happened. Right?
Why don't you do that?
So I'm not going to refer to this person. The point I'm making is that we were all believing legacy media at that point. We were all fully indoctrinated at that point. Maybe in 2022 we weren't, but in 2020 we were. So in reality, the American public should have swallowed that pill a bit easier. But still they spat it out, and still they voted the man in. So no, I totally disagree with your point.
Now, fair enough. That took you all of a minute, but people have an objection with a particular topic. They can just be quiet and listen to you say your one sentence. But because everybody was being combative about you even getting that out, it took 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I just don't engage in conversations about anti-vax retarded shit. It's just not.
Then just don't engage. Shut the fuck up.
So I'm not right. So when he's asking me to answer a question directly, I'm gonna tell him I'm not gonna engage.
I said let me make my point.
Right, what you could have said
I'm not going to. You could have said I'm not going to engage, but you didn't say that. You tried to shout me down. You tried shouting me down.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to engage in your conversation with anti-vax. So
how unfamiliar
so
that
triggered you. Oh, that's what triggered you. A part of my point triggered you. Okay.
Right, you're an anti-vaxxer, so I don't listen to anything you have to say with respect to the COVID vaccine or anything with respect to that. Like, literally, the first word that came out of your mouth, where everybody was indoctrinated, right?
Didn't take your jabs this year. You know the jabs are available this year. Why didn't you take your jab this year? Why didn't you take your jab this year?
My point. You're an anti-vaxxer.
Fully committed.
I don't engage.
You're fully committed though. So why didn't you take your jab this year?
Listen to you. You're an anti-vaxxer.
Why didn't you take your jab this year?
I don't
take your jab this year. You should have taken a jab by this now, and
let's just move on.
Well, I mean,
so I got a question about the whole J6 thing. Now, I don't want anybody. It's just a question. It's not a setup. Okay. All right. Relax. Okay.
Hey, boost Riddle up a little bit because he's a little bit lower now.
I'll boost my boy.
Am I too quiet?
Yeah, you're low, bro.
No, I'll take care of it. Keep talking, Riddle.
All right. Yeah. So, is this? I don't know if this is just media bullshit or whatever it is. Usually it is, right? But is it true that the Proud Boys are trying to sue for the J6 prosecutions? Is that true, or is that I just heard about it. I didn't look into it at all.
I haven't heard it
yet.
Yes.
No? Okay. There's actually compensation being considered for those who were pardoned. For
those who were pardoned? Okay. So when do they pardon?
Federal compensation.
They pardoned them 4 years later?
By the Trump administration.
By the Trump administration.
I think there should be reparations.
Well,
I can tell.
Imagine J6
that was good. That was good.
Hilarious.
Did you notice
I am familiar with aphid's toenails, so I know you're not a goose stepper. So
hey, did you notice
on that one?
Did you notice who bought the name Proud Boys? Anybody?
Did you know what about the name?
What?
From their
Somebody
hairdresser.
bought the name Proud Boys. bought it. Like
I didn't
Someone
know.
bought the name?
Is this some sort of gay slur? Is this some sort of gay slur? Steve?
I didn't know it was trademarked.
Yeah,
well, I'm surprised that our friend from Wales doesn't.
It's called Wales.
Isn't familiar. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Wales plural.
Because even being
I know it's hard for him. I know it's hard.
Think you're a fucking dumbass. Here's the problem. What the hell do you know about the Proud Boys? And tell me all you know about the Proud Boys.
Yeah, did you see Maxine Waters describe
Abu
Dhabi?
About the Proud Boys.
Abu Dhabi as Abu Dhabi.
Why do you avoid the question?
She said Abu Dhabi.
All right, here we go. So,
all right, the real question is, what do the Proud Boys do to McGrandi? Because it sounds like he's got an axe to grind.
Yeah.
Well,
they're for Trump.
They're like.
They're
like modern neo-Nazis. They're so fucking stupid.
Modern neo-Nazis.
They're uneducated. Yeah, they have no sense of history.
McGrandi is the leader a Latino X?
Most of them are a bunch
of Christians. Would you call him a Latino X?
No, they believe in Jesus. A lot
of
them
I think he's Mexican. I think the leader's Mexican.
They believe in Jesus. You want to get into the cult shit?
Enrique
That's what it is. They believe in Jesus.
A terrible thing called Christianity.
Jesus.
Well, when it's a manipulative tool.
No,
I'm surprised at you, Abase, because I'm a Roman Catholic and I understand how manipulative Christianity can be. And you, as a Protestant, should understand as one who reviles against the Roman control. You should understand how powerful that is, and that is what's going on in America. Except they're not Roman Catholics. It's not coming from Rome. It's coming from some guy in Nashville who's got a lot of money. And he's filling a fucking stadium with a bunch of people talking about Jesus. And that's what's sad.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. And that's what's going on.
Praise be.
Praise be with you, McGrande. Praise be with you.
It's a big year for America next year, yeah? 250 years, is it? Or what's coming up next?
Yes, 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a big year. It hasn't probably, you just haven't got all the paraphernalia out yet, yet to play in your patriotism. A big year for the Orange Man, yeah, to be on the world stage, yeah, for him to prove yourself. The World Cup as well coming. There's a lot of things happening in America.
Well, as an American, he's actually an embarrassment. From my perspective, my good friend.
Yeah, he secured the World Cup. He secured the World Cup in America for his first term. He secured it in the first term, and then he's going to live it in his second term.
Oh my God! All right, Steve.
Have you got the Olympics as well? Have you got the Olympics as well?
Wait. I want to talk to the Irishman.
Did he secure the Olympics as well? And you get the Olympics.
I want to talk to the Irishman.
McGrandy's not done.
He's done quite well, hasn't he? He's done quite well.
May I speak to the Irishman, please?
Oh, sorry. I don't engage with the Irishman. The Irishman I do engage.
I know it's a threat to you as a Brit. Let me talk to the Irishman.
Well, McGrande, there's 10 of us. Have you used only 1/10 of your time, or have you used more than that?
Steve,
that's a fair question.
My purpose here is to give you purpose. Because I am going to be that splash in the past.
No wonder you hate Christianity. You have a God complex.
No, I don't hate Christianity.
He hates white people as well.
I don't at all. I understand how it's been misused. So I want to talk to the Irish guy. Where is he?
I'm here.
Hey, so I have a question.
Wait. Can I talk to him?
I have a question. I have a question here. I have a question for you guys. Maybe something serious here. So, considering that the people who were jailed for January 6th did commit legitimate crimes, and they were tried in court, and a jury of their peers did convict them of crimes, so all of those crimes are legit.
For those that were, yeah.
They all are. They were all legit. So how do you guys feel that, these people are now suing the government after being pardoned? Like, how does that make you feel? Like, these are all legit crimes, and then they were giving literally a get out of jail free card, and now they're suing your government.
I feel, considering both sides of the aisle do it, that it should be fair to do.
I feel like you're going to get a liberal judge.
I'm okay with them suing. I don't want the government settling.
Yeah, whether they win or not is a different story.
Yes.
I want the government to fight them.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Would you be okay with the government paying out their $100 million settlement?
No, I would
not.
No,
everybody has the right to sue. That's the good thing about America.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I rephrased it. Sorry, I rephrased my question. It's more about the payout. Like, how would you guys feel about a settlement, or like them paying that out? Like that the government agreeing that we wrongfully convicted people after a jury of their peers said we didn't.
Well, since it's federal court and the attorney general is Pam Bondi, anything is possible.
Oh yeah.
Jerry Adams, the leader of Sinn Féin, is suing the BBC at the moment as well for the same type of thing. Yeah.
All right. So I feel I have contact with my Irish friend.
The Proud Boys who are suing all apologized and sentence. One of them literally bawled. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure so did whatever guy who was about to get killed for murdering 20 fucking people. He cried before he died too.
Why can't I have a private conversation open to you guys with the Irish guy? Who are you?
Go ahead, McGrande. Go ahead, McGrande.
Can you guys help me? I can't see shit.
And
go.
Ulick McGee is like saying to an Irishman, "Suck my cock." Right? It's the female equivalent. Ulick McGee.
Does he usually say yes?
Well, it looks when you hear a woman saying it to you.
It's not a riddle.
It's not a question.
Is it riddle? Is that the guy?
Anyway.
Is that the Irish guy?
No, he just told you. Just say he knows who you're talking to, McGrande. Just ask your question. He knows.
So, buddy, you're in Northern Ireland or Ireland Republic?
He's already answered that.
I'm from the Republic. I was born in Dublin. I lived in London for a while, and then I moved back to Ireland I'm now visiting America. I'm in Georgia.
Ah, excellent. Okay.
Oh, never mind.
I'm loving it.
It sounded like a Georgian accent
I'm
to
meeting
me.
some beautiful American people, real American, down fucking South American.
Southern Irish accent. So yeah.
So are you Catholic or Protestant?
I was brought up a Catholic. I turned against what it was meant to do. I was meant
Chinese
to
or
turn
Japanese?
that. I was born actually. I'd done all the Christian Brother thing and all that when they were allowed to beat you with a letter and all that.
Yeah.
So I was anti-religion in the sense of that I was turned. I lost my spirituality through it. Hating men, if you know what I mean. But it was
I know
designed to do
exactly
that.
what you mean.
Yeah.
I know exactly
And now
what you
look what
mean.
you get.
Thank you for
They're
answering my
teaching-
questions. I appreciate it, man.
We're teaching kids that trans thing now in schools. That's
Yeah.
what we thought for getting rid of-
I know.
getting rid of that.
You know what it is? We're Catholics, but we have our eyes are open, and we're not bound by Rome, but we still carry the cross. You know what I mean?
Well, who'd we lose?
Incarnation.
Oh. Well, if he's gone, take it easy, buddy.
See ya.
It got quiet in here.
Well, is this an opportunity for me to speak?
Yes. No.
You just did.
Honestly, I thought my granddad had gone because it was.
You've used your daily allotment.
Yeah, it was one ninth. You have
Okay.
1/9 the time.
I thought he had left.
Have you guys? I'm going to do it quick. So
You guys question.
you can
Yeah.
actually see me.
Good looking fella.
Guys, I'm seeing a lot of videos. It's like I'm a revolutionary from way back. There's all kinds of shit going on in
This is going to end well.
Los Angeles and
Yeah.
all around the country. It's not even in the Northeast. A lot of it's in California. But you know what's happening? The ICE guys are bringing in the FBI. And
ICE guys
it's-
are?
Yeah, no, it's compromising the credibility of the FBI because the common kids, they got kids and they're using flashbangs. They're fucking,
wow. They're flashbanging children? Great. Wow. Damn. We got to stop these guys.
All right. Well,
There were two.
it's going to escalate. Here's my point. My point. I'm going to be. He can't shut up for. He can't shut up for like. I just antagonize that guy. He can't stop talking. Here's the reality.
I was defending your point.
It's going to antagonize rebellion.
Let me
That's my
defend your
point.
point.
It's going to
They
create
tear
rebellion.
gassed a baby.
Okay, you got the stage there, buddy. Like you always do.
Some might have thought, what's a fucking baby doing at a fucking protest like that? So there we go.
There we go. All right. Yeah.
I'd have to say that I think that my guesstimation of how this whole thing would go has been slower and less extreme than I anticipated. I think it's been a little tame and more mellow than I thought.
Oh, I got a question actually. The Abrego Garcia guy. So he's finally getting his due process, right?
Yes.
There we go. Now, I think this is actually a good thing that he got sent away and that the Democrats made such a huge focus on him because now we're going to focus on him.
Yep.
Yeah. It's excellent.
Exactly.
It's brilliant. And you know what? You know what's going to come out? It's going to come out that he's a
Maryland
people
man.
smuggler. He's a people smuggler. He was a people smuggler from the day he arrived into America.
Well, that's what he's charged with. We'll see what.
This is absolute
Allegedly.
nonsense.
Allegedly.
MAGA propaganda.
Illegal
I can
aliens.
clarify
He's on
everything.
for it, mate. He's on
I can clarify it.
This is going to be great.
Well,
It'd be great for the Democrats not. So dull.
Even if it comes out that he was this horrible people trafficker, he still needs his due process. I mean,
yeah, no, you're right. You're
That's an
right.
excuse.
And I'm glad that the media.
A lot of people will look at that and they'll say, "Well, the Democrats like defending illegal aliens that are criminals." That's how it looks like.
Bring him home.
Yes. Bring him home.
Bring him home. Charge his ass with human trafficking.
Let's see everything the Democrats have been defending. That's what I want to see.
Oh, let's.
It's going to blow up in your face.
I can't wait.
That's it, Topple. That's exactly it. He's on a load
Let's
of
go to
fucking
trial.
charges.
Let's go to trial, baby.
Absolutely.
Let's
Where
go
are we
to
going to put
trial.
him then? Where's
This is America.
Are you still not getting it?
Washington, too.
You're still not getting it. It's just 4D
We're
chess.
going
You're
to
not getting
trial,
it.
based.
You're not getting it.
And
You're making an advert for the Republican
you're
Party
Pam
to stay
Bondi.
the Democrat
You're a
Party.
you have no idea what's going on in
criminals
America.
and elite. Yeah, that's
No,
exactly what
okay.
it is.
I'm not going to
You
overshadow
still don't
you.
get it. I expected
respect
better
you,
from you,
Steve.
Chapman, or whatever his name is. I expected better from him. My granddie, no. Thick as fuck.
What's this? What you guys talking about? I hear that.
Yeah,
And
well-
I think of Vanilla Ice.
Thing is, can you imagine? Can you imagine the midterm
No.
elections?
Oh,
The Republicans will be saying, and the Democrats are a party for illegal aliens and criminals.
You know what? I'm not so sure.
We're all
I think
criminals.
I think
That's what we are.
One thing you have
We're
to realize
criminals.
is that the administration refused to bring him back. They used this thin excuse that he's already in another country. And they could have kept doing that excuse, but they were told to facilitate his return.
And
So
he
now
did
they
say-
magically
did
had
say-
gotten
they
him
did agree,
returned,
though. They did
and
say they would abide.
They have an
They did say-
indictment waiting for him. And it might be the case that this is just they're too thin-skinned to admit that they had to comply with the court.
Last Dance. What about that plane? Oh, it just made it out of our
Right, right.
airspace into
Just left
international.
airspace.
Sorry,
Communications
I can't get it back.
If this doesn't end in a conviction,
Even
then
though
all
one
that-
order could force those pilots to turn the plane back immediately.
Right,
no,
right, exactly.
they're gone. We can't. There's nothing. Radio
If
waves.
That's bullshit.
If they've got any sense, they'll get a kind of couple slam dunk charges on him, because it sounds like he's a fucking wrong one.
You know what? It's amazing. A guy who was falsely charged under British law is fucking criticizing the American due process. I can tell you right now,
not criticizing
charges
due
will never. This will never go to trial. This will
Yeah,
never go to trial.
I haven't got tattoos
Pam
all over
Bondi
my body
is a
saying I'm
fucking
an
lame. She is a MAGA hack,
M13 member.
and it will never go to trial.
Yeah, I haven't
no.
got tattoos. The same a gang member.
Who's stepping
And I'm a
Nazi?
legal alien.
Believe me, McGrandy, when I first saw these charges, I was like, what was the phrasing? It was like something about smuggling a human inside a country. Like,
dude, let's be specific here.
Thousands
Her
of them,
press
right?
conference had
Thousands?
nothing-
Wow,
her press-
insider info.
Her press
Oh, yeah,
conference,
yeah,
in
yeah.
which she
Don't be
expressed
surprised,
the
Steve.
charges
Don't be
against him.
surprised.
Had
They like
nothing
defending.
to do with the actual
they like
indictment.
defending
The
gang
indictment was
members.
2 charges, and they are frivolous. They are frivolous, and this will never this will be dismissed if we have any competent federal judge. This will be dismissed. It is flagrant.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't. You're just
I do. I haven't read the. I heard the indictment.
How do you know the
I
evidence?
heard the indictment, and it's frivolous. It's based upon.
You don't know.
I can
You
tell
don't
you
know what
right now.
frivolous is.
You want to know? It was based upon him being pulled over in 2003. In 2003, with
And everyone
5
in the-
guys
everyone in the
in his
vehicle was
car
illegal.
by a state cop.
Yes,
A
and
state cop.
You
And he was released with
You don't know
everybody.
that. You
And
might
the
be
se-
right,
And
but
the
you don't know
second
that.
charge
But
was
they
him
haven't
carrying
disclosed their
somebody who
evidence.
was a neighbor. That was the alleged. The big one was the one with the 5 guys with the state cop pulling him over, who didn't even fucking arrest him. It's a fucking travesty. I shit you not. I drilled down on this. It's
you don't
gonna
have
be
any
dismissed.
idea.
There's nothing here. It's
Hey,
Pam
McGrandy,
Bondi.
I got a question. I got a question for you, McGrandy. Do you
All right.
want it to be dismissed for him? Do you want him to go free and come back home?
I want him to have the benefit of our due process.
What do you think? Do you think he's guilty?
I think he's just a guy trying to make a living.
You think he's innocent?
And he's not illegal.
Oh,
he's not
okay.
illegal because
Interesting.
the Supreme Court said he was not illegal.
That's
Okay?
not true.
First off, that's not true. I don't know where you get that
It's
from.
it, because he was denied due process.
That isn't.
So
That,
now
well, that's
we're having
different.
this
That's different
process.
from what you just
Let's
said.
see what happens. Let's see what happens.
All the time.
Granday doesn't quite have it right. He was told by a court that he could not be removed from the country. So
Yeah,
in that
that's-
sense, he was here legally.
I think
He
there was a
entered
Supreme
illegally,
Court.
but he made an asylum claim, and a court ruled
Yeah.
that he could not be.
Yeah,
removed.
last
I'm
dance.
right all the way.
Yeah, last dance.
I'm
No, but
right all the way.
He said, "No, you're not. You're not right because you had said that he was legal. That's what you said."
Yeah, and
I
then
said he
Supreme
was
Court.
legally
Went to the
here.
Supreme Court.
It means he
Went to the
had,
Supreme
But he
Court.
wasn't.
proper paperwork from the federal government
No,
saying
you said
he was
Supreme
legal
Court.
to be here.
You said
He
the
had,
Supreme
he
Court.
either had a
Court.
green card. You want me to go
All right.
through it?
You
No.
said
He
the
either had a
Supreme
green
Court.
card.
Hey, do you know what
Or
inconsistent?
he had
didn't have a green
visa.
card.
He had a
That's-
visa.
He didn't have a visa.
There you
So
go.
he was granted some some
It's so funny
murky,
listening to last
murky
time.
allowance. What proof did he have last dance of this thing?
I said, I don't know, McGrande doesn't listen, but he entered the country illegally.
I know.
I don't
that.
know what proof he had that he had an asylum claim,
I don't know what proof
but
he had.
but it was enough that the court said that he could not be removed.
Okay.
Presuming,
And it went all the way to the
pending
Supreme Court.
court evaluation.
Yeah, you said a temporary. What was it? Temporary stay or something like
Stay.
that.
That did
that-
run out, though.
Yes.
Did that not run out?
It
after-
did. It did because they're reviewing it because he applied for asylum 7 years later.
No, it didn't run out in the sense that the court order is somehow expired.
All right.
Yeah,
So
last
let's
dance.
stop with this because we know he's
what's-
back in the country. He's being charged with other bullshit charges. So we know all that shit you're digging into doesn't fucking carry vigor as far as the federal government is concerned, right? He's back in America. So he's being charged, and God bless him, he's
Okay.
going before a jury. A
L-
jury
last ti-
trial. He's going before a jury trial
Okay,
that
okay,
Pam
Benedict.
Bondi
Wow.
brought, and that's going to be what's going to happen. And let's
Okay.
see what happens. The
Okay,
rest
so-
of it's nonsense. The rest
All
of
right,
it,
let me
let's do process. Let's just like
let me
you,
make a point.
base.
Let me make a
Just
point.
like you, base.
Just stop.
Let's have due process. Your
Okay,
shit.
let me speak.
You
then.
went through.
due process.
You go
wanna,
through due
let
process.
me
Let's
let me
do it.
interject.
I'm going to stop
Let me
talking.
interject.
Thank you,
Let me
guys.
interject, please. Let me interject.
I'm gone.
So he claimed
I'm
asylum.
here, but
He claimed asylum to America, because he was under stress, obviously with the gangs in his homeland. But the gangs in his homeland are now in prison. They're all in fucking prison. There is no big
Yeah, I
gang
agree.
activity in El Salvador, full stop. So now his asylum should be quashed because they're all in prison. So he should be able to go back to his country now, surely.
Hey, by the way,
That's a good point.
so this
Yeah.
this TPS, it sounds like they only recently extended it around the time that they deported him. Can you clarify that?
Yeah,
Not entirely
McGrande. McGrande, before we go on, what do you think about that, McGrande? Because obviously his asylum is that obviously he's been persecuted because gang activity were onto him for some reason. He was an innocent guy. So that's why he fled. So
Ireland,
now they're all in prison. We can agree they're all in
I
prison.
want to do a diplomatic thing.
You asked me to respond,
Ireland
did you
says
not?
they will take this guy.
Yeah. Did you ask
Ireland
me to
says they will
respond?
take this guy
Yeah.
in if America takes her back Rosie O'Donnell.
Okay.
No deal.
Do that, please?
I'd
We would
rather
rather go
have
to war.
Omar Abrego Garcia.
Rosie O'Donnell's an American citizen, so.
We'd
And
rather
He's
go to
in
war. than
Ireland
take her back.
fucking living
And
at the moment. Can you have her back, please? We'll take your man and you have her
No.
back, please.
No,
No.
you let her come in. She's there
No,
forever.
no. Sorry,
Possession
sorry,
is
sorry,
9
sorry,
tenths.
sorry,
Yeah, you can have her. Yeah, yeah. Isn't she also very close with what is it, the Menendez brothers?
Really? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I was stored something up. Sorry, I was just.
That wouldn't surprise me. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
no, you guys didn't hear about that? It was weird as hell. I think I showed RW maybe like a month or so ago. But
Wow.
yeah,
They killed the
Wow,
parents,
wow,
didn't
wait,
they, the Mendes
wait.
brothers?
Yes.
yes, with the shotgun. Yeah.
Do you have some? My Canadian friend, you have an intimate relationship with our Australian despot over there?
There's no Canadians here.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. McGrando, can you respond?
What the fuck?
Can you respond to the
talked
point
about
I was making? About
you're
about
thinking
it's a silent
incarnation.
threat.
No, I can't see because I don't have my. I don't have my computer's fucked up. So
Oh, you're
I'm
getting
looking at-
Riddle and
So,
Incarnation
I
mixed
want to
up.
talk to you. Where are you from, buddy?
California.
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
talking to
remember, I'm the one. Oh, remember me? Dude, I was the one that you called a goose stepper a long time ago.
All right.
Yeah, he calls everybody that.
Yeah, he calls everybody.
He called me a. Hey, let me see. Let me go back in the database here. He called me a fucking pussy. He called me a
If you
goose
disagree with
stepper.
him, he calls you a Nazi. That's how it is.
He calls a Jew. He calls a Jew a Nazi. Don't worry about it.
Wait. Give me your name. Give me your name.
My name's Riddle. It's right there.
Riddle. Okay, I can't see
Riddle
it
me
because I don't have my reading glasses.
It's all good. It's all good.
So Riddle.
But you did apologize, so it's okay. I forgive
All right,
you.
Riddle. Where are you from?
I'm from California.
Okay, that's right.
Unfortunately.
What part of
starts
California?
When I think of California, I think of Riddle.
Wait. California's a big
Oh,
state. It's a
thank you.
beautiful state. I've been there, man. It's fucking gorgeous.
Look, it's gorgeous state, but it's run by a bunch of fucking assholes.
Okay. So north or south?
Only a Nazi would say that.
So, Southern California.
I've been to Newport Beach. I've been
Be
to.
as specific as you can, so we can. skip the point.
I've been to.
I don't need to be that specific.
I've been to San Diego.
As you
too.
can.
I've been to Encinitas Beach.
Around the LA area. Does that help?
No, it's farther north, right?
Right.
Just lies. Just lies.
What I
He's
said.
gonna keep on. He's gonna keep on.
All
just
right,
lying.
so
The reason for it.
no, I just want to get a dude. I have no bias, but you sound like a freaking Canadian.
Goose
It's amazing the accent.
No, that was Incarnation.
With Incarnation.
No, it's weird because I'm into sounds and accents and stuff like that. And
apparently not. Because
I know. But
RW with breaking news.
What's
It's
They're gonna put
overkill.
Marines out there. Watch the fuck out, RW.
That's from Hegseth. That's Hegseth. You
Marines,
put them on.
Give us a
standby.
full
There's
read,
nothing-
like,
I don't know what's why.
RW, can you read it with your best, like,
Oh,
news
good old
man?
Pete, the man with no secrets.
You want me to read that?
I don't know if that's legal.
Everyone quiet down. Everyone quiet down. RW, breaking news. Go.
Breaking: Marines at Camp Pendleton have been put on standby and could be activated to assist the National Guard in restoring order in California.
Oh yeah!
Wow, that's pretty good.
Wow!
That's
Yeah,
very
there
good.
we go. I love
Sorry,
that.
I missed that. I missed that.
That you know what that is? That is the progression towards civil war.
Yeah, thanks to the Democrats. Like these guys
Yeah.
are so retarded. Like the way they run things. You can, like these guys are trying to bust a drug bust, and they're out there literally assaulting these police officers, and they're not even getting arrested for it. They should be.
All right.
Catching charges.
Let's everyone acknowledge Eastwind.
Hey,
Farms.
Eastwood.
See you, Eastwood Farms.
Eastwind.
Take it
See
easy,
ya.
buddy.
Have a good night, man.
Next
Good
week,
to have
hopefully.
you here tonight.
We'll have a
on
great
the
week.
Smoke Steve's International Pub.
Never take any of us too seriously.
I'm watching Port Orlando now, and I'm watching cars doing donuts in the street. There'll be loots in there. It's just classic.
Oh well, they do that on a regular Tuesday.
Bro.
Yeah, it's
No,
Don't the
Lives in LA.
Republicans do that on
That's just-
rainbow
that's-
flags?
Yeah, that's just LA. But LA does that every day. So.
Republicans do it on rainbow flags all the time. So what's your point?
There's a good doggy.
Those bigots.
Look at that dog. What a sweetie pie.
You're right. I mean,
chew his face off.
Driving on one of those flaggy things, like,
Yeah.
Would you drive on one, Steve?
I would drive around it.
supposed to drive on it or not?
I'm not
drive on it?
Oh no, you're not. You can't drive. No, if you drive on it, you're a bigot. If you drive around it, you're a homophobic.
No, I got to tell you something.
I don't know how.
What's happening
You
is
don't.
what's happening is in America is the dislocation of patriotism and what it really means to be a patriot.
No.
For example, these ICE agents, or they've all taken an oath to defend the Constitution. And wait, oh, here he is.
You know what this
mumbling.
is right here?
I am so happy that I can make him mumble. And I'm going to digress, and I'm not going to say any more. But they took an oath to to the Constitution, and that may sound like a simple thing for a foreigner who doesn't know what it was like to be an American.
Oh,
so
so
you know
Randy-
what's going on.
So you support
They-
ICE? Nice.
It's
What
a
makes you think they're not
sacred
supporting the Constitution?
Yeah, all of a sudden, like you sound pro ICE.
Yeah, that sounded very pro ICE.
No, he's about to say that they're not
Good job.
supporting the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lead up, but we're gonna take the wind out of his sails.
It is a lead up.
Of course,
it means they're doing exactly what they
Yeah.
always said. What all fascists do.
Oh,
They
okay.
say,
There it is.
I'm
Fascists, got
following
it.
orders.
There we go.
And we don't
No,
even
they're
know
not
who these
saying that,
guys are.
McGrandy.
Why
McGrandy,
are they
did you
bringing in
know
FBI
that?
agents?
Did
Why
you
are
know,
they-
McGrandy, that
I'm telling
the
there's an
immigration
undercurrent
and
going on right
customs
now.
enforcement's
Wait,
job
all right,
is
all
to
right.
arrest
I'll-
illegal
you
aliens?
go
Did you
ahead.
know that?
I'm sorry?
That's their job. That's their job.
Did you know
That's
that
their job.
Congress has funded the immigrations and customs enforcement to enforce immigration and customs, which includes arresting illegal aliens? Did you know that?
Wow.
Hi, Miles.
Well, if you don't know, now
Yeah.
you know. You know.
Yeah, I would,
So
I would
they're doing
suggest
exactly
that-
what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, their
Well,
job
well, you know.
description. It's in their job description to arrest illegal
Well,
aliens.
actually, they are doing it in defiance of multiple judgments by federal courts.
All right,
throughout
McGrandy,
the
I got
nation.
another
And you are
question for you.
speaking on a point of ignorance.
That is categorically
No one
false.
cares.
No, it is
It's
true, and
completely
it's so
false.
true that
There
they're
has
trying
been
to
no
put.
judgment
They're trying to put
that says ICE
judicial.
can't arrest
They're
illegal
trying to
aliens.
put judicial obstruction. They're trying to limit the power of the judiciary. in this
They?
new
Who's they?
Big bill
ICE?
that's going in the Senate right
They?
now.
You
And
saying
that's
the
the
ICE
truth.
agents are trying to limit judicial enforcement?
I'm saying ICE agents are arresting people without warrant.
They don't
without
need a warrant.
Any,
to
they don't
arrest
need a
illegal
warrant.
aliens.
Any warrant. This is habeas corpus.
So
okay?
they need a warrant.
Wait, hold on.
They're
Wait,
not-
hold on.
yes,
hold on.
they do need a warrant. This
They
is
do not
fucking
need a warrant.
America. They
Hang
need
on.
a fucking warrant.
So
Not
They
if-
have
to arrest
go to
illegal
a judge.
aliens.
I disagree.
Well,
I
you're wrong.
disagree.
I don't care if you disagree.
I am
You're
not wrong.
Whether you disagree,
I
it doesn't
am
matter.
fucking right. And you will see that. Habeas corpus. They are fucking denying fucking due process to anybody being arrested. They are snatching people.
You are on a roll tonight. Speaking of which, McGrandy, I got another question for you.
Go ahead.
And you will
Do you-
know
do you think
my
that every
name
single-
is the Lord when I
Do you-
bring my vengeance upon you.
Lord
Yes,
have
I
mercy.
think everybody arrested should go before a judge. I do.
Lord have
That's
mercy.
Every
Riddle,
single
did I
person.
anticipate your question?
No,
Yeah.
you did not. Actually, that's not what I was going to ask. Actually,
Okay.
that wasn't even close to it. I was going to ask, like, well, what do you feel ICE should do instead of arresting these people, since they're all innocent
Well,
according to you?
Well, first of all, their actions are completely illegal, and history will bear.
Wait,
them out.
who's the immigrant, the illegal immigrant?
The illegals.
There's no basis for the arrest.
Because I would agree with you.
Because they're
They
illegal.
are rounding
Oh, except for the
people
fact that
up
they're
because
illegal
of the
immigrants.
color of their skin.
They're illegal.
This is you. This is you
wait,
guessing
let me give
again.
you a
Now, you
pattern.
you have
Let me give you
illegal
a pattern.
What's supposed to do with
Let me
their color?
explain the pattern
what's
that
their
they are
color?
doing that is
You're
Wait,
illegal.
so you-
kidding.
So you just think they're arrested them just because their skin color? That's it.
No,
Nothing else.
yes,
That's it. Really? Does you really
it
think that?
is.
Well,
Yeah,
what skin
my
color are they
I-
choosing?
I can clarify that.
What the hell is it
You
like in
let me
La La Land?
clarify it.
I can
I can do
clarify
it.
that.
They are
Clarify
going
it
to
by saying you're a
construction
stupid
sites.
prick.
They're going to
Clarify it by
construction sites in
saying
the
you're a
state of
retard.
Florida
Say
They're
it louder.
going to
Maybe you'll clarify it
businesses
better.
that have workers in restaurants. They are going to the easy
Drug
jobs
dens.
right now.
They've raided a
In
drug den.
LA, it's
You know what?
falling
They raided a
apart.
drug
Miles,
den.
Miles,
You go to blue states, it's going to be a little difficult. They're not arresting anybody in Boston because those people aren't going to fucking stand for it.
you know what,
And
McGrandy?
they're all
Miles-
white.
This
You're going to
person
have
in
white
chat
people getting fucking beat up by fucking
Miles
ICE agents.
has a chat.
And
Are
that's
you
what's going to
stupid?
happen.
That's
Here's what's going to
stupid.
happen. It's going to fucking degrade
Jesus.
into a situation
Ice, baby.
where we're going to
McGrandy
have
show.
federal agents, FBI agents
Shut up, my granny.
striking American citizens who are in protest,
American
legal
citizens.
protest under the Constitution, standing up for the right to have free speech
Oh, you're full
and
of
to
shit.
have the
We've
right
seen
to
the
organize.
videos, McGrandy.
It's
There's
going
no.
to happen.
These are
It's gonna
violent
happen.
protesters
And this is
breaking
something
the
you
law.
don't want to recognize. because you're in Maryland, you're in the suburbs, and you're relaxed.
McGrandy, where do you?
And you're a white boy.
Grande, you're in
And you've
Florida.
given up your fucking soul.
You live in Fort Lauderdale, so shut up. So shut the fuck up.
He reaps all the benefits of conservative policies, and he fucking just talks shit about everything. He's like one of those guys that moves from California to Florida and starts voting blue and shit.
I was born and raised here, man.
Riddle.
I was born and raised, and I gotta tell you, under the Republicans,
McGrandy, give your mouth the rest. Give your mouth the rest, please.
It's a prison camp.
So if you look at the panel members here, right, these are not traditional Republicans. Like Steve, I know isn't, and I definitely know Last Dance isn't. So let's just talk about these two here. These two have been quite spoken, Stephen, about certain these subjects, and for a long period. And guess what? They're not that like disgusted about what's going on, but you are. These aren't traditional Republicans. They understand and see there's a major problem in their country, and it needs a big stick to be whacked at it.
These are
you are told about everything.
You're damn right. You're damn right. They're not regular Republicans. They're not.
No.
Who I understood.
But they clearly have John McCain. I've got some sense the damage it's doing to their country.
They can see the damage it's doing to their country. You know,
wait. I want to hear Last Dance. Last Dance. Are you interested to hear what we are from the?
I am interested. I have a real identity crisis, so I need some help.
What are like Steve? You're like a radical? Is that what he said?
Yeah, you know what, Steve and Last Dance. You know what, everybody? I want to hear what you guys identify as politically.
Well, let's
what you think.
I used to think I was a libertarian, but someone who's smarter than me just told me I'm a MAGA cultist. So I guess I'm out.
He sounds like a wise man. He's probably right.
Yes, there's a lot of wisdom you get from a bottle. I'm trying to get smarter right now. I'm trying to get a PhD. This will get me a PhD.
Every great deal in American history and world history came out of a bar. Every great deal, every great compromise, every great thing.
Yeah, maybe like a legal bar if you pass the bar, but not like a bar.
No. It's the truth.
Okay,
this is the perfect forum. So
over the head,
no disrespect, and I'm going to stand back.
But in reality, it's your bedroom. It's your bedroom. It's your bedroom, not a bar. It's a bedroom, not your bar.
You know what? Actually, McGee, I got a question for you. Since you haven't had much chance to talk tonight, right?
Mickey?
Yeah, McGee.
You lick McGee.
Yeah.
McGee, what's up, man? What do you think of
Irishman?
At best, I heard him described as a narcissist.
I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah.
As a leader,
yeah, I mean, duh. What gave that away?
At best, you can expect from him is a beneficial narcissist.
Well, okay, right? So let me ask you this.
Praise him when he's doing something good.
Never heard that before, but that's good.
Beneficial narcissist, yeah.
That's a new one.
Yeah. That is a new one.
Well, it's an interesting one.
Works out well for us, is what he's saying.
I like it.
No, I'm not going against it. Yeah.
McGrandy's confused because he was his friend from Ireland a minute ago. Now he's a goose-stepping Nazi.
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens when he doesn't listen.
Let's not focus on me there, Based. He's having a conversation. I'm
too late. Too late.
You're
back to McGrandy. I'm just kidding.
McGrandy had a point.
So McGee. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of. Personality. What do you think of his policies?
Well, not his
personality.
For America, it sounded very good listening here to the bread and butter things. I'm not talking about the global, but for the price of eggs, bread and butter, you're going out and whooping your overheads and the price of gas. You know what I mean? And that's what is really is what's so different states, different strokes, different folks. I see it as this country's 50 shades of grey. It's fucking crazy.
US?
We're in a sex
Yeah,
novel.
like I mean, different tax schemes, and like it's moving from one state to it's crazy.
We are literally 50 states, so 50 Shades of Grey would be pretty accurate, actually.
So
yeah,
to have someone in control of all that, to take it as a personality, one person running that, it's it's wow. Like I mean, I just don't. I don't. You know what I mean? It's like, when you say that,
you could say that for any country.
So you have sympathy for him and his task.
Well, no, I think what he just said.
I think it's. I don't know if he's saying sympathy.
I think Grande. I think he's a goose stepper.
I think what he just said makes a lot of sense, though. In this country,
it does.
We're so divided that
it needs more clarification. He sounded like he was on the wall.
You're gonna fail no matter who you represent in this country, because more or less about half of the people are going to hate you. They not only hate you, now it's become despise you with every being of their soul. It's like
I really want him to expand on that too.
Yeah, I do as well. And you know what, McGee? Since the more you play, both sides on these questions, the more I'm going to push you. Yeah, I want you to pick a side. For example, when it comes to immigration policies, what do you think?
Fuck picking a side.
No, you have to.
No, you don't have to. What is that? That's fucking ridiculous, dude. You have to pick a side. So you're saying you gotta
deport them or not?
Pick a side, so you gotta agree with everything they say.
No.
You wouldn't let me make my point earlier on.
Simple question, Athan.
See, now you want people to answer questions when you wouldn't answer my question.
Athan. It's a simple question. He's an immigrant. He's living as a white man in America.
Well, we want come here. I'm only passing through, by the way. So I'm not here. I've no skin in the game.
Do you arrive by plane? Do you arrive by plane with a visa?
You don't have to say anything.
I'm only giving you an outside observation. Okay.
I think it's a valid question, though.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean,
I think you arrive by plane with a visa somehow.
We only want perspective.
One perspective.
Your perspective is extremely
from an outsider. I'm not going to. From an outsider, from a European, an Irish perspective, from what I see, as America, we thought we were the policeman of the world at one stage, and that changed completely into a capitalist, and we see now a different beast altogether. And it's not growing up beside a beast as in Britain, and I don't mean that the people of Britain, I mean the establishment of these countries, and I see that changed in my lifetime. And now what I see is not nice. It doesn't matter who's there. It's just a whole different, So
you know what you are. You're a pragmatist.
How he hasn't proven anything to be pragmatic. He's saying very vague stuff.
No, he has absolutely proven it.
He has not proven anything.
Wait, let me finish, and I'll shut up. He's a pragmatist because he has explained his survival method.
But he's not. He hasn't.
And he's talking to us openly, and he's carrying on with his life, and that's enough for me.
The last part you said I agree with, but not the first part. Anyways, McGee, so in 2024, who would you vote for, Harris or Trump?
Oh, Trump!
If you had to, okay, there we go. That's it.
I was put on the spot there, but that was a no-brainer, because you did have someone who wasn't in control of the country completely before that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was pretty obvious, even if you were independent.
What I was saying about yourself. Two different characters, just watches, and it's not like, I mean, when it's so stupid turning around and saying it's one person, and get into that personality thing. It's a whole distraction, Like people ask that question, I feel embarrassed answering it because I'm an adult, and I say I shouldn't be playing that game, which is getting into personality, because it's stupid. You might as well ask me about Julius Caesar. And what I thought of him, like what they were doing there. It's not. It's the state.
He's a very naughty boy. A bit like Trump.
Caesar.
Yeah, very naughty boy.
Well,
I guess I wouldn't know about that.
Thanks for the questions, anyway. If you know what I mean, I hope
Yeah, I get you. I mean, it seemed pretty obvious. All right, so okay,
Goose stepper. He's a goose stepper.
he's definitely goose stepper.
Yeah, terrible.
Where's McGrande when you need him? Where is he?
Well, I can be. Your country's been overtaken here, undermined by and being used, and you haven't even seen it. You haven't even copped it yet. Who's doing it?
Yeah, tell McGrande. You want to tell?
You're talking about the U.S., right?
No, you do that yourself. I put you onto a guy called Housatonic is the name. He's on. He does lives, and the research he's done is unbelievable. And his name is Housatonic Live 2. If you look it up here on YouTube, and go and have a look at his last few things and what he's saying. I'm not going to say it here, but unbelievable. And it's in front of you. When you see it, you say, wow, 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 wow.
Who? Wait, who are you talking about?
This guy.
I think he's talking about Punxsutawney Phil. He's the groundhog that predicts the...
No, he's not a predictor. He's done his research. This guy is actually so... And I've just been listening to him for the last 2 years.
Okay. Who are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of his name.
Yeah, but what was the point he's making? Because you sort of didn't elaborate and explain what he's predicted. And so you want to break the pace or something? What do you want about?
What he's unearthed is
the groundhog.
Your country here has been undermined by some people that just whether they're being used.
Globalists, you know about the neocons
in the U.S. You're talking about the U.S., right? I mean, it's everywhere.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
what's he on about? The globalists?
India, for example, blaming China on everything, and all these Indians that have infiltrated into the echelon here in America.
Take the Indians over the. I don't want to say anything.
Wait. Hold on.
No, I'm not. That's what he wants to say. We're going to get into a race.
McGrande, he was your friend. He was your friend, McGrande. Listen to this. Terrible.
I never trust a vegetarian.
Well, yeah.
Vegetarian
and dog lovers.
I find it quite humorous how based.
As an American patriot,
McGrande, your judgment has gone down in my expectation.
You guys,
this is your friend, Goose Stepper.
Aphid, you have to verify that this guy is.
Mark Kuzak is his name, by the way.
Focused on me.
His name is coming to me.
My Irish friend, you say you're in Georgia?
Can you type that name in the chat? I can't hear you. Mark who?
Kuzak.
This is McGrande.
Mark. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
McGee.
My name keeps coming up. I love that.
I can't spell it, but it's Housatonic 2 Live here. And there's another guy, he's in JC on a bike. If you go and listen to him, and they're two American patriots. That's all I'd say to you. Okay.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's cool. Yeah. I respect that. By the way, how do you like it here?
Love it. The people here are absolutely brilliant, fantastic. I've been treated with, nothing but good to say about it.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Hey, dude, you have red hair?
No, it's on gray now, but it's all mine.
But you have freckles. You have freckles.
Yeah. You know where I have freckles. You know where I have freckles. In my eyes.
That's why they love you in Georgia, buddy.
Does the curtains match the carpet?
I'm just saying.
Don't answer that, please.
I'm going to give you the history. It's
history about Georgia.
The funny thing is, the Irish are everywhere in America.
Oh, here we fucking go.
Yeah, I know.
Is that funny?
Oh. Fuck the Irish.
I'm Irish.
Okay, yeah, but are you real Irish compared to McGee? Are you real Irish though? I mean,
well, I'm half German.
Well, if anyone is divorced,
Aphid, you might have hope. What part of Germany? That's the key.
I don't know, but I do like the smell of gas.
And That's because of your race car days.
So that means you don't support electric vehicle mandates, right?
No, it's because he's been around a bunch of. You actually don't like
No,
gas.
I
like
turning.
You like old fucking engines. Fucking.
Oh wait,
burning.
so I got here a bit late. Did you guys talk about the whole Elon Musk and Trump fallout?
No.
Ooh, that'd be a good subject, though.
That's beautiful.
It would be.
Bring that up.
You didn't talk about it at all? That's crazy. Shit.
I know.
I thought that would be like the first thing.
That's like because they're in avoidance because the agenda.
It's shocking. It's so shocking.
Yeah, the most
shocking. You would think Migrande would be all over it since you probably hate both of them, right?
He does.
Well, now he's bought Twitter stuff. He's liking Twitter.
But now
he's not confused.
Believe it or not, he's called them goose steppers.
Yeah, he called both of them.
That's crazy.
But now
That's
he's confused. He's
Well, no way.
Not Migrande.
No, I don't.
We must be talking about somebody else.
Right.
Wait, you guys act like I'm not being accurate.
We would never.
We got a guy who.
Well, we're not acting.
When Donald Trump got elected, did the fucking Nazi salute in public, and you guys just don't fucking notice that. How does that work? Okay, the guy's definitely a fucking drug addict, and he's on the spectrum.
He's a drug addict.
He's a fucking.
Does he smoke weed on a podcast once?
Hey, guess what?
Migrande, because I'll tell you about him.
Dude.
He
Breaking news.
doesn't know
Guess
what's
what?
going on.
Migrande, hold on, real quick.
He's a
Migrande, you are
You know why?
Hakeem Jeffries.
Because he has nothing to lose.
Also
he
a
has
good
nothing to lose. His fucking
Hakeem
future is fucking secure.
Hakeem Jeffries
just did it last week.
Hakeem Jeffries, also a goose stepper, buddy.
I thought you were trying to clear your throat.
And he actually represents
my
the
God.
what is it? He's the minority house speaker, right?
Did he give a
Well,
Did he
let
give
me
a
tell you
Nazi
something.
salute?
Yes, he did.
Oh
Yes,
my
he did.
God!
And it
Oh
was
my God, he
blazing
must
of
be a goose
Donald
stepper.
Trump.
It's spreading
Now,
just like
guys,
Migrande
you know
said.
what?
Speaking of
Isn't that Jeffries guy like a Timo Obama?
We lost him.
He's like a Timo Obama, isn't he?
Speaking of divorces, with Musk and Trump is based. I thought you might have come up with Harry and Meghan are getting divorced. Have you announced that yet?
I don't.
Really? Is it officially out?
Well, I heard it here. Funny enough, on something. So I just seen it as well.
Well, I mean, we hear loads of stuff on social, but I mean, is it true?
Well, I don't know. I thought. Well, it came from a fairly serious source, so I thought. So.
What was the question?
Speaking of divorces, I thought Faith was going to announce that one. When you said Trump and Musk have got divorced.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna bring me on.
You said something about a stock.
What?
Yeah, I probably misheard. I was just trying.
Yeah. But speaking of stock, did you see that latest one in China? That's with the
Which
cars,
one?
with the electric cars. That's a big one. That's
BYD. BYD is the biggest electric car company that competes with Tesla in China.
Right. Yeah.
It might be them. It could be others.
They fiddled some grant, and they have thousands and thousands of cars that they couldn't shift. They didn't shift, and they're all brand new sitting there.
Oh.
But knowing that they had that there was this, they were all these cars weren't going to be sold as new, right? That they didn't bother making them probably safe. Well, definitely safe. So they can't even sell these cars now as second hands because they're not safe. So they're trying to flood them. They can't do it now. So it's
because
like
they're catching on fire. They're exploding.
Yeah.
Well, they have to meet standards that are in Europe, there's European standards, and in the U.S., there's U.S. standards, and I guess these cars don't meet any of those.
Yeah,
So
they never do. That's why they're able to dump them and outsource all their fucking. Or
yeah,
I shouldn't say outsource.
Like that. Remember the big thing with the last big thing with their buildings that had to be all pulled down.
Yeah. Basically, they cut corners with everything they do, to basically get market share, and it's always shoddy work, no matter what it is. It's either stolen tech, and even when they steal the tech, they reproduce it in a cheap way that cuts corners, so they can produce it in cheap values, so they can dump their products and basically undersell the competing company that they stole the tech from. So basically, they just fuck everything over and sell it for cheap prices, and you get a shitty product in the end, just like BYD EVs.
Well, this is what's happened in China there at the moment. There's going to be, well, whether it came out yet or whatever, that's one I've heard there recently.
Yeah, fuck China. My sentiment is fuck China. They manipulate markets, and they don't abide by any trade rules, and they've broken every single WTO trade rule that you could ever think of, and EV vehicles are one of them. So when anybody says that they're actually out competing Tesla, they're only doing that artificially. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah,
by the Topple.
Yeah, we're Topple's taking off.
Well, see.
I'm sorry. See you, Topple. See you, man. I thought you had a question. My bad.
Yeah. Elon stopped patenting in his electric technologies anymore, so he's left the global market. I've seen it on an interview saying. So he's not patenting anything for these cars now. This is what he said.
Wait, said again?
So even though the Chinese would nick it, they don't have to nick it.
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed the first part where you said based. What'd you say?
Yeah, so I've seen an interview where Elon said that he stopped patenting his like technology in his cars. He stopped doing it. So basically, you're right with the Chinese that they nick everything, but in Tesla's case, they don't have to.
Well, because they started taking the tech out of the car for Tesla so they can be more competitive against BYD, but they can't because BYD makes EVs on the cheap, right? Maybe like $25,000 US value. But Tesla's known for having just built-in default tech. Like they're just a luxury car. Let's be real here, they are. Even though, like for example, California government trying to mandate vehicles, that got overturned as well, thankfully. There's this big EV push.
Driving Chinese? Yikes.
That'd be crazy. I mean, they don't allow like Chinese vehicles, thank God. But I mean, if they did, we'd be totally fucked. Like I would never trust that ever. I'd rather take the bus. Honestly.
That's not self-driving.
Yeah, good point.
In the UK, there's no market for electric vehicles for private buyers. So basically, they're getting the vast majority of their sales via companies because they're getting grants and all that crap that goes with it. It's like, global.
Yeah.
But actually, the private market, so 3 years they're normally kept in business. It's 3 to 5 years. And then they get sold away, auctioned out. So, yeah, the market for them private is just fucking non-existent. These cars are dropping in value, plummeting like fuck.
I think that's a good thing because I don't want EVs to be I want them to be a viable option, but they shouldn't be a forced option so quickly. It's just kind of fucked up for people that can't afford it. And it also kind of a strain on the power grid too. Like for example, California, right? And by the way, if you guys disagree with anything, just feel free to top in.
Sure.
Like for example, California, right? Like they're shutting down refineries. I believe there was like 7 total, but they're shutting down 2 of them, which is going to basically cause gas prices to spike pretty high within the coming years.
And then they're pushing EV.
And they're pushing.
Why are they shutting down the refineries?
Yeah, so it's like I guess California, well, because they're EPA, right? The EPA policies for California are they're just like a higher, stricter standard than compared to the rest of the country.
They have these myopic state goals that they're trying to reach, even though any other state or country, i.e., China, might be burning a shitload of fucking coal.
Yeah.
To them, in their little viewpoint, California will reach its goals.
Weather's local. Weather's
so
local.
Stupid, dude.
It's not worldwide, just local.
It is. It's a very much of a California thing. But if you haven't noticed, California is trying to overreach its what do you call it? Power, I suppose.
Yeah, net zero. The world net zero that everyone talks about. That's basically what it does. It just makes citizens poorer.
Oh, net zero. Pushing
all
that
it
policy to because the policy in California was to mandate electric vehicles by 2035. They're going to ban all gas vehicles by 2035. That's ridiculous.
Didn't they walk that back?
Yes, the federal government overturned it, thankfully.
Okay.
Thankfully, and then California wants to complain. Newsom wants to complain about government overreach, and I'm like, what the fuck? You guys are over. When the hell did the people get to vote on that?
The UK's heating, I think, is 4 times what you're paying in America for your same heating. So we pay more than all Europe put together, much more than all Europe, like
That's
3
crazy.
times as much as you. And this is what net zero is doing.
Oh yeah, net zero is a bad policy.
Can we all say hi to Joni?
Joni
What's up?
Rotten.
Hi, Joni.
Hi, Joni.
Well, how am I supposed to say hi to a
Story
profile picture
about
that's
Joni
flipping me off?
Rotten.
That's the one I'm staying with.
It's the love language, right?
Joni was a girl. She was a friend of mine.
Is that a friend of yours, McGee?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I found that from looking at your channel.
Joni's got
He
a
mentioned her.
gun.
I do. I gotta take my YouTube modding thing seriously. So I investigate every single person.
He's like Deadfish. They just don't codify it.
And I have learned the last time that I can understand why you're being serious about that.
Yeah.
By the way, my bad about that. I didn't know. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's cool, man. How would you supposed to know? I ain't like that. I ain't like that, dog.
Yeah. Last time I was pushing it a little bit, and I was like, well, why not?
You can drop it now.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Fair enough. All right. So,
on another note, you guys are familiar with Operation Spiderweb that happened in Russia.
I heard about it. Yeah.
They struck and took out their strategic bombers.
Maybe
I
they
didn't
got
see the
Sergey.
news today until I used Grok to seek it out. But on June 6th, Russia actually returned an assault. Apparently, it's one of their largest air assaults on Ukraine since the start of the full-scale war.
Yeah,
they sent out 407 drones, 44 ballistic and cruise missiles, and they targeted multiple Ukrainian cities, including Kiev, Kharkiv, Lutsk, and Chernihiv.
Yeah, you heard fuck all about that, didn't you? You heard fuck all about that.
I heard nothing about that.
No, I heard about it.
Yeah, I heard about this
did you
too.
guys
I didn't look too much into it.
I mean,
So
I
they-
heard of it. It's I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Riddle. I didn't mean to. Step
No, it's
on
okay.
your
It's
toes.
okay. I've been talking
But
too much.
I mean, Americans really aren't that into the Ukrainian war, so you don't get a whole lot of information about what's
you
going
get it
on.
one way. You get it one way.
But not even on X.
No, I mean, I heard about this, and you're saying I didn't hear about it, and I did. I heard about
Well,
it just as much as I heard about any other thing that happens over there. is
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
he's right. We
When
heard
you look
about
at
it.
the
We're just not
details,
interested.
yeah, but when you look at the details of it, like I said, you hear it about it like it's been mentioned.
Because you can't trust the details. Like we only get one side for the most part.
Well, yeah, I'm on
It's
about
annoying.
I'm on about the numbers and stuff. But basically, I mean, I would have suggested that they work like they normally do. They'll push one side and not quash the other, but sort of silence the other and not actually amplify it.
I mean, I don't see it like that because we heard about the drone attack. Just that was the last thing we heard about them, and that seems like it was Ukraine doing something to them. So, I mean, it's about equal. I mean,
Yeah,
I
like I
can't.
said, that's the bit that's amplified. That's the point.
So, is there any details on maybe RW since you brought it up? Is there any details on what Russia accomplished with their attack?
At least 6 people were killed, with dozens
Civilians or only 6?
Yeah,
Is
that's
the
what
largest-
I heard. I was thinking the same thing, Riddle. I was like, that's like every day. The numbers I hear that have been killed on both sides, like
Yeah.
6. That seems like that's got to be an
6?
average of every day.
Yeah, what the hell? I mean, well, because I'm hearing like, oh, Russia's losing 1,000 troops a week. It's like, well, how true is this? And now we hear the largest attack and only 6 people. died.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. I thought the same thing.
400 drones. I would
The
suggest
drone thing,
numbers
they destroyed like, what was it, 40 Russian planes. I mean, that's a big fucking deal for what Russia's showing that they have.
Supposedly, yeah. Supposedly, as far as we know, that's what happened, right? But you know how it is.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
I mean,
well,
you could say the same thing about this thing.
Yeah,
6
yeah.
people, maybe it's not.
I don't. It just something doesn't add up, which is why it's annoying to follow. And every time I hear something about it, I'm like, okay, well, what am I supposed to believe?
What happened with the local sports team?
It's good if people aren't being killed in that and they're taking out infrastructure. That's because people can't complain. Oh, they're just killing civilians.
Yeah.
But Mr. E has a valid point. The most likely reason that I didn't see that news is because it was absolutely flooded out with Elon and Trump's tweets.
Oh,
yeah, but I mean,
you think that's the distraction because they're trying to distract from the Ukraine war?
I'm not saying that is why they had that tiff to distract from that exact thing. I'm just saying that tiff literally flooded out Twitter.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect example of what I always try to preach with, people trying to say they bury this and they push this. I mean, if you had those two stories, we've all heard about at least a little bit about those two stories, and most of us were more interested in the Elon and Trump debacle than we give two shits about what happened over in Ukraine. Ukraine. So the reason we were fed more Elon and Trump news is because that's what we wanted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what people are clicking on.
I understand what you're saying. I'm personally more interested in what's happening while I'm being flooded with the Elon Musk and Trump stuff.
Right. I get you.
Yeah. No, you have a good point, and that's true. That you should always look around like, okay, well, what is happening in the world while we're being quote unquote distracted, right?
What aren't you being told, isn't it?
But it's also like kind of, it's just like it's funny that they actually you said they did this yesterday on June 6th.
I believe
the anniversary of D-Day.
Interesting. Within 24 hours, the tweet's gone and they're over it.
Yeah, so but it's also okay, so after like 3+ years, like it does get like you get fatigued. It's just like, what is this?
Yeah, but at the same time, if it's a milestone in any way, shape, or form, I would expect that to be.
Yeah, but they're always. You're right. I mean, you have a point, but I feel like there's always some kind of new milestone every few weeks. So it's just like, what?
That's fine. Let's talk about it.
All right. Yeah. I mean, so here we are. We're talking about the milestones and how it's just like you lose credibility each time you bring up a milestone. It's just kind of true. I mean, it should be taken in consideration, yes, but I do notice a pattern of milestones. It's always somehow escalated in a different way, in some way, shape, or form. And over time, you're trying to compare the statistics to things like deaths and I don't know, ammunition and money that's being sent, whatever. Things don't add up. They're not consistent, especially the deaths.
I mean, it's a good thing that the death numbers are a lot less than it was. And, you talked about the
I agree.
Anniversary of D-Day. There's an example of absolute slaughter.
Oh, yeah.
So when we're like 6 people died in a massive attack, we're like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't sound so bad. 6
More people died on the subway in New York yesterday.
But
in Chicago, it's true.
Okay, if those numbers are true and you just isolated the attack, but the same day.
Can you talk to your mic closer, buddy?
Yeah, at the same day, the meat grinder is going on daily. You just don't hear about the meat grinder as much. You just hear about the.
They're not giving those numbers out so readily.
No.
Hey, Smoke Steve, how's that gummy, man? How's that gummy, bro?
He's like Winnie the Pooh Bear right now. Man, that shit didn't hit me at all.
It's just setting in, bro.
I've watched him sleep on camera for the last 3 days, man. I can't moving forward.
Are you wishing Last Dance was back in here so you could just bolt out of here?
Where's Last Dance?
I don't know, man. He's been gone for a bit.
He's making hot chocolate.
Son of a bitch. It has to be vegan.
Yeah, no shit, man.
Can't have regular hot chocolate like this.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. Milks and
I just hope. I wonder when did okay, RW, do you know when the spider operation they called? Didn't that happen like a few days ago or like a week ago or something?
That was about a week ago now. June 1st.
June 1st. Okay. How long has Sergey been gone for like 2 weeks?
He's been gone since I think
3 weeks.
May 14th or something.
May 14th. Okay.
He's been MIA, so I will let you know if I hear anything.
Please do.
See you later, just Steve-O.
See you, Steve-O.
It's all right, that Sergey.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and he just went MIA on multiple servers, from going super active and doing a bunch of stuff to disappearing. So just a little bit.
Yeah, and not only that, but like unfriending too. So it's kind of strange because he did it to everybody. And
he unfriended everyone.
Yeah. Well, I could only speak for myself.
He got tagged by the KGB.
Is that what you think?
That's what my gut feeling is. Because he was running proxy to communicate with us in the first place, and when we talked about stuff, I'm not sure if all of that was kosher.
What does that mean, RW?
He did say that he was doing that against the government's will, like if they knew about it.
What does that mean, RW proxy?
Proxy means he was running his internet through a server somewhere else in the world to show that his computer was somewhere else.
Streaming by proxy? Wow.
Everything he did by proxy.
Yeah, it's called a VPN. You use a VPN.
No, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I use 7.
I just don't use anything.
I
but
use
then again, I use
that redirects it all the way back.
So it's already a VPN basically.
Wow, look at you, Mr. VPN guy.
I get all my commercials for states that I'm not in, so I find it's working.
Fancy boy.
Sort of.
That's cool.
But yeah, I'll let you know. I just hope he's all right. I know that.
I'm gonna love you and leave you. It was lovely meeting you all.
Oh, how do you say your name?
Either.
How do you say your name? Okay. Is it Ulick or Ulick or Ulick?
I was thinking Ulick. Ulick? Yeah, that's what I thought.
He explained it before.
I told you guys I was Irish.
He said his name was Irish for "suck my dick," basically.
Oh, that's right. He did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, you say Fanny is an arse. We don't think of a fanny as that's another part of the anatomy to us. So a gay is the same as a fanny to me. All right. Okay. You lick Maggie.
Oh wow, man, we have some added lore. Interesting. All right.
Oh, you love our Irish names. That's one anyway. It's a makey up one.
Right.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks for having me, Steve. Lovely meeting you all. Take it easy.
Thank you so much for showing up, McGee. It's really great having you.
Yeah, I think you dropped over one day into an Irish chat, Steve. It was great to see you over there. You were in Lady of Eris, I think, one day.
Yeah, I did. I popped over there one day. Yep.
Yeah, sure. Take it easy.
Okay, you too, buddy.
You have a good night.
Have a good week.
Do we want to shut down, or what are you guys feeling?
Last Dance is back now. Smokestick can shut down whenever he wants.
No, we're rolling. I'm not back. I'm here. I've never left.
Bro.
Well, he left, but in a different way.
Steve left long time ago.
No, I've been here. I've been floating. I'm floating a little, but I'm still present.
Ground to Major Tom.
Present and accounted for, sir.
All right.
What are you doing over there with frozen face?
Last Dance was polishing his uniform.
Last Dance looks like, who's that? John Quincy Adams?
I got words in front of my face. Move one of the guys that don't go on cam over there. I don't like being here.
I think it's helping.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I
gotta see myself.
Little trigger. Just call that face that he has there anything but Thomas Jefferson, and if you're wrong, he'll correct you.
Bro, it's Beethoven. I already told him.
Exactly.
Oh, I thought it was Bach.
Exactly.
Thomas Jefferson.
I know.
It was
Thomas.
Did he like Reason.com?
Yeah.
Is that why you like him?
He was more of a
libertarian.
Why was his signature so underwhelming?
I don't know.
He was trying to be humble. Maybe the other guys were egotistical.
Bad time to be humble.
Hancock.
John Hancock had had even signing anybody's name ever after came. John Hancock's was so awesome that everyone says, "Just put you John Hancock."
Yep.
Yeah, that's like following up the next speech after Martin Luther King's "I Got a Dream." It's like, how you gonna follow that up?
Right. Nobody says put your Thomas Jefferson down in that thing or anything.
No, but he is on one of the bills. So,
and what male doesn't like his last name?
Jefferson?
No, Hancock.
Hancock.
Yep.
I don't know. That's a good question, Aphid.
you know what?
Maybe-
Has anybody ever
maybe
met anybody in real life, like, in person, with the last name Hancock?
No,
I haven't, but I met a guy whose last name was Woodcock.
Well,
He got a lot of dates.
What about Buttcock? Does he get a lot of dates too?
No, I don't know. He wouldn't say.
I
also knew a guy whose last name was Glasscock. I don't think he did as well.
Ooh.
Dude, why does that put the cock? What is
Ooh.
this? What am I looking for? Suffix of cock? What cock? Is that like it's supposed to be a suffix or a prefix? The prefix is hand, right?
You're going to be changing your
Yeah,
Why?
Yeah.
Why? The prefix is hand. Why is cock? Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna look this up. This is gonna fuck up my.
Yeah, don't.
This is gonna fuck up my.
Too dirty.
No, I'm curious now, though, dude. Like, well, ask Grok. Where's Grok? Where's Grok?
You mean cock?
What? Grok. Sorry, dude. I didn't expect that. God damn it, dude. So that was.
Well, I
so
mean,
stupid, but it was
RW
hilarious.
Our boy Cup of Tea tells
Oh,
us
God.
here.
Alright.
He's got some insider information.
We don't like to talk about our dads. Cup of tea.
Oh man, you just ignited like 5 years of war.
He deserves it. Coming from me.
Good lord. Okay.
I don't know. It might stifle your friendship.
Yeah, it runs deep.
Lord,
Well,
James,
should we bring
his
this
name is
thing
Lord
to an
Bartlett.
end, boys, or do you want to continue? Charlie, Mike, or
Austin
0-0?
Mike?
It was like 30 seconds ago. You told me, "Oh, you're down." I'm in here.
5
I'm
minutes,
floating.
dude.
No,
I'm
No,
floating.
yeah, Aphid is right. And since he called it out, you had to wait another 5 minutes to make sure it was clear that we forgot.
I'm trying to read the crowd. Are you guys?
Nah, Aphid was
Yeah,
right.
we're all leaving. Yeah, because we're all leaving, right? Is that why you're reading
Well,
the crowd?
we are now. We're all now.
Yeah, I mean, I got a
trying
headache,
to
so I'll
read the
probably
room.
kill Cam and
Trying
just
to-
chill in the VC somewhere.
Trying to gauge what I'm going to have for my next beverage.
Well, Last Dance is off cam, which is a little off-putting.
Oh, complaining, are we?
Well, I'm just saying, it kind of seems like you're hiding in the background. Like,
All right. how's
I'm
that?
not taking control.
I don't know if
There.
that's
Smoke Steve, you're in charge here. You
Is
know.
Last
Nathan,
Dance?
but-
Is Last Dance the de facto leader here?
Well, Last
Nathan,
Dance is the only other one with powers to
I'm the
to
backup.
close
Oh.
things down when Smoke
You
Steve.
should get off. You
So
should get
he's
off.
back. so he's the top. Got it.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Can I use the Jennifer Lawrence line,
good
please?
catchphrase.
Nathan, you should get off pudding.
Galifianakis, right? Between two ferns.
Yes. Of
Yeah,
course.
that was a hilarious scene.
That was a good line.
That was.
Then she follows it up with "Cause you're fat."
There's like a silence. It's like because you're fat. It just put it. Oh God. Anyways, it's a good scene.
And she's such a little cutie, so it was very funny.
That was a while ago too. Yeah.
I mean, nothing beats actual President Obama between two ferns. I mean, like awkward to the max, bro. I love it.
Yeah. That was a good little series at the time.
He
I mean,
had.
I know
He's
you
got
hate
timing.
him. Who does?
That Brock dude.
Oh wow, you like him now?
No, I'm just saying he. You know, there's a. I'm not saying Trump doesn't have timing either, but
Wow, you're a
Brock-
big fan of Barack.
Brock
Huh?
had timing. You know, he knew. You know, he just.
Oh,
you know,
Barack.
was-
No, that guy was smart. He was very
Yeah.
charismatic. He was
Yeah.
smart. I didn't like him, but he was. You got to give him credit.
Yeah,
he was smart.
Like him, I would have thought you would have been a huge fan of his.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clinton was similar.
No, his second term got all weird. And honestly, I didn't even pay attention to politics that much at the time. But his second term was very noticeably different from the first term. Anyways, yeah, he just didn't. I'll just say this: he's a very smart guy, very charismatic. I'll just say that.
Barack, yeah, I mean,
he
was a better choice than. I mean, I found the choice of.
I would still vote for Trump though if it was between the two.
Sure.
Between Barack and Trump,
I mean,
yeah.
Well, there's not many. I don't think I would choose before.
I mean, if they had, because they had to. I mean, I understand. It's like I get it. Like, what choices do we have, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in the sense of a presidential election, you had to look at their choice of Barack and say, all right, solid choice. Whether you hated him, whether you liked him, Republican or Democrat, he was a good choice for their party. But then he chose Biden as his vice president, which was like, okay, yeah, elder statesman, long-serving senator. He's coming in here. All right, this makes sense. Maybe in a backup role.
Yeah, and to be fair though, at the time, Biden was nothing like he was when he was elected president. He was nothing like he was.
That's Biden of 20 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, he was like actually sharp, and he was actually somewhat. I hate to say it, likable. You know, he was.
Yeah, there's definitely been some worse vice president picks.
Yeah, so
like
it made sense.
McCain was probably the worst.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
I was a big McCain fan until he picked his VP.
Yeah, but you got to admit that therein lies the paradox of it, is in that when Biden was the VP, he was sort of liked, but why the Democratic Party went from having this dynamic young guy, Obama, whether or not I was a fan or not, he's well spoken. He's a great guy. He's a smart guy. To deciding like, okay, we picked an elder statesman for his like right-hand man. Now that the elder statesman is older, we're gonna try to elect him as president for 2 terms. I mean, it's fucking one of the dumbest moves ever.
Yeah, but it's not a move. I mean, what are the options?
It's a move.
But by who?
The Democrats, because they had multiple other choices out there. It wasn't though it wasn't a vacuum.
I mean, it literally comes down to the people, though. It's who the people are liking at that point in time with their other choices. There was never a point where, unless it's an incumbent, which is a totally different story. There's never been a time when the Democrats like forced some person onto us. It was just like who the Democrat voters liked at that point in time.
Yeah, but
is this before Kamala Harris for Biden, or what do you think?
Wouldn't you recognize like the decline from Biden, and that this was like in hindsight?
But it was he ran. He thought he was fine to run. He wanted to. So what are you going to do?
He might have thought cookies tasted like fucking apples. I don't know.
I mean, I agree with you, but it's a unique situation that I don't know if we've been in my lifetime, at least.
Yeah. It's kind of like old dad,
But it wasn't like somebody. It wasn't like somebody. Somebody else didn't. What I'm just saying is the way you frame it is somebody else forced this opinion on us, and I just don't believe. I don't see signs that happened.
I didn't frame it as such.
I'm happy to frame it that way.
Describing it as such.
The primaries, the Democratic primaries, are not as democratic as you would think. They're certainly rigged in favor of the candidate that the party bosses want to run, and that was Biden in 2020 and 2024. But still, there were choices, and they were made. It's not like
Yeah, I mean, unless you can convince me there was the people wanted some other person to vote for,
Well,
it's irrelevant.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the party wasn't very inviting of candidates to come and enter the primary. There was there was.
David Lip, when you saw fucking Biden standing there with his lip quivering and his fucking blank look on his face.
Are you talking about when he was running against Trump?
Yeah. Weren't you thinking, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. He was an incumbent. He was already the president.
Right.
What's the
No, I'm not saying like I disagree with that.
So it's not like he chose to be
right.
He
chose to run.
Yes. So it wasn't like somebody else controlled us as other,
us.
He chose to run, and the voters voted for him. What can you? What's left to argue about?
Yeah, there's not. It's a unique situation. He wasn't. I don't think he was in the right state of mind, and I certainly don't think he was.
Are you saying that the incumbent presidential candidate, it has, like, if he says he's going to run, that's it?
I think that the risk to challenging an incumbent president is not a risk that any qualified candidate wanted to take that we would have voted for anyway.
And
that's what I'm saying.
You mean the same party as the incumbent, like Dem?
Yeah, like there was no Democrat, and there's no Democrat that felt like it was worth enough to them at the time. Now looking back, I'm sure there's a lot of people that thought, well, shit, I should have pushed and I should have run and maybe I could have done something differently and we wouldn't have Trump in office right now.
Or politicize a major event.
But at the time, it's not like somebody else controlled all those people. That's just, you got an incumbent and he chose to run again.
Which year are you talking about?
This last election is what
the last election. Oh, the last election.
Well, because he presented to me about Biden doing so poorly in the debate with Trump.
Right. I mean, okay. Oh, yeah. By the way, how do you feel about the media coverage? What about that? And the fact that they're downplaying it and also saying that it wasn't a thing. That was a.
Who are you? You're talking
the covering of his obvious. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is like the Alex Thompson, Jake Tapper book, Original Sin, that's come out suggesting that the reporters were misled by the Biden administration.
Misled? No, they were doing this willingly.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about that book. I'm actually just talking about what happened. Like, what do you guys what do you guys feel about because right now it seems like, to be honest, I haven't been paying attention to this for the last 2 days.
What's the point if there's not going to be any accountability? What's the point?
A cover up.
I mean,
what's the point? What Miles Kinslow says. Yeah, what's the point? What is the point?
It wasn't like, and people on this show, discussed his cognitive issues, and I was of the opinion that he was in bad shape. But
clearly he was, like, not just bad shape. Bad shape is putting it lightly.
I pooped myself.
Yeah,
dude. He's shitting in front of the Pope. He's shitting. He's falling on bikes. He's falling on the stairs. Like, come on, like, this guy. He's stumbling his words every time he speaks. He doesn't make sense. Like, he can't take any press questions. He's obviously in a form of, like, there's something wrong. Obviously. He won't even openly take what was it they were doing, a health development, like a mental assessment test or whatever they were. What is it called? Cognitive test. Yes.
I'm not saying I'm excited for this, but at this stage, in 2025, if that's the year it is right now, if you're telling me that some CNN reporter hid information because he didn't want to give, a better chance to the Trump person coming in to try to, win. Mm-hmm. If you're trying to tell me that I would expect anything differently, no, I wouldn't. And the same thing would go on the opposite side.
What do you mean? Wait, hold on. What do you mean by that? What do you mean expect something differently?
Well, I mean, if you're judging like Jake Tapper, like,
so you would be okay with them withholding information or lying to the public to make him win the election?
Being okay with it and totally expecting.
What do you feel about it? So you expect?
Well, of course, I don't like it.
Well,
but I don't like that. I don't like that there's a CNN, NBC, and then on the other side there's a Fox. that a lot of people, I don't even know if it's the majority anymore, but a lot of people tune into every night to get all their information from. I don't like that. That's the fact that it is, but that's the fact that we chose. That's what we've put ourselves in that situation because we want a channel that feeds us that information.
Well, who's we? What do you mean?
Us,
American
all of us.
people.
All
the
of
American.
us.
Wait, okay. All right. So we want. Okay. So can you clarify more on the we part?
That's what
we all want.
We're not going to watch. We're not going to watch a channel that gives it to us straight. We're gonna. That gives it to us straight and gives us all the information. Ukraine, all the as much as we probably deserve to hear about it, and the good things and bad things about each side of the party. We as a average person don't want that. We want somebody to feed us how we hate the other side. And
okay, I see. So you're basically
we're gonna if there's an option where it's in the middle and they give us all the hold on. If there's an option, say there's a channel that comes out that has everything straight down the middle and feeds us everything we want, and then you still got CNN, MSNBC, and you still got Fox on the other side. Right. We as a people are going to choose to turn to that side or turn to that side, and there's not going to be enough to look at that middle ground channel to afford to buy advertising because the advertising ain't gonna go to that channel because nobody's watching it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So
and I'm not happy about that because I'm not like that.
Yeah, so
but that's the way we are. Like I think you said earlier, you have to pick a side. This is a perfect example of you have to pick a side. No, you don't have to pick a side. You can watch that middle channel and you can get fed the bad news and good news about both sides.
Scum? Oh, didn't he call me a Marxist last time?
I prefer to find information that's not spun or have a bias. Like if I could find anybody that's just trying to dig and find the facts, I would totally watch that information.
You would.
I would like
it's rare. It's rare.
I would also like to see both sides of the radical, like MSNBC, Fox News. I want to see both sides of what they're quote unquote spinning. Now, MSNBC compared to Fox, now Fox has its spins, right? But MSNBC is a little bit crazy if you want to because what other right organization could you compare to when it comes to MSNBC and everything that they've done?
An example of that would be when January 6th happened and they wanted to, focus on the things that happen and there's proof of the higher ups at Fox saying no, we have to give these conspiracy theories and that chick that was crazy about wanting to overturn the election and everything. I can't remember her name. And giving her airtime and
Wait, no.
The lawyer?
Yeah, that crazy.
The Sydney something?
Yeah, that's right. Sydney Powell. Sydney Powell, is that it?
Sydney,
and like giving it's Powell and one Sydney.
Yeah,
Powell.
no, I think Aphid, you're right. It is Powell. Sydney Powell, yeah.
So I mean, yeah, but
it doesn't seem nearly as crazy.
So what I'm getting at is to hear that Jake Tapper, whatever his name is, is it shocking? It's disappointing, but it's not like I didn't expect it. He didn't want at the time. He wanted to save face and not give a better chance. And now there's no risk in it. Trump is president. There's no risk in it, and he can profit off of it. So obviously he's going to do that.
Trump can profit off of it, right?
No. Jake Tapper can profit off making this book right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's no risk in it. You know what I'm saying? He's got no risk.
Now? I mean, you think really?
No, because the people that are going to judge him already had their opinion on him. The
Plus
people are going to be.
And you're specifically talking about Jake Tapper, right?
Well, that's what we started off the conversation with, and I just evolved into this. And in my mind, I don't know if I have ADD or I'm old.
No, well, you do.
I don't
you have
apologize.
ADD.
I apologize. So
I think you're youthful in your energy, but you're ADD in your mind. This is pretty much what it is. Because what I asked was MS, like, because I was looking at you want to look at fair comparisons, right? You want to see both sides of the story. I would love to be told the truth, to be honest, but we won't get that because there's always a bias. So if you're going to have to at least see both sides.
But that's our fault. That's what I was trying to tell you. It's our fault that it's biased.
It's your fault.
It's not my fault.
Well,
I don't watch any of this.
Now, this is what Last Dance did to me last time. Speaking for everybody else, right? You don't get to do that. You can't say it's our fault.
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying it's the average American person. So if I said that or meant that,
I'm an average American.
Well, then it's your fault. Then.
Yeah, exactly. See, well, then, come on, man. Come on.
If you're an average American, it's absolutely your fault.
All right, then it's totally my fault.
No, but everybody's going to think it's not their fault. If I present this way to any person, they're going to be like, "Oh no!" Even though like Fox or CNN is burnt onto their plasma TV at home,
I know what I'm saying? I have a quick question before we pull too hard on the next subject. You said that you didn't think, and this is paraphrasing, that Biden was forced upon the Democratic or the center party. What about Kamala Harris?
Was she? I mean, she was the. What are you going to do in that situation? I mean, it was like 2 seconds, and you're 15 feet from the yard line or whatever it's called in football.
The tape, yeah.
It's. I'm not saying that they. Of course, I can look back on it now and say they didn't make the right decision. Yeah, but I mean, what in that situation? What are you going to do? It's the vice president. What
do you feel like she was forced on you?
Forced on me by who? I mean, I think that
by the.
I don't think anybody was.
The Democratic.
Well, I mean, there was no possible. I mean, you would have to make that argument because there's no. We had no.
I disagree with you.
There was no way for us to choose somebody else at that point. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying I said that. I said at the time last dance, I wanted there to be some kind of thing. I'm not saying that. I'm agreeing with Last Dance that she was forced upon us. But I also don't know. I think there was time. I think they should have definitely had some, something where a week or two goes. I mean, fuck it. If you got, what are you gonna do? You got no other thing. You can't just throw it. And I guarantee. Oh, let me finish this because I'll forget it. But there was some shit going on behind closed doors. I can only imagine at that point because. And I'm sure, in my mind, I think, Hillary and Obama, and maybe the black dude he's the head of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. They were all like trying to figure out what the fuck we going to do after that debate, I'm sure all hell broke loose. And there was no organized, I'm sure it wasn't like what I'm picturing. There was no organized thing. It was like nobody's really going to know. I feel like Chuck Schumer jumped out there first and like supported Kamala, but I could be wrong. And nobody else did right away. And it was like real awkward and they had no clue what to do.
Okay, well, because Chuck Schumer is a clear villain. And so is Nancy Pelosi. Why don't you make way for people like the new generation? Maybe the Democratic Party might have a chance. And then from what I've seen though, they're going super progressive, and that's not good.
I don't know. I don't know if it's their choice.
My point is that.
Oh, then who's pushing it?
You said that there's never been a experience where you felt like the party was pushing a candidate on you. Like people were choosing what they thought should be that person for president.
Yeah, well, that situation, yes, I was talking about the Biden situation, but yeah, in that situation, we had no option. It was Kamala.
Right. So I'm hoping this was a one-off situation, and the next time it's time to have an election, both parties aren't forcing shit.
Well, I know, but I mean, in that situation, what are you gonna do? There's no protocol. I don't think in American history of a situation like this where the incumbent is going to run, but the incumbent is shitting himself in front of every American on national TV.
I don't understand why the American people weren't asking for more options.
Yeah, I would agree.
It was so late in the game. It was so late in the game. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying that's the choice I would have made.
Not even for Kamala Harris.
I'm not, but I'm just saying it wasn't like
no thanks.
And it wasn't like it was like this was a predetermined thing years in advance where they were waiting for Biden to shit the bed and they're gonna just throw Hillary. I don't think Kamala. I don't think that anybody wanted Kamala to be that choice. It was just that she was the next in line, so she had to be that choice, or it looked like there was some fishy stuff going on. I don't think there was really a lot of options. There was only two options. There was the next person in line, or there was some last minute debate with a bunch of people that were not prepared to have.
Can I ask you this? Who would you have preferred to be a candidate?
I mean, I don't. On either side, I couldn't pick an answer for that.
No. For who would you think that would be a viable candidate? Not that you would even choose a vote.
Viable,
but a viable candidate.
It would be like somebody more, because I'm more about somebody that is.
What about Bernie Sanders? What about Bernie Sanders?
No, absolutely not. Not even close. No, it would be like what was the guy that was the guy that was switching the guy that was switching over all the time.
Oh, the switching over all the time. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? That sounds...
The Democratic guy that was in a red district. Over. And, come on, you're not that drunk, are you? Help me out here.
No, but I don't know who you're talking about.
The guy that he was always disagreeing with the Democrats when they would come down to, because they didn't have a big majority either. Just like
you mean in the Senate, I believe they had two people, right?
Oh, yeah. I know who you mean. Joe Manchin.
Joe Manchin.
Yes, Manchin.
It would be like somebody like Joe Manchin. I have to admit though, I did like the gay dude, the Buttigieg guy. When I would hear him talk about different things,
really,
he didn't seem like he was very. I know, but he didn't seem like he was very successful as a mayor. I think of some town
of anything. He fails upwards because he's gay.
I know, but when I'm just saying, when I would hear him talk and speak about things, and he would be questioned about all kinds of different topics, like out of the people that were close to the top of running, I did think that his responses to questions were better than most people's responses to questions. But I'm not saying I want him to be president. There's
Holy
no
shit,
way.
Steve, are you okay?
No, he's out. He's out.
Fine. He's
Steve,
fine.
wake up, buddy. Steve, wake up. Get up, buddy. Get up. Get up.
He's fine. He's
son of a bitch. Get up.
Smoke Steve's got the tolerance like you wouldn't believe. So much more tolerance than any of us.
No, we can't.
When this is over, he will do another show somewhere else.
He's gonna sleep on Scum's feed.
Smoke Steve is the man.
Well,
I hope he hears my words.
I feel bad. I don't want to. I want to keep talking.
He can leave. He can leave. And Last Chance is here. He knows he can leave.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's passing out, dude.
This is not new.
I know it's not new. I just
the fact that he's still on camera is kind of a new thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't pass out on camera. I mean, Steve.
He's fine. His wife is still there. His wife is still there. She's fine. She knows what's going on.
Okay.
He's well taken care of.
I know he's fine.
He's got a support group.
Yes, he does. He very much does. However, he's passing on camera. He needs the support group to take action now.
Sorry, Base Walsh.
Now.
You're up. You're up.
Base passed out every week. Nobody's concerned about that.
Maybe now.
Because he doesn't have his cam on.
There he is. There he is. Woo! There he is. All right. There you go.
Oh, Smoke Steve's the best.
Finally, jeez.
Smoke Steve's wife. She's on it.
I'll go down there in a bit when I feel ready to.
On it.
When I feel like it.
Are you guys expecting anything interesting to happen this month?
It's all
in the world. Or you guys have your ear to the ground on anything? I haven't been paying much attention to the world. I've been playing video games and
you froze again?
That's all right. We can still hear.
It's fine.
I know, but it's not like the same though.
Riddle's so concerned about everybody else.
I know.
Riddle.
Is that a problem?
That's good. No, that's a good characteristic. I admire that.
I'm sorry, like Jesus.
No, it's perfectly good.
Anyway,
Anyways, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I was just curious if you guys were paying attention to anything, if you got your ear to the ground on it, and you think like you're predicting something to be happening. I'm mostly paying attention to the Peter Thiel Plantaire thing. That's what I'll be paying attention to. And
the what?
The company that's going to be creating the database for American citizens for all agencies to be able to pull from.
Are you speaking English right now?
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because you know what's funny? You said it in a monotone, and you said a bunch of shit that we're not fucking sober enough to pay attention to.
This is ASMR hour.
If you don't mind, can you repeat that?
Yeah. So Peter Thiel is the guy.
No, not like that. Just repeat exactly what you said.
There's just a guy. His name is Peter.
Okay.
Peter Thiel. No, Peter Thiel.
Oh shit! Is this like a reference? Okay.
And so he has a
like
company.
pedophile, like pedophile.
Oh, like
his name's Peter Thiel.
Well, now you just.
I wasn't being a dick. I was serious. I thought maybe it was some kind of.
I was being a dick. That was me.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's most likely going to get the contract from the Trump cabinet to create an AI integrated database system that will be used by all agencies.
Peter Thiel.
For algorithmically keeping track of every American citizen.
Oh yeah, so people don't like this shit.
There's a lot of people that are concerned with what this is going to be. This is basically the next Patriot Act.
Well, that's what they're portraying it as, right?
That's the best that I can relate
it could be. And you know what? It very much well could be. Look, I don't agree with everything Trump's doing. Now, this is concerning if it's true.
I am seeing that for what it is. If it's used to efficiently do a job for a while, that's great. But the end game for that, I see, what China is doing with their social credit. That's my conspiracy theory on that. I'm paying a lot of attention to that.
Yeah. Well, okay. So is this something that's being shoved into the big beautiful bill? Is this why Elon Musk had such a fallout with Trump?
I'm not sure.
We don't know. We don't know shit, do we?
I'm not sure if this is attached to the bill or if this is a separate thing.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know because we don't know shit. Like none of us do.
Riddle, you said that you were saying how everybody needs to pick a side. What about with the Trump and Elon thing? Are you picking a side? Do you got a side?
Yeah, it depends on the topic. I'll absolutely pick a side on the topic. For example, the big beautiful bill, I'll choose Elon's side on that one because I think it's fucking too much. You can't pass. It's like another omnibus bill. You can't just pack a bunch of shit into a giant fucking bill and expect it to be fucking perfect, right?
Did they pass the omnibus bill?
No, I don't know. It was an example.
But are you picking Trump's side on something else?
Well, it depends on the topic, right?
Well, I know, but you were saying everybody's got to pick a side. So that goes against what you're saying.
Yeah,
because
and obviously I was being a little facetious and a little bit fucking of an asshole, right?
All right.
But let's be real here. No. But if you want to hold me to a standard, I will try my best. So here's the thing. It depends on what topic it is that you want to pick a side on, right?
Well, couldn't that be the case with Democrats and Republicans?
Sure. What's the topic?
I didn't take when you said earlier that you had to pick a side. I took it as
you didn't hear the context.
Blanket. Maybe I missed it.
There was context to what I said. Like there was.
At the time, to be fair, there was a lot of talking over people.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So I just want to make a point here. For me, if someone is not able to answer a question with a yes or a no, or make a definitive statement, and they're just like philosophy that's coming out, that's where I think they need to pick a side on something. Like don't bullshit me. Just give me something.
I agree. I mean, you should at least talk it out, right? But if somebody claims to take a stance and they claim that they know something, then they should at least be able to answer within a black or white response, right?
My preference, yes.
Well, anyways, so Aphid, you had mentioned that certain things between Democrats and Republicans are necessarily just a side, right? You have to take a side. For example, immigration. I'm on Donald Trump's side on this one.
Well,
I'm on the.
What's the other side?
Well,
Elon
fucking
Musk,
what? Oh, okay. Well, Elon Musk. When it comes to immigration, or when Elon Musk when it comes to their breakup of the big beautiful bill, because when it comes to the big beautiful bill, I believe Elon Musk on this one. To be honest, it seems like it would make more sense that this is all full of bullshit that they're just trying to pass through once again. So what's the difference between every other giant fucking bill they try to shove through with Congress, you know? What's the difference?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So I would take Elon Musk's side on this one over Donald Trump. And don't get me wrong, I would, I totally support Donald Trump, but if it makes sense, if he's making sense, then it makes sense, right? Like it makes sense that this bill he's trying to pass is too much. But his reaction, that's a different story.
Why? How much have you dug into the bill to understand for a fact what it is or what it isn't?
Oh, I don't. For Elon Musk to say that, or
for yourself to say that you don't back
for
the bill?
me? Well, okay. So from what it sounds like they're canceling a lot of government contracts, right? Stopping EV mandates, stopping certain types of things, right? But that's just a small portion of it.
I mean, you haven't dug very much.
Oh no, I have not. By the way, yes, I just, you know what? I'll be honest. There is a part of me
trying to get a gotcha. I'm just asking.
No. I'll just be honest. There is a part of me that just blindly believes it because every time they shove a giant bill, it's usually full of shit. And Trump is no exception. Just because I like the guy, not personally, like his personality, but I support him politically, doesn't mean I'm gonna take his side every fucking time. Because the Democrats do the same thing. Donald Trump is no different. If they're pushing a giant fucking bill, it makes sense that this would be you just can't force a bill. Basically, is all I'm saying.
Do you think it will pass?
Oh, no, I hope it doesn't. Actually,
you hope it doesn't, but do you think it will?
No, I don't think it will.
Okay, I have a feeling it's going to go right through.
Last Dance, what do you think?
I think it will not pass the Senate and it will be changed. I don't even think it will come up for a vote. I think it will go back to the House for tinkering.
Yeah, that's about right.
Do they have a deadline before a shutdown?
Because every Democrat will vote against it. So all it takes is a couple of Republicans. And
yeah,
I think
they've already got that. And with
Rand
Musk,
Paul isn't going to vote for it. So that's one.
Yeah, with Musk fucking. Well, I mean, look, Rand Paul has been fucking pretty. He's been pretty solid for as long as I can remember, and Dance knows he's got a way longer history than I can. But for as long as I can remember, Rand Paul has been fucking.
His poster is only second to Clarence Thomas and is on his ceiling of his bedroom.
Dude, Clarence,
that's not good.
Hey, oh shit, damn. Hey, that's my favorite justice. Clarence Thomas is shit.
I was helping Ron Paul when Rand Paul was born. No.
I loved Ron Paul because I saw the hand painted signs.
Shit, am I saying his name wrong? Sorry.
No, there's Rand and there's Ron.
I get that confused, but you know who I mean. I'm sorry, my bad. Fuck.
but Ron Paul, the people that were supporting him, hand painted signs and put them in their. I don't know if that was just a Midwest thing or if that was everywhere in the country, but that's the way I think it should be. Fuck the outside money coming in. It should just be people like really strong in their opinions on somebody.
Yeah. So, do you still identify as a libertarian, Dance?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I thought you had a question of political faith there for a second.
What do you mean?
Well, earlier you had mentioned that you had questioned your own sense of what you are as a political lineman, I suppose. Because you had mentioned that you identified as a libertarian. Now you don't really know, and that's what you had mentioned before, maybe like a couple hours ago.
Let me answer for Last Dance since he answers for everybody else. You know what I'm saying, Riddle?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Tell me what he's thinking. You know what you should know.
No, I'm just kidding.
Go on.
No, that was totally valid.
I don't think
that's what you do,
Dan. Wavered. I've never seen Last Dance waver at all from his libertarianism.
No, he actually did say that though.
I don't recall saying that.
You did, dude.
Okay,
Dance.
I don't recall it.
Okay. So I've been paying attention to you because I respect you. I respect you.
Oh.
I do.
This is a point where you shut up and just let him talk.
Okay.
I do. I respect what you have to say. I respect what you think. But like when you do, I mean, okay. So I just kind of want you to be consistent a little bit, So, how do I say this? You did question your own political alliance there for a second. Just for a second.
When?
Like, so what time is it right now?
Today?
9/11. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Pacific Standard Time. So maybe, when did I hop in? Like two and a half hours ago. Basically, when I hopped in, maybe like 25 minutes when I hopped in, the subject was I don't know. There's a bunch of shit going on. Basically, I'm not sure what the subject was. All I know is that I had asked everybody. I had like a quick moment, right, to ask everybody what they thought their political alignment was, because people were kind of confused about what their political alignments were nowadays, like what they used to be compared to what it was when they thought it was during a certain time period, right? And
I vaguely remember that, but I don't.
Yeah, it's like I can't remember exactly when. It was just a little bit ago. It was a couple hours ago. But you did mention, and you're probably just joking, but you did mention that you questioned being a libertarian. It's like, are you a libertarian now? Like, are you fully like that? I mean,
does anybody else remember this? Or
I don't remember. I don't remember.
I don't even remember 5 minutes ago.
I mean, yeah, it's not. It's not. I'm not gonna.
I'll tell you how I feel.
I'm the
now.
only one that remembers that shit. Fuck. All right.
Well, I'll tell you how I feel now. I don't
even remember the question, to be honest with you.
It's all good. Go ahead, Last Dance. Go.
I mean, I don't. A libertarian means I have my own opinions, and they tend to align with libertarian philosophies.
Your own opinions. Wait, hold on a second. I got questions about that.
Okay.
Does that mean I'm a libertarian just for asking?
Well, I just said I have my own opinions, and they usually align with libertarian principles.
So what are the principles?
But if they don't, I'm not going to change my opinions to conform to a libertarian.
Oh, I don't want you to. I like that you're different.
Let me butt in.
Okay.
Would you say that libertarians are more free thinking than Democratic and Republican Party members?
I guess I would, but
yeah, I would.
But it doesn't have to be that way. I mean,
well, how do you define free thinking?
Well,
instead of just taking your talking. Oh, sorry, you're asking him.
No,
anybody.
Anybody.
To me, free thinking means that you're going to literally think about something and understand it and come to a conclusion instead of just parroting talking points from the party.
Okay, I agree. Very simple standard. It's a staple, right? Free thinking.
It should be, in my opinion.
I agree. Now, that's libertarian. But isn't that just one virtue of being a libertarian? That's only just one, right? Isn't there more?
Is that a virtue of libertarian?
I believe that is. Free thinking, right?
Well, I don't know. The key to being a libertarian is liberty. and it's it means freedom from government intervention, basically.
What? I thought you have to type it up. I thought you knew.
I'm not typing anything.
It sounded like you were.
I'm typing.
That was RW.
Oh, that's RW. Oh, he's framing you.
I'm talking in
My
the chat.
hands.
You can see what I said, man.
So wait, I could type. Wait, you have a chat?
There's the comments section in the YouTube, bro.
Oh, I'm not looking at that. Sorry. It just. Anyways. All right. So yeah. I mean, so yeah. What do you think? Sorry, I derailed myself there. I'm sorry.
Man. I think he's guilty. What's the question?
All right. I don't remember. I don't remember shit. Fuck. No. Okay.
I
Yeah.
believe
But
that what I've
libertarian. Okay.
experienced-
All right. Yeah. So libertarians. Oh my bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're the libertarian people that I've come across, and it's not even true. People that are willing to engage in a conversation, despite what party they're in, are free thinking. They're not just, in order to have a conversation, usually they're not parroting talking points, because if they're parroting talking points, they're defensive, they're not engaging, they're just deflecting, and they're spitting back narrative. So I don't know if it's just because everybody that's here on the panel right now is from a different party, basically. So I don't know if it's a libertarian thing or not.
Shit. Do I? Because you know what's funny? I used to think that I was a libertarian too. Because I definitely don't identify as a Republican. I don't like Republicans. Well, let me just say this. I despise what the Democratic Party represents these days. And I also despise Republicans for going along with it for so long. Now, I have to align one way to register to vote, right? If you vote as an independent, your vote doesn't really matter, right?
Why?
Well, you can't vote in a primary if you're an
exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Some
If you vote
states
as
you
an
can vote in a
independent.
primary.
Well, I mean, it still matters depending on what state you're in.
So that's what I mean, guys, when I say you have to pick a side. Unfortunately, I don't like it. I don't want it. I didn't wish it to be this way. But you have to pick a side if you want to vote, right?
It's just
if you want your
you didn't really frame it like that when you said it.
I didn't, but how am I supposed to when 15 people are talking over each other?
As loud and as many times as possible.
Loud, exactly. So you say the quickest and loudest thing that you can, like a politician does, right? That's it.
I don't know. I just kind of phase out, wait for it to be over.
Anyways, I would actually.
I'm glad there's a two-party system though.
Because
it's a proven system that has been the recipe for success for America.
Proven. I mean, it's still running.
Well,
up until it's not, right?
Right.
I mean, I would agree.
Yeah,
up until it stops working, they'd be like, he was wrong all the time, the whole time. Never agreed with them
Well,
once.
you couldn't say the whole time. You could say the most successful. Well, I don't know. That's a poor way to phrase it. I'm not gonna move on.
I like.
Think about it. It has been the most.
4 parties. How much rage there would be? It's almost ungovernable with 2. Split 3 ways. It would just be amazing.
Yeah. Why do you think? Every country,
I hope it don't go.
Which is every other country, basically, that has a parliament, can't fucking get their shit together.
We have the benefit that we're surrounded. We're landlocked with.
Okay, then if that's the case, then why the hell is Europe so much of an asshole towards us?
Because they can be.
Because they can be. You know why? Because we allow them to be.
Why? Well, we allow free speech, right?
We do.
Yes.
Exactly.
So why are we governing? Why do we? What's the issue?
So the issue is that we need to stop doing that so much for them and kind of take away a little bit of the happiness that we allowed them to have.
What the fuck?
Yes, if they're not paying NATO properly and they're just taking advantage of us, basically, I'm talking about the EU. I'm talking about the EU.
Speech, though.
Well, they're not taking. I'm talking about the EU, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, they don't have free speech.
Well, my point is like organizations and parties and whatever have the freedom to say whatever the fuck they want, basically. But when it comes to people not paying their bills or whatever, that's different.
People not paying their bill. You mean for NATO?
Right. If it's a NATO contract issue, yeah, I understand repercussions. But free speech. If we're going to censor anybody, that's not a good path to go down.
No. Well, here's the. I mean, wait. What do you think that I'm saying?
I'm not sure.
What do you think that I'm saying?
It sounds like you want to suppress Europe.
Yeah, well, it sounds like I kind of want to get them into gear by fucking not paying for their shit anymore. They have a lot of money.
Hey guys, I'm kind of getting tired.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to eat some food.
Yeah. So I hate to be jumping in, but someone's got to end the stream, and I'm getting kind of tired. So.
It's all good. I guess we'll end it on that note. Unfortunately,
Rorschach Ren.
I appreciate.
Good to see Ren.
I appreciate the pub, everybody. Thanks.
Yeah,
for that.
good to see all you guys every week. Always the same.
Yeah. Have a great week, guys.
All right. Yeah. See you guys.
Cheers.
Good night.
And let me say good night to the great people in the chat, many of who have already passed out. And hi to Ren, and good night to Ren. Hope you had a good work and have a good week as well. And everybody have a great week. Enjoy your Sunday, and hopefully see you back next week. Take care.